the, where they're located, I was speaking to him last night about this subject, and he was saying there's not a lot of places to hide in this center in order to, you know what I mean? So,
I know.
so if he sits over here, they're aiming for another area, and if they're sitting over there, they're aiming for, you know, because you can only see so much with the buildings the way they are. So it would be more timing than hiding.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what time, I don't think that question got answered, what time do you think would be best for someone to watch for people going above the speed limit?
Well, if your goal is to catch people that are speeding, they're on their way to work. And maybe
Right, so it would be from 7:30 to 9:30?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. And how about your driveway? Is that available for them?
No.
No.
Well, there you go.
I don't know if they like parking.
No, they don't
No.
really usually. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think they can, from what I've seen, just about any time of day.
Exactly. But it kind of already correlates to what I passed along, because one of the complaints was around the school time bus in the morning. So
Yeah.
so I think we can.
I was impressed with the way he described last night, because I overheard this, where he sat and what he could see and what people were coming from what direction. So it's not random where he sits. They're thinking about it. So if we have suggestions for them, I think they would be all ears.
Yeah, they would be. Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Okay. Moving on, under new business, Wyndham Regional Commission local emergency management plan update.
The LEMP update. So it's just come down through the pike again. I did it last year. It's the
Just replacing a couple names and
a couple names. Also, we'll probably want to keep it the way it is this year, where everything goes to everybody, and that's probably a good idea considering where we're at. The only thing I'm gonna have to wait on is we need to fill in the blanks on a few in the back, such as the town health officer, the animal control officer,
Oh dear.
and the forest fire warden.
Oh, that's, isn't it Charlie Richardson and Marty Bratt?
Neither one of them want to up again.
And the same we got the constable filled. So those three things need to have something before I can fill it out or on the computer and then bring it to you guys.
Right. I think in the absence of an animal control or health officer, it's a select board.
Okay, so you want me to just put the select board?
Sure.
Okay, and then we just, the forest fire warden. For the forest fire warden?
You gotta tell me.
Okay.
You gotta pay attention, David.
You gotta be
Don't
up
fall
on it,
asleep.
because I've been there before. I'm just warning you. Okay, so we'll just wait for the forest fire warden if it's.
That's how she got the limp.
That's how I got the limp, really. It's been.
So is there a deadline to that, Terry?
I'd like to get this in here in April, because it's got to be done by May, but that'll give her time down at the Wyndham Regional to fall through with it, kick it back. I don't think there should be too much back this time. And then we can have it in by our May deadline.
Okay.
And then the next, April 21st, I believe, is going to be the next emergency management 401 class, I think, and I'll probably sign up for that for the Wyndham Regional. So that'll at least qualify us to do this stuff. How's that sound?
Oh, great.
So
you can actually wait on some of those if we end up appointing.
exactly, yeah, because it won't take long to fill this out.
Okay. Next on our new business is state statute requires that at our first organized meeting after town meeting, we need to appoint the tree wardens.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Godfrey Renard and Jonathan Royce as tree wardens again.
I'll second that.
Great. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Great.
Thank you to both of them.
Yes, good job. Let's see, before we become the liquor board, let's take care of the certificate of no appeal or suit pending. And this is from the listers. And it just certifies that they have no suits pending to recover taxes paid under protest. And this is information that's needed for the 2019 grand list. So they certified that there's nothing in the docket.
So you want a motion?
Yes, please.
So I would move that we sign the certificate of no appeal or suit pending.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
I'm gonna sign it and I'll pass it around.
Great. Now, next.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we recess as the select board and convene as the liquor control board.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, here we are as the Liquor Control Board. And this is an annual renewal for the Whetstone Brewery at Campfires on Route 5. What would you like to do?
I'll make the motion that we approve the annual liquor license renewal from Whetstone Brewery at the Campfires Campground.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No? Okay, so we've approved that.
Is that the only liquor board
Yes.
business?
Yes.
So I'll make a motion that we adjourn as the liquor control board and reconvene as the select board.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Right, here we are back as the select board. The only other thing I think we have is, maybe you saw the email about the views article.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And I did the last one.
You did.
Yeah, so
Yes,
I think
you
I get
did.
a pass on this one.
What's the deadline?
Oh, March.
And towards the end of the month.
Yeah. Oh,
And what would we want it to be about? What would be,
Well, we, you know, it's likely that we still might be looking for some candidates for different,
open positions?
possibly. Let's see. That'd be one topic.
Uh-huh.
March 24th.
That's what I thought. That's what I wrote down. Thank you. So there is a select board
Oh, the
101 that we want to encourage David to go to, the VLCT.
Yes.
And I think that's March 21st. Is that a Saturday? Yeah.
Yes.
March 21st up in Montpelier. And if David were so inspired by that, that it, you know, he could write an article as a new select board member.
Right. Right, I was thinking.
How do you feel about writing things?
I was thinking.
You write, you read the reviews, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, we've only just mentioned about that Saturday, but
Yeah,
The, of course, information about the COVID-19.
Yeah, I'm afraid that-
The views isn't going to come out.
yeah,
Whatever we write
who
now-
Right.
knows what,
It's
I
too
mean,
far
that
of a
is,
lapse on that.
yeah.
Right. so
It would
that-
be nice, but it's too far of a lapse.
Things change day by day by
Yeah,
day.
and the views
Yeah.
between the deadline for submissions
not a
and
good
the
topic. I
publication
thought
date,
about
it's
that.
too long.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So,
So how's your calendar look for the 21st?
well, I wouldn't be able to commit today because there's something that could intervene. I just
Okay.
don't know. Right.
Yeah,
if,
that's
if-
fine.
if you can do that,
Yeah.
just let Lori know.
Okay.
She'll get
Yeah.
you signed up.
Okay.
Um,
Is that do they just hold that once?
Yeah,
Once.
Yep.
Spring.
Last year was in Rutland, this year it's in Montpelier.
Okay.
Okay, so there goes that.
So, Maria, can you think of any topics that,
All the positions we got open.
I know,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
that's the biggest thing.
yeah.
Mhm. Okay. I sort of feel like you're teetering on the edge of.
Well, I'm picturing an article entitled, "A Town Doesn't Run Itself."
That's perfect,
It is.
Carolyn. That, you hit the nail on the head.
That's poetic and inspiring.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, I'll do it, and let's you and me stay in touch
Yeah.
too, because
Yeah.
you know, maybe there could be some combined effort. I guess
Right.
what would help me is
Getting information on what.
getting information
Yeah.
about, you know, who's agreeing to do what and where we really have open positions, and you know, sometimes these groups are writing articles as well for the Views, so I don't necessarily want to duplicate.
Okay.
But I can do
Alright.
another,
Great, and it can be, yes, okay, I'm
Okay.
sure you'll do a great job,
thank you.
as you
I
have
appreciate
done
your confidence.
several
Yeah.
times in the past.
All right, okay.
Thank you for letting the rest of us off the hook.
Right,
For another-
exactly.
For another edition. Okay. Is there any other business?
We want to decide who's going to contact
Right.
you for all these open
Right.
positions.
I was ready to go home.
Oh, I know, we're getting,
All right,
we're rolling.
okay. Well then, we have, speaking of those positions, we have to check with everyone about whether, some people have been appointed for multiple years, but some people, their term for the Planning Commission or Conservation Commission, different commissions is up, and so we usually get in touch with them to see if they'd like to serve another term.
So, yeah, so should we just go
Yeah,
down
let's
this
do that.
list? It looks like for the Planning Commission, there are 2 open
It
seats.
looks
Yep.
like, yeah, Maria's covered those.
And
Yeah.
the last one on there, he's already sent us a letter
So we need
of
to,
interest. We need to actually meet with him.
Okay.
Oh,
that's
so we
re-
should invite him in.
Do you want me to do that for the next meeting?
Sure.
Just
Yeah.
a couple,
Yeah,
10 minutes
10
before?
minutes before.
okay.
So there are 2 open positions on the Planning Commission?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. The DRB, Dennis Muse, term is up. And I've heard, although I'm not certain, that he wasn't interested in, but that would be
Continue.
for someone to find out. And then we have the alternates, one of whom might step up to a regular seat on the DRB if Dennis.
And that's why you have alternates, right? I mean, so that you have people that are kind of learning the ropes and then have the
And-
So the
possibility of
regular
stepping
member
up.
can't make the,
Yeah,
Hearing.
so they have a quorum.
so they have a forum.
So, probably who is?
I mean, I don't know any of those 3 people.
Okay, why don't I get in touch with those people?
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay, and I'll check with whoever is the current chair of the DRB to find out what they have in mind for the alternates. Okay, moving down.
So the zoning administrator is a hired position.
Yes.
We hire him.
For
so-
3 years. Is his third?
Mhm.
Okay. Yes, we've already checked with him.
Okay.
Assistant zoning administrator. Who would like to?
I'll talk to Charlotte.
Great. Okay, Mary Ellen Copeland is stepping down or not interested in another 4-year term on the Conservation Commission. It seems like.
But do the other people need to be called?
Yes.
Okay, I'm happy to do the Conservation
Great.
Commission.
Okay.
And how do we get people's phone numbers? That's
Well,
always
you
a
know,
challenge
looking
for
them
me.
up in the book doesn't seem to
Doesn't
work.
really?
No,
No, just
I
gets
think
worse
you
and
could
worse.
probably
You
ask Lori, might get email.
email
address.
from them.
Well, I probably have
Yeah.
emails, so
So email.
I'll look for
Emailing
email
would-
for,
yeah.
email's okay? Okay,
Yep.
good. And so the job here is to just touch base with one, two, three, four people and ask if they want to continue on the Conservation Commission? And is it a 1 year or
No.
that continuing for 4 years?
4 years.
Okay. Okay.
Let's see. So we have an open seat on the, at least one open seat on the Energy Committee. Stan Howe isn't going to continue. And Eric Linebeck is up for renewal.
Yeah, and as chair, he would be the one to say if there are any other open seats besides Stan's.
Right.
I would like to not contact
Okay,
the Energy Committee,
all right.
so somebody else should do that.
I can do that. Do
Great.
you have a number for him?
I might be able to give you, I can give you a number.
Because I remember they had a hard time getting
Right.
by email, I think it was the last time.
Okay.
I'll look.
The recreation, the recreation board, whom we seldom see around here, but we know they exist. I recognize all those names.
Well, as I say, you're doing Josh Pacheco anyway for the DRB,
Right.
so you just want to add
Sure. Yeah.
yourself to that one?
You
Okay.
want me to do the other three, please? Yeah.
Sure. That'd be great.
Okay.
Okay. Great.
I'd say the next one's probably a pretty sure bet that he'll
Yeah, we'll
continue.
just, we just gonna put a yes, or you
Yeah.
want me to talk to him?
Either way.
I'm gonna call him I gotta call him
Yeah,
anyway,
call him
so,
anyway.
so I'll grab him.
Right. First, gee, I didn't realize we had two.
We
constables.
don't.
We don't, one's out and one's in.
Oh,
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Marty no longer wanted to do it, but Lewis was willing to do it.
Excellent. Great. I'll sleep better knowing that our constable is on the job.
Yeah.
I can tell you,
Terry,
I have
Thank
checked
you.
with Wayne Emery and the other animal control officer, and they are off leash.
so those are both no's, huh?
They are
Woo.
large.
Okay.
So it's not a highly valued position.
Oh, no, it's a very
Oh,
highly
yeah.
valued and esteemed position in
So these are
the
both no.
community. Dogs,
Well,
all wag their tails when
Oh,
they
yes, they do.
come by. I'm on a first-name basis with many canine citizens.
So nobody's bid at the position, huh?
No, even though we are offering a $500 stipend, which is generous for this town,
Right.
with these cheap select board members that keep cutting the budgets. So, yep, and an article in the Views. But maybe, I don't know, maybe they're looking up in the phone book trying to find where to call when. But just let us know, we'll give you all the training you need. I guess Lori's gonna take care of assistant town clerks.
Yeah, she usually does.
Maria Glaybeck has graciously agreed to serve as a select board assistant for another year. Health officer Louis White has declined to continue, so that's an open position.
Yeah.
So we need to find a health officer. In the absence of the health officer, the select board takes on that role
what
until we can find someone.
do you mind?
Usually the newest member of the select board.
I
I hope that's
I have an interest.
just understood.
Well, what does the health officer do? Can you just?
Okay, they are responsible for mitigating any public health hazards. So in the past, the health officer has done rental inspections. If there's a question about a failed septic system around town, they go and check that out. Dog bites, generally they work with the animal control officer to make sure that dogs are licensed and follow up on any quarantine of dogs. Let's see, what else do they do? Yeah, it's generally between rental housing and dog bites around here. And then neighbors complaining about their neighbors not being tidy. So some negotiating skills is a requisite for that position. But you don't get called out very often, actually, despite the... And there is a handbook this health officer receives that walks you through just about any situation that could arise. And the state is also very good at providing backup information. So it's an interesting way, you get to see a different side of the town than
Yeah.
what you the weigher of coal,
I'll grab Ruth.
okay? Pound keeper, Ron Speck,
I can grab him too.
great.
Oh, you know what? I'd like to call him. Do you mind if I call him?
No, that's
Okay,
fine.
I'll call him. I'm gonna ask him about animal control officers.
Great, great. Louis White would, I don't know why he'd want to be inspector of wood and lumber, not the health officer.
Officer. Okay, oh, I got Ruth for the fence viewer, as the next one, because we've done the tree ward. And I've already contacted Harold, and Harold will be a fence viewer.
Great. Okay, so Roger Turner has let us know he does not want to continue as a representative of the Wyndham Regional Commission. We have Caleb Kissling. It's an annual, we have to get in touch with Caleb again? Or? He just was appointed a few months ago, wasn't he?
I'm pretty sure it's just,
October or November?
but he was filling in for Lou Sorensen,
Yeah,
so I think we appointed him until town meeting.
okay.
Do you want me to send him an email? I think I have his email.
Great, good. Okay, so we need to find someone to take over for Roger. And the next one's a paid position, the delinquent tax collector. So, boy, you're gonna have,
Yeah, a lot to write.
a lot to write about that news article. The fire wardens. Marty Ferret's not interested, I guess.
No,
Okay.
and neither is Charlie for the assistant.
Okay.
Fire warden?
And assistant fire warden both.
And how do those people, is there coordination with the volunteer fire department? Or what's the responsibility of the fire warden?
He gives out burn permits
Right.
or
Okay.
takes complaints if somebody's burning.
Hmm.
Do you want me to ask Marty if he has any recommendations?
Yes, that's a great way
All right.
to
Yeah, if you would do that, that
wear
would be
him
great.
down. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Now, the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District. The last time Michelle came in, did she?
We haven't seen her in a long time.
I thought it was. It just feels that way.
I don't think she came in this last year.
Okay.
Well, Wyndham Solid Waste is ramped down quite a bit.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, but they still have quite a lot of.
And she's still willing to do it? I mean, I can call her.
Okay, great.
I'd be happy to call her.
Good.
Oh, we usually have two of them?
Lester has
Lester.
been
Lester,
the
Lester, but
the
he's-
yeah.
alternate.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, emergency management, the select board. What do you want to do?
I think we'll just leave it like that for
Okay.
now.
All
I
right,
think it'd be the best.
the Green Up Day, chairs, Mark Brown, Whitney Harrison.
I can get a hold of them.
Okay. Oh, the cemetery committee.
Already done.
Save some room in your,
No, they're already done. Everybody said yes.
okay, great.
And I'll grab Ruth because I've already got her for everything, the other things.
Okay.
And Harold said yes to Rescue Inc., so that's done.
Great, okay. Vermont Community Development Program. I don't know what they do.
So is that like a liaison from Dummerston so that we have a representative
Yes.
at the Vermont Community Development Program?
I think so. And Jack Lilly and Jack Maddox. David, would you like to get in touch with them?
Yeah, I don't know either one, but I'd be happy
Okay.
to contact them.
I think
Jack Mannix
is
has,
actually in the phone book, if you still have one of those.
I don't.
Okay.
you can always ask Lori.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jack Mannix owns Walker Farm.
Oh,
And Jack Lilly is one of your neighbors.
where does he live?
Right down on Middle Road.
Yep.
And then Jack Lilly is also the Connecticut River Joint Commission, so you could tag that on too.
Okay. And it's asking if they're willing to continue for another year.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
And how about Dan Marks? Are you familiar with him?
No, yeah, but I'd be happy to.
Oh, great.
And at the same time, you know, you can find out what these two things do. Like I
Yeah.
wouldn't even be able to tell you, but
Yeah.
you'll be able to
Okay.
share some
Yeah.
information with us.
The Connecticut River Joint Commission is a subcommittee of the Wyndham Regional Commission, and they address issues connected with anything to do with the Connecticut River.
Oh, yeah.
And Dan Marks has been on that, serving as a valuable member to their commission for a number of years, at least 10 years or more perhaps. And Jack Lilly recently joined as Dummerston's other representative.
Okay,
Okay.
great.
And listers as the E911 contact. That makes sense.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'd just say yes to that.
Say
Yeah, say yes to that one.
Well, there's another
There's
page.
another page.
Whoa,
Wow.
it's a bigger town than I remember. Okay.
So it seems like with the farmland committee, is there one person that is the head of the committee or are they all?
Jack
Jack.
I
generally
mean,
is.
it seems like we would be able to ask Jack
Yeah,
to say, is you know, these are the people I have listed on your committee, do you expect them to continue?
Mhm.
Rather than have us call them all, so,
I'll call him too.
great,
Yeah,
okay, you're
right.
calling him anyway, so
Yeah,
ask
right.
him about all those members of
Yeah.
the farmland
okay,
protection committee.
okay. Police Advisory Board Liaison,
Sure.
great,
All right, Terry,
Good.
thank you.
save you making a phone call.
Right.
Let's see, and the Social Services
Yeah.
Committee, that could be done with, I think, one.
Yeah, so I'll contact Connie Baxter
Great.
Okay.
and ask her, so I'll do that committee.
Okay, great,
Okay, perfect.
so we're,
Coming right along.
And so when we find out, should we email Maria so that she can then fill this out?
Sure.
Is that helpful?
Yeah,
Yeah.
great,
because it's a lot easier to make one motion
Then
Right.
all of it.
to make,
Yes,
yes,
yes, that's very
rather
true.
than individual.
Yeah.
great.
Now, maybe we've come to the end of
I
things.
think so. All right. Is there any other business?
Make a motion, we adjourn?
I'll second that.
Right?
Yeah. All those in favor?
So,
You're only.
let's, if we could take a look at the current state of play for 226.
Sure, yeah, okay. Okay, so for the record, Jim Damer as counsel, we are looking at draft 4.1 of your amendment to S226. It's color-coded, so the yellow are what I believe the two sides, NEA and School Board Association have agreed to.
Before you go any further,
Yeah.
Jim, just want to point out that we do have NEA in the room. We do not have school boards because Sue Siglowski couldn't be here today.
Yeah.
She's scheduled for tomorrow. So although it originally said markup and vote, we'll just be getting a sense of what's here, maybe a little bit of discussion, but I don't want to do much of anything without her in the room.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Okay. Blue is NEA additions, and green is School Board Association additions. So the first is a simple change on line 18. We have a defined term, school employer, which includes SUs and school districts, so I've used that term here. Minor change. We go up to page 4, compensation. So now we have on line 15 that commission members shall be entitled to receive per diem compensation and reimbursement of expenses as permitted under this section for not more than 10 meetings per year. It will come on to an appropriation section later on where the General Assembly will be funding this money now, this per diem. And then G is release time. A school district employees a member of the commission or an alternate member of the commission who represents school employees or school employers shall grant the commission member time off as necessary for the member to attend meetings of the commission.
This next block that's green,
Yep.
I believe, and we'll ask Sue Siglowski tomorrow, but I believe that was my suggestion that we put it in the draft. I think if I read her testimony right, she emailed it, I think they don't support this.
Oh, okay.
I can't quite remember the reason, but anyway, don't worry about it. But just a note that may in fact not be the school board's
Okay.
proposal.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Are we walking through it and then discussing it after? Or?
No, feel free.
Okay. I'm just curious, and maybe what you just said makes this moot, but we are going to have appropriation, that's the word I'm looking for, appropriation for the per diems, but the substitutes were going to be shared amongst the two parties. Why would we do it that way?
You mean, why wouldn't we have the state pick up the cost for this?
No, why wouldn't we have them also share the cost of the per diems?
Fair enough. I mean, it was just part of the original drafting of the bill, and we meaning the state, or this committee, then the Senate, then the House and the Senate together, had a real interest in passing the legislation, and so I think it was a sweetener.
Oh, it's in current law, it's like
Yes.
we already have an appropriation to pay for it?
No.
We don't have an appropriation, but we
Oh.
have the piece that says that they can get per diems.
But they didn't get them.
Right.
Oh.
So that's why I've said that
Okay.
when this goes to appropriations, I want to try to iron that out with them. So, this will leave this committee, it'll have to go to appropriations.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right, so I will talk to Jane about how she wants to handle that. If there, the proposal from the School Boards Association said if the state's not going to provide this money, it should strike the passage where it says it's going to provide the money.
Yeah.
And if we're going to leave it in, which I will argue, then there should be an appropriation attached. So we'll see where that committee comes down.
Okay.
Basically be out of our hands.
Okay, then moving on to page 6 is where the appropriation is. So this appropriates $17,500.
Where are you, Jim?
On page 6. This appropriates $17,500 for the commission. I'm not sure what source you want. This Bratt did for fiscal year 21. And then the commission shall request the governor to include in the governor's annual budget request the same amount for the same purpose in future years.
Swag coming around. It's really good swag.
Fire and rescue?
How come we can't?
Vermont Fire and Rescue likes education.
They like every committee.
They gave
Do you
you.
have another one for Jim?
And also Corey.
Corey needs.
No, Corey. Yeah, we got it.
Now, was Corey going
There's
to
a
put
man
some more
down
soup
here.
for us?
What's that?
It's like a soup cup. Corey going to fill it.
Okay.
Okay. So that's appropriation language.
It's going to be short.
Yeah. No, I should give it to staff instead of us.
And then on the next page, what's been struck on page 7 in blue. So this is the NEA's position. It's to strike out this language that says that they should be the same.
And to clarify, this is to make this bargainable rather than here it's explicitly forbidden. So it's not making it mandatory, but it is saying that it could be bargained going forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And same thing on line 13 with respect to out-of-pocket expenses.
Yeah.
And then new language from School Board Association on line 4, on page 8. Commission, it was assured with Mayor shall negotiate a grievance procedure for disputes concerning public school employee health benefits.
And my memory on this is that this was my idea to put this in explicitly as a may, because Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but they could already bargain a grievance procedure if they wanted to.
Correct.
So this is stating the obvious, but I think it's not a bad idea to include it if it's a concern of theirs and they are seeking to have it added to the bill. This gives the heavy and the light touch for us to decide on at a later point whether it's a shall or a may. So that's why that's sitting there.
And then we go into the section on negotiation. So we have new language in blue, which is the NEA position, which says that on or before November 1 of the year prior to commencement of bargaining, the commission shall request from the parties any data and information that it anticipates needing for the negotiation in a common format, and before February 1 of the year of bargaining, the parties shall submit to the commission the information requested.
And that one, as I remember, the SBA has some problem with, but I have a hard time seeing why. Because it's just standardizing and requiring information at the right time in a common format.
They didn't like the timing. They thought November 1st
Oh, right.
was a difficult time to gather data or something like that.
Well, it says on or before, so it could, it could be February. Okay.
Then page 11, we have language, I believe it's been agreed to in yellow on lines 9 and 10, which says, prior to the issuance of the arbitrator's decision, nothing shall prohibit the parties from settling the matters in dispute.
Isn't that obvious?
It is, but again, there was an explicit request that they agreed on. So why not?
Prior to the
Because
meeting,
it
the
said
sun
it-
will rise.
Well, it said that since they could modify their last, that's all.
Yeah.
That's it.
And then language in green is from the School Boards Association on lines 13 through 15. So the arbitrator's decision has to include a comprehensive cost estimate for the term of the proposal, with a breakdown of costs borne by employers and costs borne by employees.
I thought we decided that.
That's pretty rugged, isn't it?
Well, so that's similar to a clause we pulled out of another sentence elsewhere. but this was from the VSBA, right?
This is from, yeah, this is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Jeff, if I could just quickly ask you, I had been assuming that this was already the case, that when you met with the arbitrator, there were cost estimates with the proposals and a breakdown of costs borne by employers and employees.
Both sides hired an actuary, Jeff Anna for the record,
Yeah.
on it. Both sides hired actuaries, financial experts, to go through their cost estimates.
Yeah.
And did so with the arbitrator, with the fact finder, and then later with the arbitrator. So they did it.
So this is nothing new then?
This is nothing new. The problem here is a comprehensive cost estimate. We think this is fairly onerous and perhaps not.
How does it differ from what you did?
Pardon?
How does this differ from what you did in the first round? Do you think it's the word comprehensive?
Putting it in there might, if somebody then later argues that it wasn't comprehensive, I mean, it opens up the possibility for another side challenging their argument about cost.
If we pulled the word comprehensive and it said including a cost estimate for the term of the proposal, which is the same thing, I think comprehensive there is just rhetorical. Would you accept it at that point? Don't answer that.
Yeah.
Let's circle comprehensive, put a question mark, and we'll pick it up tomorrow with Sue and you, Jeff.
Yes.
Okay.
So this language here is about what the members have to submit to the arbitrator. The next page is about the decision of the arbitrator, line 12. Again, it says the decision shall include a comprehensive cost estimate for the term of the award for each of the last best offers submitted by the parties, bracket, and a full explication of the basis for the decision. I know that there's a duplication here because line 11 and 12 requires an explaining in appropriate detail, so that has to be resolved somehow. And then it reads, the cost estimate shall include a breakdown of costs borne by employers and costs borne by employees.
Maybe they make a full explanation as a cost estimate or something.
Jim, that language on line 11 and 12 of page 12,
Yep.
where it says explaining in appropriate detail the rationale for selecting the last best offer,
Yep.
is that agreed upon?
I thought so.
Okay.
But then this language kind of conflates that a bit, so.
Okay. Well, we'll, tomorrow we'll have both sides in the room and we'll have a more markup style discussion of it,
Yeah.
where we can eliminate duplicative language, for instance.
And then we have this new section 8. So on page 15, it says it's titled retroactive application to the arbitrator's award in December 2019. This for the purpose of the arbitrator's employee health benefits award of December 19. 1, the supervisory and managerial employees who were otherwise not covered by the definition of school employee. Under a definition, shall, for the purposes of determining which benefit level is applied, the award be treated as a teacher or administrator. And then 2, non-supervisory or confidential employees will be treated as municipal employees.
Wait, so what does this mean?
This is
This is the superintendents and the,
this is the issue that the current law doesn't include them.
yeah.
It's just saying how they would be treated in terms of that award.
So I'm wondering if this still nags at me that they're in this weird awkward position when they generally work for management, but are on the employee side in the negotiation, or even more so will be the next round. I'm wondering if they feel awkward about it, and maybe we should ask the superintendents or VASBO to weigh in on how they feel about it. I don't know what the solution is for them to be in or out, but I also just think it's odd because superintendents and business managers usually are at the table with management,
Yeah.
you know, in the negotiation, collecting the data, doing the analysis.
We did hear,
And-
didn't we hear from Jeff Francis on that?
He has not testified.
No? Okay. Well, we can certainly specifically ask him, is that who you want, or?
Yeah, or I don't know if Vasco has somebody who's usually here, but I guess I'm just concerned that they're going to be in an awkward position and that there may be issues of trust and I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you've talked to this yet. I can't remember what you had to say about it, Jeff, but I understand it's in an awkward position where if they're not included, what happens to them? But at the same time, they really are management.
My sense was that both sides agreed that it was an odd situation, but that they were okay with this change.
Yeah.
But
We have questions, we have concerns about this language as drafted up.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, and the parties are actually trying to work this out. They did, in fact, reach a TA about this issue, and both sides understood during the bargaining. So we're concerned about this language as drafted, reaching back into essentially a tentative agreement the
I see.
parties reached.
But
Well,
moving forward, I'm sorry.
The moving forward is the conceptual, that I think that we both agree that we needed to address it, which I think we did in section 1 on page 1. And
Right, but I guess I would feel more comfortable if we could hear from CASBO or superintendents or both and hear if they have concerns about it and if their members feel like it's putting them in an awkward position.
Jeannie, can we send Jeff Francis an email? I think he's likely to be available
Yeah.
on short notice. And ask him if he can come in tomorrow when we do this? And can you tell him it would be speaking specifically to pages 15 and 16 of this draft?
Well, and also where is it earlier in the draft, Jeff? Where did it?
He'll know it's the whole construct.
Page 1.
Page 1 and 2.
Oh, page 1 and 2.
It just changed the definition of who's covered by the
Okay.
health law.
So, you know, we could just leave this section out, and, because what we're trying to do is fix an odd situation. We could just leave it an odd situation. We are coming up on crossover, so we have, after today, we have 3 more days this week off, then we come back, we have 4 days. We have 7 working days till end of crossover. So, ideally, I'd like to get this and the state board out this week. That may not be possible, but this one for sure, I think is close enough. We really just need NEA and school boards in the room to make their final clarifications about their positions, and then we have to vote on how to construct the final draft and then do a markup and a vote. So, okay, so we can ask about that, but questions for Jim about any of this on this draft? Jeff, is there anything else you'd like to throw out now?
I think probably, no, I think tomorrow with Sue in the room, I think is a better time to.
Okay, have you seen their response to this? Because they did send us, Jeannie, did I forward to you Sue Siglowski's email that had the testimony?
Yes.
Did you?
This was February
print that out?
18th.
Is that?
No, it's
This is February
tomorrow,
18th.
so I didn't print it out yet.
Okay, we'll hold it till tomorrow.
Okay, I mean, I can.
No, that's all right. Yeah, I mean, they basically have, I think, 3 points. I think NEA is down to. So we should be able to do it in one block of time. Tomorrow we'll have.
Are we still doing our field trip?
We are still doing
When
field trip.
are we
When
doing?
is that?
Why is,
I think that's
I thought it was Thursday.
This Thursday?
Yeah.
No, because it's break for Winooski and Burlington. So we're going to do it. When's the day of the field trip, Jeannie?
March the 11th? I'll tell you when I can, I'm in the,
Okay.
can't get to it right now.
Okay. Sorry, Jeannie and I settled on a date and I hadn't had a chance to run it by you guys yet.
It's on that Thursday, isn't it? It's the Thursday.
The 12th.
12?
The 12th. And just for your calendars, the 11th, we're going to have a public hearing on the waiting study
When, in the afternoon
in the late afternoon, so 4 to 6
Of which date? I'm sorry,
on the 11th.
11?
So what we'll do is run committee until, 15 minutes before. Everybody will have 15 minutes to prepare, and then we'll do a 2-hour hearing. But we'll be done by 6 and able to get home at that point.
Is it joint with the house or just us?
It's just us. And speaking of that, apropos of our conversation last time, I started thinking about Francis's testimony, what Ruth was saying about her feelings about how quickly we might or should move. So I had a thought, and maybe it's building on a thought that I ran out then, but it would be this, to ask Jim to write us a draft that would call on Agency of Education to draft a plan to implement the waiting study that they would bring back to the legislature in January. And then in the interim as well, ask the state board to be holding a series of statewide educational sessions about it where they also listened and gathered public testimony. So if you remember when Dan French and John Carroll were here, one of the things that they agreed on was that the board could take a politically sensitive topic on the road and gather public input in ways that the agency isn't as good at or isn't set up maybe to do. So the idea would be that the state board would hold these meetings over the off season. They would pass their testimony and other things that they gather. Is that the 10th, Jeannie?
Yes.
Jeannie says the field trip is on Tuesday the 10th.
No.
So it'd be all, what time would we, all day? Did we do it all day last time?
No, we'll do a half day. So we'll come here in the morning, and then we'll get over there. I think it's 1:30. So we would leave here, 12:30, and drive over there, and then everybody's free to go once we're done at 3:30 or so. So we'd stay there through the end of their school day, and then have a few more words with their superintendent and principal, and then we'd be done.
I'm sorry, can you tell me? In the afternoon.
Noon to 4.
Noon to 4, okay, thank you.
Noon to 4th and the 10th of March.
Are we also going up to the Northeast Kingdom? Did you say that?
I had ideally planned to do that. That might slip, so we might wind up with, I had thought we would do one day where we would go do both, but the time is running really quickly to cross over, so I think this is probably the best. So back to where I was. So the idea would be, instead of impaneling a commission or a study committee, because we already had a study committee and it was, I thought, highly authoritative. But what I think there are still questions about is how quickly should we move? What would be the consequences? Making sure we avoid pitfalls. So if the agency is tasked with producing a plan that can be acted on, and that includes public comment that the state board has gathered, and also that they've gone top to bottom in the state and let people know what the waiting study is and why it's on the table, we would come back in January, a plan would be ready for us that we would then deliberate on as a committee, pass out as a bill, assuming that we liked it. So it would, and it might or might not include a phase in. That would be a question we would leave to the agency. But thoughts on that?
I appreciate that. I'm wondering, and obviously we could get into this once we actually have a draft, but first of all, specifically what our charge would be to them, what would our marching orders be to make sure that they do actually produce a plan we felt we could act on. And two, is there a role that we should play in the off session, legislators, to make sure we're prepped for it, and other
Well, of course, we could go
actors.
to the meetings,
Yeah.
with the state board, and sit with them at the table, and, that might be an interesting way to do it. They come to your area,
Yeah.
you show up, and if they come to Rutland, Jim shows up, and I do Chittenden County, and.
Yeah. And then, do they, the agency, and this is obviously more of a question for the secretary, but do his people have the bandwidth to do the analysis on the off session? Or are they gonna need extra people? Because I think some of it is gonna require doing what Chloe has done for us, rerunning things like, if we did it this way, and with this timeline, or if we included this cap, or if we included small schools grant or not, or whatever, that there are different analyses, and does, Brad James have the time to do that, or are they gonna need more people?
I think they do, because the lion's share of the work has been done in terms of gathering the data, the updated data, the simulations. We can, in our charge, eliminate a number of questions for them. I think personally we should not add the special ed weighting to the formula, and we should not try to eliminate the small school grant program either. So that's the B1 simulation. And that's what I had Chloe prepare as either a one-time shot or a phase-in. So when we hand all of that information to AOE, all the number crunching, not that they won't crunch a bunch more numbers, because they will, but I think they could handle it with their current staffing. But we'll ask them.
Yeah.
And state board as well, we'd have to ask, do they want this kind of a charge?
Yeah.
It is exactly what John Carroll was describing when he came in and talked about what they would be good at.
I guess maybe we need to finish the state board bill first.
Yeah.
I wondered about that.
Oh, and update on that. So you remember Secretary French came in with a list that was this big for what rulemaking authority the board would retain. And John Carroll's list was about this big. So I did the pretty much obvious thing of coming up with a list this big. And they both in concept agreed to that list.
But did you have the proper rationale?
I believe I did.
Logical?
Yes.
Whatever.
And logical order.
Did you just change the font to make it?
But so what Jim has been doing is adopting that duty split and then making the conforming changes. So the next time we see that bill, and we're also going to meet with Emily from AOE tonight, Jim and I are going to have a session about wording, the wording differences. But so the next time it goes on the table, it will have substantially more agreement between the parties. All disagreement won't be eliminated, but we'll be here in the same way that with this bill, we're now here. And there'll be a series of decisions for us to make, final decisions, and then we should be able to have, hopefully, a draft that in each case both sides can agree on. Now in this bill, the bargaining bill, I can't say for sure, but I would imagine that there are a couple of things that if we agree to do them, the other side will say, now we can't support the bill. When we did Act 11 originally, I can't remember if you would remember, but we rebalanced VHI in the same bill that we set up this system. So everything was agreed on in that bill except for the rebalancing of VHI. And that's when I went to the floor, that's how I presented it, is that there's one piece that the two sides don't agree on. but everything else is agreed upon. So I imagine this bill will be the same way. We'll get final agreement on everything, but maybe one, quite possibly two. And then that's the way it'll have to be. So, questions about any of that? So, field trip on 310, public hearing on 311, and then 313 is crossover. So that's the week after this. It's going to be a busy time. Plus, that week we're going to, if we don't finish both of these, we're going to have one of these and miscellaneous bill as well. So let me just tell you my thinking about the college tuition bill at this point. My feeling is that, I guess my rationale for it was always to connect it to the cannabis legislation and try to move it that way through the appropriations process. We did have what amounted to a test vote on the floor about cannabis, which did not go well. So I can't see sending it out with anything having to do with cannabis. I also can't see sending it out with an $8 million price tag that's supposed to come out of the general fund or the education fund. So in my thinking, that bill is just sort of in suspended animation.
It's better to keep it in suspended animation, and then we should send it along to a certain depth, I guess.
Yeah, because I don't want to have, Jane has been very explicit that without a funding source, they're not going to fund it. So if we send it out with just a normal appropriation on it, they would thank us for our time and it would sit on the wall and then it would die. I would rather know where the money's going to come from when it comes out of committee and have greased the wheels all the way through. Which is to say, so again, this is my hobby horse. I cop to that. But I believe that when the tax and regulate bill passes the House, which I think it's going to do, we're going to have a conference committee. I don't know if you saw, but the Appropriations Committee in the House just passed it out with money for the after-school program in it. So that doesn't mean it'll finish up that way, but it means that going into the conference committee, after school will be on the table. So, you know, I'm convinced that once it passes, once we know what revenues are going to look like, and that's more like next year, we have a bill now that I think is really pretty strong. We haven't done the final work on it, but it's in a pretty good place. So I guess I think we should leave it in a folder, and when we come back next year, we will have a tax and regulate system that we've passed into law. At that point, you heard them on the floor say, Dick said that our current version of the bill puts all the decisions in the Appropriations Committee. And that is indeed what the bill says. I'm going to try to change that in the interim because I think it should be a broader decision. I don't think it should be made by only the Appropriations Committee, what happens to that revenue stream. So I think that should be either a caucus decision or a larger decision. A way of saying that the funding piece is completely unclear, and I think it would be kind of throwing the bill down the well to send it out. Thoughts on that?
Of course, I have thoughts on it.
Yeah.
Well, you know, obviously, I have different thoughts than you on the cannabis piece, and
Yeah.
they're fair. But the bill itself, I'm wondering. We took testimony on it. I think only officially one day, maybe 1.5. And I'm I guess for the long-term strategy or potential for the bill, I guess I'm not clear as to why you think if we don't pass it out and we leave it in a folder, that's better than saying, hey, the education committee is supportive of this. We don't have a funding source for it right now. We're sending it down to appropriations, and we think this is good education policy, and we would like the appropriations committee to find funding source for it. They could come back and say, we don't have a funding source for it this year. Thanks very much for your time. That's probably what would happen, but we would have at least made the statement that we think this bill is good education policy. And so I guess my question is, I know we don't have much time, so, you know, is there time to work on it a little bit more to make sure we think it's where it should be? And if not, what should we or I or as the sponsor of the bill do in the off session to make it stronger? Like, 'cause I don't feel like I know right now.
Okay, so I guess generally I would say I try not to go to the appropriations committee unless I'm going to get a yes. So I don't want them to be in the business of feeling like our bills are frivolous financially. In other words, that we're just, you know, we believe there's pie in the sky. So when I had a couple of conversations with Jane earlier in the year, and we talked about tax and regulated money, we talked about the idea of a revenue stream that would come off it. She didn't think it was a crazy idea. She was very clear that it couldn't go anywhere without a dedicated funding stream that doesn't currently exist. So, you know, that doesn't have to be cannabis, but I can't see anything else. I mean, the governor's talking about Keno or whatever. So I won't say that there aren't any other possibilities, but it seems like the major one is still a fight to be had and won over what will happen to that money. So, you know, just a personal belief on my part, I think so we'd have to rush the bill out, and then it would go to appropriations, and literally they wouldn't, I doubt they would even discuss the policy because the money just isn't there. You know what I mean? They don't have even if it was $6 million, it would be
But
$6
it is $6 million right now.
Well, but we talked about expanding it to.
And actually, in talking to Stephanie about that, her estimate would be far higher than $2 million because of the incentive effect for state college students to then just go for a 2-year degree. So
Yeah.
she said it would add multiple millions of dollars onto it if we added that. That's what she told me in the hallway. She hasn't done a fiscal estimate because
Yeah. And could well be, but let's say it's $6 million. It's $6 million that no one has accounted for in the governor's budget, the House budget,
Right.
et cetera. So it's, you know, I hesitate to say that anything is impossible because I've seen semi-impossible things happen in the building, but I would be amazed if it turned out to be anything other than sitting on the wall until it dies in January or in June.
But what you're saying is you'd rather have it pass and die there than.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like if we as an education committee say this is good education policy, we believe in trying to find ways to support higher education, we are clearly mixed on whether that should be through cannabis, or at least I'm the one who doesn't think that maybe is the best option. And for a lot of reasons, it's not, I mean, it's just my philosophy of how you budget, you know, do it that way. But there are a lot of bills that are right now have a fairly high price tag that there's an obvious funding source for that are.
That there is an obvious?
There's not an obvious. I mean, the justice reinvestment, I understand that eventually we're gonna save money, but it doesn't happen right away, and we're gonna spend money too.
But that one
and
that's a kind of a special circumstance because it's justice reinvestment 2. So justice reinvestment 1 already happened and we did realize.
Right. No, I understand. It's a little bit different case, but and then there's another, I think at least the Parent-Child Center bill also has a really big price tag.
And universal school lunch.
And yeah, which we're not moving on.
For the same reason.
And so I guess I think it's good public policy. The CCV bill, and we came down on the price tag significantly, and to just say, look, we think this, we understand there's not a funding source for it right now, but we as the education committee think it's good public policy. But, I mean.
Well, my hesitation about it was that I think as written, if we don't include the state colleges, I have concerns about what happens to them if we did implement this benefit. Because I think it's arguable whether it helps them or hurts them. So I had wanted more work on it with Stephanie and to enlarge it to include them.
Yeah, what happened to that? Why did?
She was working on it. I told her that I thought she should stop working on it because it didn't seem to me we were going to be passing this out. So.
And do you know what the status of the state college budget request is? That this sort of generic one that they were asking?
I'm not sure. You'd have to ask Dick McCormick because I think he's the one that they have been working with. But I know Jeb originally wanted $5 million a year for the next 5 years, I think, was what it was. But we can look into that as a separate matter. But any other thoughts from anybody else about? So you probably have picked up what we're talking about. My thought was after the kind of test vote we had on even using cannabis wording in the after-school bill, that we couldn't write the appropriations section now to talk about that. And I can't myself see passing it out with the $6 million price tag without some funding source.
No, and I think the long-term implications, Ruth, of passing something out that isn't going to happen is even if we pass out a $6 million price tag and they come back and they don't pass it, which is more likely going to happen this year, and then next year you come back with a state college proposal of $10 million, goes to that committee meeting, they're like, well, last year was $6 million, what's going on? And you immediately start negotiating against yourself.
So what?
I think you wait until you have Senate leadership or
a funding source.
Or governor, that's a priority for the legislative. That's what you have to get to. It has to be to do that kind of a lift. $6 to $10 million in a new program would be a legislative priority.
Yeah.
From leadership, not just a committee.
And the House, I can't remember if you were in the room or not, but so the House has passed the tax and regulate bill to their appropriations committee. It's going to go to the floor. We're going to wind up in a big conference that will probably take weeks, I would say. And then I imagine that we find something both chambers can agree on. And I would imagine that the governor signs it. So I think the most likely thing now is that we've got a tax and regulate bill that produces revenue in 2 years. And there would probably be some startup funding forwarded by the Appropriations Committee to fill the gap so that we can begin the licensing and other things. But in other words, if we come back next year, then it's going to be the question about what to do with the money. And what I heard people say on the floor, Dick Sears, Jeanette White, et cetera, I heard them saying that it's premature to have the discussion now. Fair enough. But when we come back next year, there'll be nothing premature about it. It will be everybody trying to make their case. House Appropriations has put after school in the bill in terms of funding for it. Whether that stays in the conference, I don't know. But let's assume it does as a sweetener for the governor. Then there will already be money moving to an educational program. Does that make it more or less likely that more money would move to education? Can't say at this point, but that's the fight to have, I think. That's the most likely path still that I can see for that bill. But it's one that I think by the explicit terms of the vote we took on the floor, I can't see having the discussion before next January. So that was my thinking about why we should table rather than send it out and see it die.
Okay.
So
Well, if anyone has advice for the off session, besides getting reelected, obviously. I'm all
Bottle drive for the 6 million.
bottle drive, yeah, that we need to increase the 5 cents a little bit more than maybe we should.
Everybody
I
look
don't
in
know,
their
Put it on liquor
couch
bottles.
$5 per bottle.
laying on red and
You go over the bills that you thought we were going to get out by crossover is like the 226, which is the school health
This one?
employees,
Yeah.
the miscellaneous bill,
Yep,
and
and the bargaining bill.
the bargaining bill and the healthcare part.
Yeah.
Yes.
just those two.
And so,
And the Board of Education, and the bargaining.
On the Board of Education.
did I say that one?
No,
State Board of Education.
Board of Education, miscellaneous, bargaining.
Those two.
And then the miscellaneous will include a couple of other bills that we've dropped in. One of which I'm hoping will be the UVM trustees, the gender parity bill. I had an idea about that, which for reasons of my own, I will wait until tomorrow. Because tomorrow we have the incoming chair of the Board of Trustees on the phone as a witness. And so I asked to have a little piece of language written up, and I'll put it on the table tomorrow. But hopefully that will be acceptable to the committee and to the other people who are concerned with that.
Should usually be some pushback in the House on this.
Oh, yeah, because all the legislative trustees are house members.
yeah.
So, but, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And so,
What?
Why do they want to be on there? Is it that good of a deal?
No.
Seems like
It's
work.
extremely done. Yeah, it's all.
Can I add one more to your list? At the very beginning of the session, I went through the special education timeline.
oh, yeah.
I mentioned that the adjustment you made at the end of last session, pushing out the date by 1 year, didn't deal with the budget dates inside the bill that have to change to align to that. So right now you have an Act 173 that internally doesn't work. So you have to, I think you'll need a must-pass bill, if you will. So you put on miscellaneous, but you rush that passing. So I wonder if you want a bill just on that one thing.
Actually, I think it would be better if we put in miscellaneous.
Okay.
Because it gives miscellaneous more weight.
Okay. Yep.
And I don't think, at least at this point, I don't think there's anything in the miscellaneous that the House will find, impossible to swallow. I think they'll get behind the feminine hygiene products piece.
Yep.
Other than that, there's nothing in there that's really,
Is it APIC?
Yeah, stately language.
Language in there?
but I don't think they will care about that.
Actually, at the conference last year, you both had almost the same version of that language.
Right.
They made some changes from Secretary of State Board of Resources or whatever, but it's very much alike. So.
Bobby Starr, small school support language is in this.
The trademark, Bobby.
So this came up, the wellness policy.
What's that?
The wellness policy work?
Actually, why don't we pull that bill out and take a look at it?
Yeah.
I was just wondering what was in there. I couldn't remember.
What's the number of that one?
Job 3.3 of X224.
3 point. Oh, is this the one that goes front backwards?
So, Corey, just say field trip to the new ski.
No, you didn't go backwards. 3.3 of X224.
I don't have 3.3. I have 2.1.
And then on the
It wasn't.
There were two folders put together. I have
That say miscellaneous?
3.3. There's two of these folders that are put together.
That means because, I get it. So it could be in there.
So it's 3.3, right?
3.3 of X224.
It'll be in there.
Not in here.
No. Should be in here. It's not. Does this have your special education?
Yeah.
Ah. Thank you.
Deserve all my
I'm catching whatever
You find
Give more, that's-
You
Okay,
deserve the microaggression.
so it's 3.3?
Yep.
Okay.
3.3.
What's going on?
I didn't even have to read the clock.
Got 4 minutes.
Do you need some chocolate, Debbie?
No.
Needs a cafe.
Okay. So, is there anything new with this?
I don't think there is anything new.
Well, this is the yellow just because you had done it.
Where are we at?
Yellow changes, yep, from the previous.
But we haven't looked at this in forever.
Well, we looked at the menstrual hygiene, which is on page 8 last week, with that language. And we went through the language on the school wellness policy last week as well. So,
Did we? So I didn't know we were.
Updated.
Is this the updated? Okay. I still had a couple people I'm still not fully comfortable with this. So I had talked to a couple people. I didn't know we were going to talk about this bill today. So can we? We're not obviously passing this today. So
No,
And
the hygiene.
we can straw vote any of this.
yeah.
So if there's a piece you're not comfortable with, we can.
The school wellness policy study?
Yeah. I just
Oh, well.
the wellness policy
Wellness,
part of it is still.
I think as they've got now, it's pretty. I mean, in my opinion, it's pretty harmless and may well do good. So it's got. Ruth had problems with the model that they were using before, but they've now got a model that includes a number of the things you were worried about being excluded the first time around. And it calls for a model wellness policy that will be distributed. I can't find a lot not to like.
Well, I mean, I'll just want to talk to the couple people I had talked to. And,
Okay.
yeah.
On the menstrual hygiene products, were there different changes in there, Jim?
not from last week, no.
Well, so we still haven't figured out how they should distribute it, though, right? Or what do we decide?
Well, so
So
now we've got
decide.
5 through 12. School nurse determines which gender neutral bathrooms and bathrooms designated for females, and it has to be a majority. Of gender neutral bathrooms and bathrooms designated for females. I think that sounds good.
Does it say majority?
Yeah. Line 16 on page 8. So, you know, it allows a school that has 10 bathrooms, let's say, they might wind up with these products in 5 or 6 of them.
And it's grades 5 through 12.
Yeah. I think that way we would. Oh, that was the last problem that I could foresee, which is you've got an elementary school that's 1 through 5, K through 5, and then so you've got, let's say, 10 bathrooms in that school, and you've got one grade that's covered by this. You'd still have to have 50% plus bathrooms supplied with these products. Do you think that's problematic?
I'd say a majority of relevant gender neutral or grade appropriate or something like that.
Right.
Put in another modifier.
We say majority of gender neutral bathrooms used by
The target group.
Yeah, yeah. Because it might be that in your 1 to 5 classroom, maybe they only use 1 or 2 bathrooms
Yeah.
and the rest of them are done.
If you could make a note to that. Yeah, I think
Right, because it might even be in a different building.
Yeah.
If they can cabin where they're two different buildings, but if they have to do a majority, they have to do all the buildings.
Right. Okay.
So we're gonna add anything?
And we've got this language from Martha Heath.
Right.
And what I like about that is that,
Martha Heath Lane?
yeah, it's actually preserving the status quo rather than changing the status quo.
Oh, the election.
So, yeah. She sent a note to you on that, at your request.
Yeah, okay.
Special.
Okay, so tomorrow, as I say, we'll have testimony from the incoming chair of UVM, the ward. Jeannie, could you also reach out to the chair of the State Colleges Board of Trustees for testimony on if we were to expand the UVM trustees bill to include the State College Board of Trustees. And if you can, they may not have their eye on it, so if you can just point them to a copy of the bill and say, we're considering expanding it to the State Board, State College's Board of Trustees. So the thinking on that is one of the complaints that I've heard from UVM trustees and lobbyists is that they believe a bill based just around UVM's board is too targeted, or why us and not everybody else. And
Maybe we should just do the only land grant school.
Yeah.
If they want to give up their land grant status.
Yeah.
well, I don't think it's a bad idea to extend it to the state colleges as well. And
Start with them.
state colleges have near parity now, so I think they're at 6 and 9. There are 2 seats coming up, or did those happen while I was on?
Yeah, but we already elected one, now one.
And they were incumbents, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it hasn't changed. So I think it's 6, 9, and there's 15 total.
Are they appointed the same way as the UVM trustees? Like
I'm not sure. We'll have to check that. But in other words, they're very close to parity. If you changed one, they would fit the definition of Chris Pearson's original bill, which is either parity or off by 1. So I don't think they'll be too worried if we extend it to them. But so that's up for tomorrow. Ideally, what I'm having drafted will meet with the committee's approval, meet with the Board of Trustees' approval, and then we can drop it into this bill. As Corey points out, that may be something that the House is not excited about, but I think what I'm thinking of will be palatable enough. Okay. Probably doesn't make too much sense to go through the state board bill. Oh, I know what we should do. Proficiency-based learning discussion.
It's on our agenda.
Because that would be. I didn't just look at it.
Oh, hey.
Never did. Are you kidding?
Isn't that what we just should do? I think we did.
So, thoughts generally. We do have a bill where we could, so we can put anything we do on proficiency-based learning, if we do something, into the miscellaneous. But the question would be, given what we heard, and we heard a decent cross-section, what's your thoughts? Should we be doing anything, or should we be doing nothing, or what?
So, it seemed to me that from what we heard, I mean, we heard sort of strong opinions on either side, for and against, but it seemed that what we heard fairly consistently was that where there was good professional development and and a framework that was laid down for parents and teachers and administrators to discuss, and how it would work and how it would be reported. It worked well. It worked well enough. It did a lot of the things that it's meant to do. So, I mean, I'm thinking minimal amount of input from the legislature, even maybe just a letter or something to the agency to encourage curriculum directors to look at best practices from some schools where it's worked well, and just and maybe try to offer professional development to discuss how to roll it out into schools more effectively.
Okay, when you say letter, do you mean letter from the committee to AOE?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't necessarily disagree with where Senator Ingram's going, but I think just one step further, I think developing a findings section to again state, so I do see us putting something in the piece of legislation, but having a section stating kind of how this came about, a little bit of background, not a ton, but just a few. We didn't require you to change your grades. This wasn't legislation. Clarify that piece, because everyone says the legislation makes do X, Y, Z. And I'd put together some kind of a study committee, task force, whatnot, with school districts, principals, superintendents, AOE, basically tasking them to put together a best practices type situation, a couple case studies, put something together that then can go out to parents publicly in school districts. And so, where I see this going is we're not touching it where it works well, and we're keeping our hands off, but we're also requiring AOE. I don't know if a letter will hit them with they'll put that together, or if we require them in statute to, hey, by October 15th or November 1st or whatever date we come to, you have to have this document out to school districts stating this is what best practices look like based on experiences. So again, I see. To me, I don't think actually that heavy of a lift for a lot of these organizations. It's giving a room, and like we said, we already know what the criteria is, but having someone put examples together, saying we hired a graphic designer to design the transcript, and we put thought to this. I do realize I come from the district that I could argue might have done this the worst. They didn't communicate with the parents. They didn't have good professional development. They have a 9-page transcript. Against all the advice that we've given in our testimony. But I think I don't have complete faith in AOE that a letter will get them to put together anything usable.
Well, we can ask them too. It may be that they're already in the process of putting together some kind of troubleshooting package. One of the great things about Donna Russo Savage when it came to Act 46 was she would go in and she knew everything that could be done, all the resources. She was like a one-person troubleshooter that she would just go in, and there were a lot of people who were angry at her because they felt like she was doing something to them, but she was a godsend in almost every community she went into because they didn't know what to do and they were at their wits' end. She knew. So even if they had a point person that they could send out to a district that's having trouble, who could spend a day or two there working them through what might be glitching them.
Well, again, my concern is I still think a policy statement of this hasn't worked in every place kind of catches the attention of the place that's not working, because again, you come from, I think there's arrogance, and again, I'm using close to home example in leadership of a district, thinking they'll just figure it out, and they're not necessarily getting that help or trying to, if AOE comes in with something, then parents can say, AOE put this out, or whatever, you guys aren't following it. This is, I think that's, and if AOE is willing to do it and we have a way to hold them accountable to having something done in a relatively reasonable time frame, I'm fine not putting in legislation. I just don't think they'll do something and have it done in a relatively reasonable amount of time without.
Well, Debbie's second suggestion was professional development. Right. If we decide to do something on that, it has to go into the bill, in which case, for findings, we have the state board's little report that they generated from their day meeting. And so we could just pull out some of their language and drop it in as findings.
I just, you know, my goal on this is to not mess up where it's working well,
Yep.
but to provide the resources and at least the help and the common place for places where it's performed poorly to go and try to do it better.
It's obvious that some of the districts need much more help, not only for the teachers and the administration, so they can help the parents understand. There's like a disconnect. Some places, it's because they want to be disconnected, but I think we need to get more people on board on this. If this is going to work the way we want it, it's been proven some districts have done very well. I mean, even the hybrid grade, that would help people flip it over, especially grandparents that are bringing up children. I mean, we need to be able to explain the grading system to them. I don't know, I think something has to be done more than what they're doing right now.
Yeah, I think the single most effective thing that people did, other than bringing their parents and their stakeholders along, is the hybrid notation system. Maybe we could theme the professional development around that. If you do not currently have a hybrid system and you want to move to one, we will, give you a resource in the form of time from people from AOE or money or whatever it is, that would allow them to redesign their notation system. Because I hesitate to get into the whole pedagogy of proficiency-based learning and professional development around that, which is a much more far-flung topic.
Yeah, but I mean, I do think it would be helpful for them to hear some best practices from some teachers, because we certainly heard that there were teachers who are communicating to students like that they don't need to try until the very end, or they don't, or they don't. There's no way for them to exceed. They're always only going to be proficient, and that those are not messages that are meant to be communicated to them. So if they heard from teachers who do it a different way, I think that would be really helpful too.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk with the agency and see what they think might help from us. I mean, obviously, if you had $10 million and you threw that, you would have all the bells and whistles. But if you were likely to have a very small amount of resources to hand to them, what would that look like if we really wanted to target it to help districts?
I'm wondering what AOE already has done in this area. Have you heard testimony from them on proficiency-based learning?
Not in
AOE, because my speculation is that some of the mixed messaging communications may have come from AOE to begin with, so I'm a little hesitant to have them then communicate again on it. I could be wrong there, and I'm happy to be wrong in that case. But I also wonder what they have already done for professional development.
Yeah.
I'm also curious who is actually, is there, who is responsible for professional development? Because it seems like, it sounds like all of the problems that we've heard this last session, the theme was delay everything. This session, the theme seems to be we need more professional development on everything. Clearly they're related, but I'm just wondering, some districts seem to be able to do it very well themselves, but is that part of, does AOE have a professional development team?
There is
how does it work?
Pat Fitzsimmons is the proficiency-based learning team leader. We did receive testimony.
From who is it?
Well, there was several, but Pat Fitzsimmons is the proficiency-based team leader.
Oh, thank you.
I'm from the
proficiency-based. Oh, there you go.
So, hi. I'm Sue Yesaloni. I'm the health education specialist for the agency.
So you've heard our discussion. Can you fill us?
I have.
Fill us in.
So, no, I don't need to sit there. But thank you. So there are a lot of resources. They're actually being updated at this point. So there is a clear action going on. Pat Fitzsimmons is the lead. Jessica Carlos is our director. And I believe they both.
The director of what? What is the title?
The Student Pathways Division.
Oh, okay.
So there are a lot of resources on the AOE website. It is a local control issue because all schools have to figure this out for their context of their schools. So there's one big tripping point. I totally agree with you about the professional development is needed.
How could we best manage that if we were going to be helpful and not hurtful?
I believe that would be a discussion to have with Jess and Pat, most likely, because they're the leads for the team, and I wouldn't want to like come up with something and then go, hey.
Okay. So it's Pat Fitzsimmons.
Pat Fitzsimmons and Jess DeCarlis.
Excuse me, just one moment.
Yes.
Could you reach out to Pat Fitzsimmons at AOE and say that we've got an interest in trying to craft some kind of professional development language around proficiency-based learning? See if she could come in tomorrow or Thursday. Pat Fitzsimmons.
No. My name? Susan Yesalonia. Yesalonia.
Yeah.
And you don't want just Carol's? You remember? Just Carol's?
Jess DeCarolis.
Sure, if they would like to both come.
And how big is your team?
We are a team of 6.
But that's the
Not
pathways.
including the director. So we have a specialist for each of the content areas, so that are identified in the education quality standards. So I'm health and PE, and then we have global citizenship, math, ELA, and science. And then Pat is actually the generalist. She's the pedagogist specialist on the PBL side of things. And then we work directly with school leadership and teachers to on implementation as they need it.
So you would run a professional development workshop for health and PE teachers
Absolutely.
on how to implement.
We do it all. We already do it. We don't get a lot of high attendance.
Yeah.
Because now you're talking subs and money and.
But can I ask, in terms of proficiency-based learning?
Yeah.
So the reason we're talking about it is because there were some spectacular incidents of balls being dropped in districts around the state. So is there an action plan that AOE has underway to reach out to those districts, resource those districts?
Districts can request technical assistance at any time.
Understood, but if they're not,
No. And that would be something to talk with Jess and Pat about.
Do you feel
what would that look like?
I mean, this is a loaded question, but do you feel like you have a sufficient team to handle this? I mean, and
is a loaded question.
Yeah. And you're probably not authorized to answer it honestly, but
yeah. How do you say this correctly? We are challenged.
Yeah.
To someone like me, I have 2 content areas. So I have all the health educators to work with. I have all the PE teachers. We have a new state assessment in physical education. So it's difficult, but I don't get a lot of questions on how to, and primarily because health and PE are skills-based content areas, meaning these health education standards are skill-based. So to achieve and say that you're proficient at a skill, there's already a lot of supportive materials out there to support teachers. So we practice. So my professional learning is how do we do a performance assessment, create a bank of them for teachers to use and see. So I'm running a professional learning community right now that does that for both health and PE. So it's trying to meet the educators where they're at and where they need the support. And I've done surveys to ask them, what are your needs at this point? So disseminating information is tough. Not a lot of people go to our website, look through our website, and use the resources that we've done or created. And I know that's true for every content area for the PBL pages that Pat has worked very hard on. So.
Okay, well, we will definitely try to get Pat Fitzsimmons in. It's understandable, given local control, as you say. It is a little concerning to hear that there's no stepped-up action plan on proficiency-based learning, even after all the kind of
What's come up in the last month, yeah. Working on it. I think they're gathering information.
Okay.
So we're searching websites, looking at how different school districts have approached their proficiency-based learning system in their schools. So yeah, we are gathering information.
Okay.
Once we get done gathering, then it's like, all right, what do we do now?
Okay.
So that's that action plan phase.
So we'll try our best when we talk to Pat Fitzsimmons to see if there's some way we can be helpful in that process. It sounds like you're understaffed, and it also sounds as though there's only one person who could conceivably be covering anything new to do with proficiency-based learning. So
Pat, she's the primary researcher on that pedagogy. So the pedagogy of proficiency-based learning.
yeah. Okay.
We all are always trying to support, but yeah.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Yeah.
The other piece, if we add anything, I'm not calling for a set of issues, but I think we need to definitely make sure that AOE, in conjunction with folks, are collecting data that will be able to tell us 5 or 6 years from now this change impacts student behavior positively or negatively. My concern still outside the issues are student workload tends to, students seem to be lazier and tend not to do science or assignments on time. I think there are a few pieces that were highlighted, and then I just would hate for us as a state to be in the position that those consultants were in 7 years from now if there are still some kind of issues. People going, how do you know it's worked? Well, we don't. It's only been 7 years.
Right. Right. And with test scores declining overall. So that's never good. All right. So is there anybody? So that's a rough outline we just sketched out, which is findings from the state board report, professional development as we might conceivably craft with Pat Fitzsimmons' help, and then open question about whether we do something in this bill and a letter, or whether we let one or the other. If we only write a letter, which we could do, we could, say to AOE, we believe that there needs to be a priority placed on assisting proficiency-based learning. We think, this person or whoever should come up with an action plan faster than is currently happening. I tend to think it would be good to have something in the bill because this will evolve as it goes through the House as well, and we may get something better by the end of the process from AOE as a result. So what would you think, Debbie? Why don't we hold off on the letter and see if we have luck crafting a segment of the bill, maybe with an appropriation attached or something in the way of professional development resources, and see if we can do that in the time frame we have left. So,
and hear from that.
yeah. Okay. Other things from anybody?
I'm just looking at our agenda that we were doing. What's 224?
That's the miscellaneous.
That's miscellaneous. It just has the old name on it.
Yeah.
So I think that's about what we have prepared for today. Jim and I are going to, as I said, meet with Emily from AOE. We're going to hopefully clarify enough things to have that draft for work tomorrow. Then we'll also tomorrow have both sides on the healthcare bargaining bill in the room. So tomorrow, hopefully, we can advance on both of those. And then we'll also be talking with UVM Chair Board of Trustees about the piece I've written up on gender balance.
Is he a,
Yeah, so.
white male in New York City, who lives on Wall Street?
I have no idea.
Wait,
You do chair of the UVM trustees.
he's not. He's no chair?
Yeah.
I think he's African American.
Oh, well, that's good.
I think.
Refreshing.
That's what
Does he still work on Wall Street?
I don't know, possibly. I don't know, but this is the brand new chair, right?
New chair.
Yeah.
So we'll see. There's also tomorrow at 3:30, there's reception, UVM's land grant mission in action in the cafeteria. So.
Does that mean we'll eat land? We'll be
Probably
served.
something from the ag school. Kill a cow.
Something that's grown in the dirt.
Yeah.
That's right.
But I thought that was good timing that we can talk to them about the issue and then go to their party.
Yeah.
It's not a dinner, is it? I don't
No,
think
no,
it
it's
is.
just-
No, it's just it's a poster session. I think.
Cedar Creek.
Yeah.
Or no, cafeteria.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they'll
They're
probably
like
have,
appetizers. They usually
they'll have ice cream from the UVM dairy bar and blah, blah, blah.
As long as there's ice cream. Yeah.
Okay, I heard that Trump's doctor ordered his ice cream hid from him.
Oh, really?
For eating too much. And then Trump got all mad because he read in the paper that they were hiding his ice cream.
Did you see here butcher the Hindi words? Hindi.
We should probably come off the radio.
Okay, yes. All right.
Okay,
All right.
so thanks everybody.
Yeah.
We'll pick up those 3 bills tomorrow and see how far we get with them.
Did the vice chair update you on the testimony on the?
I heard you took a vote,
Yeah,
5-0-1.
we voted out like 6 bills when we did.
I came in and I saw it here and I was like,
Yeah. That was the intended.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land so lovely
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the, what is this, the 362? The 362nd 362nd edition of Energy Week, which comes from my blog, geoharvey.com, which you can go to, or you can click on we're listing the entire show online now, so at BCTV and other places, people can click on the basically the script of what we are talking about and just follow it. How about that?
They can get the script now?
Yeah, the thing that we get from or they can go to the blog that you and I share.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there are a bunch of different ways of doing this.
Well, some of them are worth doing.
Yeah. Having said that, and by the way, that's geoharvey.com. Today is the 13th, it's 12th. I'm losing my numbers here. Today's the 12th. So we're starting.
Let's see what my watch says.
A week ago.
Yeah, it says it's the 12th.
On the 5th. We're starting on the 5th. By golly, I was right there. We're starting on the 5th. I'm confused here because I'm going to be talking about something that's not part of the script, and that is what's been happening with energy stocks, and particularly energy stocks in the fossil fuels industry. I'm looking right now at the Dow Jones Coal Index. Now, the coal index hit an all-time high in June of 2008.
Okay, yeah, I think we're going to talk about that.
And that was about 750. That was with George W. Bush in the White House. Interestingly, by the time he left office, it had fallen from 750 to 160.
Okay.
Which set the stage for Obama's war on coal.
Okay.
Coal recovered a lot of that, going above 500 in Obama's first term, but in the second term it fell down to 45. That's
quite a drop.
That's quite a drop, but it's not as big a drop as the 750 to 160. And Donald Trump, when he took office, it was 45. Today, it is right now at 4.74. So it's lost 4.74. It has lost over 90% of its value under Donald Trump. That's coal.
Well, I don't think you can really blame him. I mean,
no, I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying the
coal,
people, the people who
cost too much to use.
Yeah, the people who were blaming Obama. Obama has, if you're going to take the numbers and just throw them at the president, Obama's numbers are the best of the three. So that's coal. Now, oil and gas, and this is important for other reasons too. The Dow Jones Oil and Gas Index right now is at 249.67. And when Donald Trump took office, it was 625. So it's lost over half.
Fossil fuels aren't doing very well.
Well, it's lost over half of its value with Donald Trump in office.
Wow.
Now, it had actually made money. It had gone up with Obama in office. But the important thing here is the money that was used to put, this promotional money that came from Freedom Partners. They announced in 2015 that they were going to put almost $900 million into a campaign to get the Republicans to control the House, the Senate, and the White House. That money was very largely, the people who came up with it were people who had a lot of money in fossil fuels.
I guess, yeah.
With Donald Trump in office, they've lost over half of what they had in fossil fuels.
That's interesting.
Now, do you think they're going to invest in Donald Trump?
Again? Well,
again.
They're not going to invest in Bernie, I don't think.
I don't think they're going to invest in Bernie, but I think they'd do better under Bernie than they would under Donald Trump.
I think they would too.
But if you were to face the question of Donald Trump versus Joe Biden,
well, we'll find out after they...
having been burned by Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not saying that Donald Trump did this. I'm just saying that
It happened on his
it
watch.
happened on his watch, and so it's kind of natural for people to say, yeah, it's all his fault. So I'm projecting that onto other people. Another thing that we should consider here is stuff that's happened in the last couple days. The coronavirus caused a downtrend in the use of oil.
That's happening.
It
Definitely.
started
that's
a little bit ago.
Today's news.
Yep. And then what happened was Saudi Arabia and Russia had a falling out.
And they're playing games.
And they're playing games, and they're going to pump as much oil as they possibly can. And my understanding is that Saudi Arabia can deliver oil that it pumps for $3 a barrel. So they have
I would say 10, but for 3?
That's what I read. And it cost them $3 a barrel to get the oil.
To pull it out of the ground.
And they've already got the wells in place.
Well, in Saudi, the oil bubbles to the surface.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. Vladimir Putin also apparently can go a long ways delivering oil cheap.
Can he really?
And he is very mad, apparently, at Donald Trump and the Americans because Russia was the biggest exporter of oil.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, under Donald Trump's watch,
It's
the United
USA.
States. And why? Because of shale oil and fracking.
Yeah.
Well, I got news for you. Shale oil and fracking both depend upon a high price for oil. I'm talking about upwards of $50 a barrel.
Yeah, I was just going to say $60, but
yeah. And so if they're delivering oil at $30 a barrel, those fracking companies go out of business.
They're going to go out of business. Well, we will be talking about that
That's right.
show.
So that's where I wanted to start the show. And I should close all this stuff down and go to, here we are, Energy Week, number 362. Today is the 12th of March, 2020. And you can go to the places that I've already indicated, geoharvey.com, and also the link that is on the show posted. We're starting on the 5th of March, which is a Thursday. And also, because of the coronavirus, Italy is in lockdown.
Yeah.
Whole country. And Donald Trump is not permitting travel from Europe to the United States for the next 30 days, except by Americans and residents of the United States.
That's going to have some economic effect.
It's going to have an economic effect, but the coronavirus is already here.
It's already in Vermont.
Yeah. So, although not badly. I mean, there's...
As far as I know, this morning there's two cases.
Two cases.
One in Bennington and one in Chittenden County.
Oh, okay. And no doubt somebody who is an illegal alien who will be transported to Mexico, even though he came from China, you know. And by the way, Donald Trump is not the only guy who's done that. 20 years ago, I read a story about a man who was a naturalized American who had come from India. He was a physician, and he was found by law enforcement people in Texas without any identification. And so they just said, "You're Mexican."
Send him back to India.
And sent him back to Mexico.
Oh, Mexico.
Unfortunately,
they don't know the difference between Mexicans and Indians.
They got this all wrong. He's an American citizen who has an accent. For crying out loud, you'd think that people in Texas would understand enough to know what Spanish-speaking people sound like. Nevertheless, people make mistakes sometimes, and which, you know, I'm heading at something here. Wonderful Italy. How would you like a vacation in Venice?
Well, I think we're going to start right off with a picture of that.
Here is a picture of...
Let's get that picture.
Here's a picture of an outdoor cafe in Venice. How about that? Now, I think that was not staged, and...
well, they are drinking wine. I thought they were drinking coffee.
Well, some of them are probably drinking coffee, but if I were sitting
that
with...
first one there, that's
they're
definitely
drinking
wine.
wine. If I were sitting with my feet in a flood, I might be drinking wine instead of coffee, too. Tom thinks this was staged. Not the water, just the people. You know, go out and get a bunch of people and have them sit at the tables and give them free wine or something.
Something like that, yeah. Well, let's say I think it might very well be.
Okay, this is
so
from...
that is a picture of people flooding in Venice.
Yep.
And they look happy enough. I don't know.
I don't know. That guy with a funny hat looks miserable to
He
me.
doesn't look too happy.
This is from Clean Technica.
The caption on the photo is interesting. Climate adaptation is about accepting reality.
That's not the caption I put up, so that just says outdoor cafe.
No, that came
their
from,
their
that
caption
came from the
was,
article.
yeah, I'm glad you said that. This is from Clean Technica.
Well, what it says here is extreme heat is killing people now.
Yeah.
Coastal residents are losing value on their homes now. Species are going extinct now. The climate crisis is here now.
Yeah.
We can't keep doing things the way we've always done them.
Absolutely. And the title on this that I was fishing for in those murky waters was, "What does climate adaptation look like?"
I'm supposed to say that.
I thought you were reading everything else. Climate adaptation encompasses a wide array of actions that help people and nature cope with present-day harms of climate disruption and minimize future harms. Ideally, adaptation allows us to move beyond just surviving the climate crisis to thriving in a fundamentally new world.
Well,
the picture says it all.
Hope that's not the new world. I hate to see Brattleboro like that.
Well, Brattleboro is not likely to look like that.
It has been like that. I lost a car in a flood.
Yeah, I know. The Whetstone Brook flooded and caused a lot of damage. But most of Brattleboro is pretty high above rivers and
well, once you get up to High Street, that's why they call it High Street.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, that flood was pretty much confined to Elliott Street and Williams.
It was down on the bottom. I was parked in a municipal parking lot.
Oh, man.
Right down on Elliott Street.
Yeah. Okay.
Aha! Utility investors risk billions in a rush to natural gas. Is it a bridge to climate breakdown?
This, by the way, about investment, comes from Forbes, which is known for information about investment. Natural gas is commonly considered a bridge fuel. Now, electric utilities must face the mathematical reality that fast-falling clean energy costs mean the bridge only leads to climate breakdown and destruction of shareholder value.
Which is interesting. Now, this is Forbes saying this. So
Yes.
They know what they're talking about.
Well, we hope.
Usually.
Yeah.
Well, natural gas infrastructure is incompatible with a low emissions future.
Yes.
And we've talked about that. And faces intense economic competition from clean energy.
Yes.
Which is happening as we speak.
Yes.
Okay? Clean energy right now is a more affordable, less risky alternative.
And the price keeps going down.
That's interesting. Well, you don't have to pay for fuel.
Because of Wright's Law, the price is going to continue going down.
Well, the U.S. is on track to spend roughly $1 trillion on new gas-fired power plants by 2030.
Yes.
That's in the pipeline already. Despite utility-scale wind and solar now being the cheapest sources of new electricity.
But the natural gas that's in the pipeline is not necessarily going to be built. And that pipeline gets smaller every month.
That seems to be the trend.
Yeah.
Well, we got a picture here of something looks like, to me, like horses.
That's, I think, what it is. I think that's what it is.
And the title says it's a bushfire, and I'm not sure where that picture was taken.
I think that picture was taken in Australia, but I could be wrong.
Well, the article's about Australia, so let's read about it.
Okay.
The climate crisis made Australia's wildfires at least 30% more likely.
This is from CNN. The wildfires that burned across Australia recently were made far more likely and intense by the climate crisis, an analysis shows. Scientists found that the chances of the kind of extreme weather that triggered the blazes had increased by more than 30% since 1900.
Well, more on the same, slightly different math, but it says conditions like this are at least 4 times more likely than they were at the start of the 20th century.
Yeah.
Human-caused climate change has loaded the dice, and more fire seasons like this one that you're looking at in the picture are likely in the future.
Right. Okay, should we go on?
Yeah, we got Friday, March 6th coming up.
Yep, and we have an article from Renewable Energy Magazine.
Solar energy storage breakthrough unveiled in a drive to deliver affordable round-the-clock renewable energy to millions. This is a very clever idea. I hadn't heard of this one before.
I hadn't heard of it either, and it is very interesting. Energy storage startup Azelio integrated a unique energy storage system at the world's largest solar power plant, the Noor Solar Power Station in Morocco. Energy stored as heat runs a Stirling engine.
Well, Noor means light, by the way, in Arabic.
Yes.
Okay, and a Stirling engine is an external combustion engine.
Yes.
It doesn't use any fuel. It relies on heat from another source.
It doesn't even need combustion. You can buy models of these things that you can hold on your hand.
The sun will do it.
And your body heat will do it.
Okay, I was thinking of sun. I know they got sun power.
Yep, they do. But in this particular case, it is wind power or solar power heating up a big block of aluminum.
And melting it.
Do they melt it?
Absolutely.
I forgot that. But they
changes from solid to liquid. That's called melting.
I think it is, yes. And then it's used to run a Stirling engine.
Well, I got a little bit about that came from the article. It's using a heating element powered by solar or wind.
Yes.
Okay. Aluminum is heated up to 600 degrees centigrade, changing from solid to liquid.
Yes.
Which they store.
Yes.
Okay. Using a heat transfer fluid, thermal energy is transferred to a Stirling engine.
Yes.
Which doesn't care where the heat comes from. Okay. And runs solely on heat. And the Stirling engine in turn runs a generator to produce electricity with zero emissions and at low cost. This is pretty clever. This is really a good scheme.
If it is as efficient as a battery, a thing like this could last a good deal longer than a battery.
I would think. And
it's basically physics and mechanics driving this thing. Okay.
Somebody had their thinking cap on for that one.
Yes, I think so. Well, the Stirling engine, if you look at it, look it up in Wikipedia.
They've been around for a long time.
They've been around for a long time, but look it up in Wikipedia and you discover something really interesting.
Yeah.
It's just how it runs. It's one of those things that you look at this and say,
hey, kid.
How do you do that?
like lifting itself by its own bootstraps, huh?
That's what it looks like. It's got a piston which doesn't have a piston ring, I can tell you that. The air just flows around the edges.
Well, let's start off with a picture here.
Oh, let's do that.
Okay.
This is air pollution, and the article comes from Clean Technica.
Who'd have thunk? The article says there that air pollution pandemic, and they use that word, is worse than wars, parasitic diseases, HIV, AIDS, and smoking.
Yeah. Air pollution is taking 3 years from your life on average worldwide. Now that includes.
Sneeze about.
No, this includes people in Vermont. Your life expectancy is shorter.
Yeah.
Now it may not be 3 years, but that's the average worldwide.
That's an average.
And Vermont's air, by the way, is not all that clean.
Well, it's not Vermont air; it's Ohio air.
That's right. It's used air that came from Ohio and Pennsylvania, and Illinois and Wisconsin and Michigan and New York and okay. Air pollution is taking 3 years from your life on average worldwide. No one is exempt. A study found that about 2/3 of premature deaths worldwide are attributable to human-made air pollution, mainly from the use of fossil fuels. 2/3 of premature deaths. Now that would include deaths in automobile accidents, deaths in...
They're not isolating the deaths by cause.
No.
They're just saying the total amount of... Which is kind of a little bit funny, because I don't think that air pollution has too much to do with automobile accidents.
No, but it does have to do with emphysema and
for sure.
lung cancer and other kinds of cancer.
Well, I'll touch base with that.
Yeah, okay, go
This
ahead.
came from the article. Air pollution causes damage to the blood vessels through increased oxidative stress, which then leads to increases in blood pressure, diabetes, stroke, heart attacks, and heart failure.
There you go.
So they got it all. They've got the vectors there.
They do.
We must eliminate, and that's from the article, the toxic cocktail of molecules and lung-clogging particles cast off by burning oil, gas, and coal.
Yes.
5.5 million deaths a year are avoidable. And there is one giant solution to the pandemic: switch from fossil fuels to clean, renewable energy for both transport and electricity
Which will
generation.
save the environment from climate change, and it'll save us from spending a whole lot of money that we don't have to spend.
Well, that's the message that they're trying to get across.
You know, as I think about this, they say that the people who are defending the fossil fuels companies in court are the same law firms that defended the tobacco companies.
I read that.
And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, you know what? Fossil fuels are an addiction, just like tobacco is. And
you certainly could call it that.
There are a lot of things in common there. But one thing about fossil fuels is even people who are not addicted are dying. And one of the things that I keep saying is that, you know, the American Lung Association in California did that study that found that our transportation in Vermont produces medical expenses that cost us $300 million a year in Vermont.
That's just Vermont.
That's just Vermont and just transportation, which is less than 50% of our fossil fuel use and considerably less than 50% of our emissions. And
this is pretty complicated.
Well, basically what it comes down to is that we're losing, $300 million is $480 per person in Vermont. But when you expand it to include the other sources of pollution, it's going to be $1,000 per person plus.
Wow.
And that means if you've got a family of 5, you're supporting, through your taxes, through your medical insurance, at the doctor's office or the hospital, about $5,000 a year in expenses that you don't want to spend.
A lot of people can't afford to spend it at all.
And the reason is because we're addicted to automotive transportation. And, you know, you could just go down this list.
Which is partly by design.
Yeah, I think it actually is. There were people in the 1930s who said, we want to have everybody have a car in order to recover from this.
And they bought up all the railroads and closed them.
Yeah.
Well, we'll move along here.
Okay.
Europe has the warmest winter by far on record.
This is from EcoWatch. Europe just experienced, by far, that is in quotes, the warmest winter since records began. The EU climate change observer Copernicus announced the average temperature in Europe between December 2019 and February 2020 was 3.4 degrees Celsius warmer than average. And that 3.4 degrees Celsius is
about 5 degrees, isn't it?
About 5 degrees Fahrenheit. So.
By the way, that Copernicus is not a guy. It's
Yes.
the Copernicus Climate Change Service.
Yes.
I was wondering about that.
Yes.
So I thought that name was used.
I thought maybe, you know, like there's a guy there's a guy in Spain who's an admiral whose name is Columbus. Because they have a hereditary admiralty for Columbus. And I thought, you know, when I first saw this, maybe there's a Copernicus out there who runs this thing, but you got it. Okay, we're up to Saturday, March 7th.
Well, we got a quick takeaway from here.
Okay.
The average temperature was also 1.5 degrees above the warmest winter ever.
1.5 degrees Celsius.
Celsius.
Which is over 2 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, yep. Well, this comes from Saturday, March 7th, and we're coming a little bit closer to home.
Closer to home. From the
And
Gotham
there's a picture
Gazette.
there. I'm going to throw the picture up.
Yeah, this is from the Gotham Gazette.
New York has already moved beyond Indian Point nuclear power.
Here's where we're headed.
And that's the Hudson River.
That's the Hudson River.
And that
Complete
looks like
with a boat.
it looks like an excursion boat, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it does. New York will have replaced the power it needs to replace Indian Point's output once it closes, the New York Independent System Operator says. And it can be done with clean energy transmission improvements and energy efficiency. How about that?
Very good. I was reading this article. I was reminiscing. When I was a kid, Indian Point was a park.
Yes.
And it had this huge swimming pool. I do remember that.
That's called the spent fuel pool now. Sorry.
It was a nice park. I mean, the way to get there, and that was part of the whole trip. You'd take a subway down to 125th Street, walk west to the river, and get on a Hudson River Dayline boat, which would take you up to the park. And the boat was an excursion boat. you know.
Yeah.
So there was a band on board in a restaurant. You know. And you could go either to Indian Point or you go to Bear Mountain.
Oh, Bear Mountain is wonderful.
Which was a different kind of place. Indian Point was an amusement park.
Bear Mountain.
Bear Mountain had a zoo.
Just beautiful.
Oh yeah, it was a lovely place.
Okay, we are up to.
Well, let's see. We got something here.
Got something?
New York has already moved beyond Indian Point nuclear power. Did I say that?
I think one of us did. Okay.
Indian Point is one of the oldest and most dangerous reactors in the country. Well, it's closing, but
It's
it
closing.
is. It's still.
It
It's
is closing.
surrounded by a large population.
Yes.
Well, it's very dangerous.
And
we simply cannot take further risks and must close these reactors, which are in the process of closing as we speak.
yeah, when Fukushima had the meltdowns, American citizens were advised not to go within 50 miles of it. How much of New York City is more than 50 miles from Indian Point?
Indian Point is very far from New York City.
There's a couple of blocks in Staten Island that are 50 miles away.
Is that it?
That's it.
The rest of the city
The rest
is all
of
within
the city,
50. Yeah.
not just New York City, but also a bunch of other cities, including Newark, and all those cities
Oh, yeah,
on the New
yeah.
Jersey side of the Hudson. It's really Indian Point. Well, but nuclear plants were built at a time when there was greater transmission losses than there are now, and they had to build them all on rivers. And of course,
Yeah, they needed that water for cooling.
our cities are all built on rivers. And
Sure.
so the result of that was most of those nuclear power plants were built about 35 miles from some big city because they didn't want it too close in case it had an accident, but they wanted it close enough that most of the power wasn't lost in transmission.
When this was a building, my cousin, who was about 10 years older than me and who as a kid I idolized,
Yeah,
was working in General Electric for
yeah.
public relations,
Oh, okay.
you know, advertising.
Yeah,
And I remember him giving me this medallion
yes.
that had a little hole in it, a little chain on it, and a little cobalt magnet. And the medallion
no.
said it was magnetized by current from the Indian Point generating station. And I still have that.
Isn't that funny? Yeah, okay. Now we have an item from the Environmental Working Group.
Senate bill would end tax credits for renewables and EVs, but boost coal, gas, and nukes. Huh?
Huh? The U.S. Senate is likely to pass legislation that would fail to extend credits for renewable energy and electric vehicles, but includes financial incentives for coal, natural gas, and nuclear power.
Duh.
This is the exact opposite of what we need. You know, there was an article today about the fact that somebody in the Trump administration has let it out that the administration is planning on subsidizing oil and gas in the United States because it's taking such a pounding. And interestingly enough...
What happened to the free market?
Yeah, interestingly enough, the head of the American Oil Whatever Institute went on record saying, we don't want a bailout.
That's interesting.
Isn't it?
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Well, let's move along. We got a picture coming
We
up
do,
again.
and I've got that picture up, and you can put it up.
And there it is.
This is from Clean Technica. That's another wildfire.
That's another wildfire. I don't know where it is particularly, but I wouldn't want to be there.
I would not. That's U.S. Forest Service. I would bet that's from California.
Senate bill.
Nope.
No, I read that.
You read that?
Yeah. Duh.
Duh.
Spreading like wildfire.
In
An
case
interest in making electric power public. This is an interesting
It
article.
is an interesting article, and for the viewers, in case you take a look at Tom and see that he looks like a deer with it in the headlights, it's not because there's anything wrong with him mentally. It's because he's trying to multitask while I'm doing the simple stuff. He's doing the controlling of all the pictures. Okay, investigators show that mismanagement of PG&E, which of course is California Pacific Gas and Electric, made wildfires more likely and led to the utility's bankruptcy. California legislators and community members are calling for a public takeover of the electric utility. Similar calls are happening in many parts of the United States.
Well, this is a kind of a convoluted thing. I mean, in most parts of the country, the wholesale electricity is taken over by a controlled monopoly.
Yes.
And part of the deal is they're supposed to get a fair return on their money, which they have been. But it's a monopoly.
Yeah.
And monopolies are always subject to a little bit of abuse, if you will.
Yes.
You know, because they got a position of power. Well, there's a lot to take away from this article, and I've got some notes here, so I'll
go
just
through
read
it.
them, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to put us up so they know who I look like.
Looks like a deer in a headlight.
Prioritizing shareholder returns over maintenance budgets has increased the risk. The bankruptcy, when we're talking about PG&E now,
That's right.
presents a unique opportunity to buy grid infrastructure and redirect investment into public goods like resilient solar and battery storage rather than private profits. So what they're talking about is creating a public utility that will handle the wholesale end of the business. More than 2,000 public utilities already provide power to about 45 million people. So this is nothing new. I mean, there are public utilities.
They've been
There's
around.
even public utilities right here in Vermont, like in Reedsboro.
Oh, there's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Up north there's more, but Reedsboro's just down this way.
Yeah.
Despite the time and money required for a public takeover, communities across the U.S. are taking this step toward local energy self-reliance. And in the article there's a list, the future of public power in U.S. communities. That's interesting.
Yes.
You might want to take a look at that one.
Okay, we're up to Sunday, March 8th.
And we got a picture coming
We
up
have an
again.
item from
Already there's a
PG
picture.
Magazine USA.
There we go, by Joe.
That's
Looks like a house.
rooftop solar panels. There's a lot of panels in that picture.
I would say. You know,
One roof that's pointing the wrong direction.
Well, they've had something up there on that roof. You can tell by the different color tiles.
Yeah, but I have no idea
I don't
what
know
it
what's
is.
going on. Germany's electric generation was 60% renewable in February, with wind power replacing lignite usage.
Actually, it was a little over 61%, I think.
I think so.
Says. These were the set of new records.
61.2.
61.2. There were a set of new records set in Germany for monthly electric generation during February. Wind power generated 45.8% of German electricity, almost half. Solar power contributed 4.2%. So without other renewable sources like hydro and biomass, you've got 50% of the power right there.
Well, lignite is like very, very, very soft coal.
Yeah.
And it's very polluting. It's really nasty stuff.
And the amount of electricity it generated fell to 11%, which is a new low.
Well, what it's saying here, 11 is exactly right. Biomass reached 8.3%, and hydropower was 3%.
Yes.
Okay, electricity from lignite was just not profitable.
And it's,
And overall, renewables had a 61.2% share.
Yeah.
The times they are changing, folks.
Lignite is so inefficient as a source of heat that the power plants that use it are all built right next to lignite mines.
Right next to the mines, exactly.
Because they can't afford to ship this stuff. It drives the price up. As those power plants get old and retire, those lignite mines close.
They got no choice.
They got no choice. And that is, just part of the reality of lignite in Germany. And Germany has been dependent on lignite for a long time. Okay.
Well, they got a lot of it.
Yes, they do.
And let's burn it all around. Let's burn it all off while we can. And we can't anymore.
We reported on a couple of years ago a story about a German lignite mine that was opening up not far from the Polish border, and the mine was opening up. There was going to be a plant there, and that mine was twice the size of Manhattan Island.
It was a big mine. I remember that.
Mine.
Vaguely remember.
And there were whole medieval communities, little
The whole thing
towns.
is the mine.
These old medieval buildings were being torn down for a lignite mine. Okay, we have an item from The Guardian.
Expensive and underperforming. Energy audit finds gas power running well below capacity.
Now, this is, I think, one of the really interesting articles of the week. Energy analyst Hugh Sadler from the Australian National University's Crawford School of Public Policy found that combined cycle gas plants in the national grid, the ones described as baseload, ran at just 30% capacity over the last 18 months. That is awful. I mean, these things are just not doing anything.
Well, I had to look up what combined cycle meant.
Yes.
Okay? Because, you know, it's one of those words you read and you go, you don't even think about what it means.
Right.
But it's actually 2 generators in a row.
Right.
And the first one is running on the heat from combustion, and the second one is running on the hot exhaust.
Right.
And it's a good idea, really.
It's a great idea. It's a very efficient way of using gas, and these combined cycle natural gas plants produce electricity that is far cheaper than the natural gas peaking plants.
These are the bigger plants.
They're
too.
big
all pretty
plants.
big plants.
They're base load, and they're running at 30% capacity.
That doesn't make sense.
It does not make sense. In the United States, a baseload natural gas power plant is probably going to run at 65% capacity.
Or higher.
Or higher. And that means these guys are running at about half the time that they would like to, very probably. And the reason for this, the baseload natural gas plants, combined cycle plants, are the cheapest fossil fuel source of electricity.
Peaking plants are very expensive.
And these things are just not running. And why? It's
They're not making money.
They're not making money.
Duh.
What can you say?
Oh, we got another picture coming up here.
We
Let's
do
look at it.
indeed.
Let's look at that
This is a picture of
Looks
pollution.
like a smokestack to me.
You know what it reminds me is a picture that we had a couple of years ago that was a smokestack with a cloud like that, except the cloud had a funny shape to it. And when I asked Google
There's a face in that cloud.
to do I asked Google to do a search on the image for the cloud, it came back with Donald Trump.
Oh boy, that's not Donald Trump. But
No,
I
it
see a face
didn't look
there.
like this, but the shape of the cloud was like the shape of Donald Trump's hair. It took Google a couple of days to figure out that was not a picture of Donald Trump.
Well, the article's interesting. The
Yes.
headline says, Pro-Trump Climate Denial Group lays off staff amid financial woes.
This is from the Huffington Post. The Heartland Institute, an influential climate denial think tank bankrolled by President Donald Trump's far-right billionaire donors, has laid off nearly a dozen staffers amid financial troubles, according to 3 former employees. Now, that's about half their staff, from what I could gather.
That's what it says. A little more than that.
And the Heartland Institute, you know, is in the habit of getting millions of dollars every year to support its group, but that money apparently is not going there anymore. And the president of the head of the Heartland Institute is being blamed. But honestly,
they're calling it mismanagement.
They're calling it mismanagement. I think it was mismanagement of a different kind than what they're insinuating here, because it looks to me like he was doing this with the expectation that he was going to get the donations, and they just never arrived.
An interesting takeaway from the article, not a takeaway really, but it's an aside. Heartland is the think tank paying for the far-right German woman anti-Greta.
Yes, that's right, anti-Greta. We talked about
It shows
that.
that Greta is effective if they have to come up with an anti-Greta.
They've got this anti-Greta who's I think I read that her mother was was involved in some, not a neo-Nazi organization, but almost.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Was
I
a
think
neo-Nazi?
they mentioned that her family has neo-Nazi ties.
But getting back to this story, as I was saying earlier, the stock market, with the stock market, these people who are invested in fossil fuels have lost half their money. Are they really going to, you know, they're facing a dilemma here. Are we going to put a lot of money into trying to deal with, to stop climate denial? And honestly, it's kind of like trying to stop people coming into the U.S. from Europe. You know, the cows are out of the barn, and so now we're going to lock the barn doors.
Good idea.
Good idea. And here, you know, the money's been lost. Are we going to put more money into something that is not making us money?
Interesting world.
Interesting world.
Well, we got an interesting article this time. Renewables generated more electricity than coal in the U.S. last month.
This is Monday, March 9th, and it comes from Sour Energy. In the dead of winter, renewable energy sources, solar, wind, hydropower, generated more electricity than coal plants in the United States. According to data from the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the EIA warns that the data is not final. But dead of winter is when coal has its greatest use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the numbers here are renewables generated 57 terawatt hours during February, while coal produced 55.
And a terawatt hour
is bigger than a gig.
1,000 gigawatt hours.
1,000 gigawatts. There's much more to come. There's 90 gigawatts of new, no fuel cost capacity in the pipeline.
There's a lot of renewable energy in the pipeline, and as I said earlier, I've been watching these pipelines month by month by month, and every month the amount of natural gas in the pipeline declines. And it has declined by over half in the last 2 years.
Well, unfortunately for the gas, it's not living up to expectations.
No.
They're running out much faster than they thought they would.
They fracked gas.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in order to produce fracked, you know what, Tom? If the fracking companies go out of business, who's going to get the gas out of the ground? And if the gas doesn't come out of the ground, what happens to the price of natural gas in the United States?
I would say it goes up.
This is not going to be a stable marketplace, I don't think. I'm talking about natural gas. Okay.
No, as I already said, it's not living up to expectations,
No.
and that is going to have dire effects.
That's going to have effects. Okay,
Well,
we've got an
a picture
item
coming
from
up
Clean
here.
Technica, and there is an airplane, and it's an interesting picture because you're a little bit above that airplane, and what's below it? Sky. Maybe it's flying upside down. and they flip to the
That's an
image.
interesting picture because it's an artist's conception.
Yeah.
But there on the wing is about 7 motors.
Yeah, and if you look, there's on the tip.
Oh,
of
on the
each
tail there's about 4 more.
And there's a tip on each of the wings back there. It's, it's
a lot of little motors.
A lot of little motors.
2 big ones. Yep.
And they're called jets, but they don't sound
They're not
like jets.
No, well, they're sort of jets, but a different kind of jet.
They're a different kind of jet. Okay, what do you get for a title?
Wright begins developing propulsion system for commercial electric plane. This is an interesting article.
It is an interesting article. Wright Electric, an electric plane startup based in Los Angeles, has begun developing the propulsion system for the Wright 1, an electric 186-passenger commercial aircraft.
So it's a good size, regular size plane.
Yep. The propulsion system will reportedly have 10 to 14 electric motors.
Let's pull the picture up again and take a look at that.
Yeah, let's do that. And you can see very clearly that this plane is flying upside down, and they've inverted the image because the sky is down.
Well, Wright Electric is partnering with EasyJet, which is a company that runs these planes.
And by the way, calls the engines jets. That's why it's called
Yeah.
EasyJet.
To make the 1,000-mile range Wright 1. This is a 1,000-mile
1,000
range.
miles.
So it's no fluke here.
Yeah.
Wright will conduct flight tests in 2023, so it's not there yet.
Yeah.
And introduce its flagship, the Wright 1, that you're looking at the picture there. The Wright 1. I didn't catch that.
The right one.
That's a pun,
Absolutely.
isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's going to introduce it sometime between 2027 and 2030.
Yeah.
Batteries will be quick swapped at the airport terminal.
Which means you can fly them in and fly them out.
Basically, it's 20 minutes to change the batteries. So they're not going to recharge the batteries in.
How long does it take to fill a commercial jet?
Probably
line?
about as much.
I would guess, maybe longer. I
Well,
don't know.
the Wright 1 will be initially used for short flights between U.S. cities like New York to D.C.,
Yep.
L.A. to Vegas.
Yep.
You know, they're not going to be crossing the ocean with these things.
We're going to have to speed up here. We've got 14 minutes and
14
7
minutes
items.
left to go.
Okay, our next item is from Clean Technica.
Oil prices plunge as OPEC countries failed to reach agreement.
The nations that make up the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries met to craft a response to the coronavirus pandemic, which, by the way, the WHO now officially calls it a pandemic, in hopes of keeping the price of oil from falling. They failed largely because Russia refused to cut its production, CNBC reported.
Well, I was reading a little bit about this morning, and it's very confused.
Well, but basically what happens here is I think Vladimir Putin wants to crush the American oil industry, and he knows he can do it.
I think he does, yeah. Well, low prices will put pressure on expensive extractions, such as fracking and tar sands. Less oil would impact the pipeline business.
Right.
So we got a chain going on here. Less production will benefit the environment.
Yes.
From fewer emissions.
Yes.
Many oil-producing nations, and this is important, depend on income from oil to survive.
Yes.
A decline in revenue could destabilize them politically.
The Nigerians are very, very upset because they're going to be losing a lot of money.
Well, what they're talking about here is the ones that could be destabilized. Iran.
Yeah. Iran.
Iraq. Venezuela, which is destabilized already.
Well,
Brazil.
Yeah.
Plus Russia. It could destabilize Russia.
65% of, or at least this was true a year ago, of Russian foreign trade was based on its sales of fossil fuels. 65%.
65% of Russia, that's a big hunk.
When Donald Trump was saying the United States is the biggest exporter, the Russians were not happy to hear that because he was talking about succeeding in competition against them.
Yeah.
Now it's their turn to succeed in competition against us. And
well, they got it a lot easier because they only have to bring that oil from Russia to Germany or something.
Absolutely.
Like that, you know?
I mean,
they don't need boats.
We've got a trade war going on here between Saudi Arabia and Russia, and guess what? Both of them are hurting the United States.
Interesting, isn't it?
Isn't it? Okay, we're up to Tuesday.
And they're not working together either.
No, they're not. They're going against each other.
We're
up to Tuesday, March 10th, and we have an item from the Irish Times.
I'm going to put the picture up first.
Yes.
That's the Templeberry Wind Farm.
And those are visitors.
They certainly look like it to me.
Tom and I went to the Sheffield Wind Farm, and I was thinking about that when I looked at this picture because those people are standing on stairs, and the Sheffield Wind Farm, I think it was like 1 step or 2 steps up into the mast of that wind turbine that we went to.
This is over in...
This is in Ireland. You can get the whole crew.
No, I'm talking about the one we went to. Was near Bennington.
Yes, that's right.
Applications are open for community wind and solar farms, and we're talking about Ireland now.
Yeah. Communities across Ireland can now get into renewable energy business by submitting bids to build their own wind and solar developments.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it is. Successful applicants will be awarded state contracts to generate green power for the national grid.
Well, what the article says is communities building solar or wind farms generating between 1 and 5 megawatts of power can participate.
Yeah.
Okay, it is expected at least 10 community ventures will apply.
Now, 5 megawatts is, which is the top limit of this, is the size of the solar array that we have on our landfill.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Just about the same thing.
Okay.
More than 3,300 gigawatt hours of renewable energy overall will be auctioned. Okay, so this is no little thing. For all renewable technologies in the auction, most of the opportunity to buy auction, that's what they're selling, opportunity to buy, will be granted to big providers. So the big guys are getting in, but they've opened the door for the local guys.
Yeah. Okay, we have an item from Inside Climate News.
We do that. We do that. Honolulu sues companies for climate change damages. I saw a map of that, and Honolulu is in danger.
Yeah.
I mean, they're right on the seashore.
Honolulu city officials lashing out at the fossil fuels industry in a climate change lawsuit filed on March 9th accuse oil producers of concealing the dangers that greenhouse gas emissions from petroleum products would create while reaping billions in profits.
Well, a lawsuit says climate change already having damaging effects on the city's coastline. The city is right on the coast.
Yeah.
Okay, sea level rise, heat waves, flooding, and drought, putting its residents and property at risk. The industry has known that these impacts could be catastrophic, yet did nothing. So the lawsuit seeks to hold fossil fuel companies accountable for the costs and damages. This is an interesting article.
Yeah.
If you got a chance, it's a long article. If you got a chance to look it up, it's worth looking up.
My parents lived in Honolulu. They loved it.
Did they? Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they had to leave because there were some mean people who kind of drove them out of the place.
Oh, Japanese?
My father was on a destroyer mine layer that was stationed in Pearl Harbor when the bombing happened.
Okay, you've mentioned
And
that.
my mother decided, I'm not going to stay around here.
We better get out of here and
Yeah,
go
that's
to
right.
go to someplace.
She
a little
went to
safer.
San Francisco. Okay, we've got an item from Utility Dive.
And we do that. Democratic senators push to include FERC reform in comprehensive Senate energy bill. That Senate word is important because it's
Yeah.
the House is operating on its own energy bill, and they got to get together
Right.
with both of them, which I think they will.
Yeah, Democratic senators filed amendments to the American Energy Innovation Act that would have prevented the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission from carrying out some of its controversial recent orders. The bill would make FERC more politically balanced. FERC is supposed to be politically balanced by law.
It is supposed to be, but
And
they haven't been doing
they
it.
haven't been doing it. They've been doing stuff that's very politically divided.
Well, the orders that they're talking about favored baseload resources such as coal and natural gas, while limiting the ability of clean energy to compete.
Basically, what the order says is, if you have a state that has incentives for wind or solar or whatever,
we're going to limit it.
We're going to force you to spend money on that fossil fuel that is equal to what is spent on the cost. The cost of electricity from renewables will have to equal the cost from fossil fuels in order to render them uncompetitive.
That doesn't seem to make sense.
They're doing this on purpose. They're
Yeah,
trying,
they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Okay. We're up to Wednesday,
Well,
March
this is the
11th.
This is the last.
Last
day of the week.
Yeah, that's a Norwich solar technician
We got a picture of it.
putting in
If I can
solar
find-
energy.
If I can find my. Oh, here we go.
There it is.
There we go.
You know, the cursor gets lost every once in a while.
Yeah.
We
well,
have a cursor that moves across 3 monitors. Okay.
so we got a picture coming up there.
We
Or
have a picture
is
up.
up there already.
Okay. And this is from 7 Days, which is a Vermont publication.
Yeah, it is. It's about the article's about Vermont.
Yes.
So. A call to double Vermont's renewable energy capacity ignites debate.
A bill requiring utilities to get 100% of their electricity from green sources by 2030, up from the existing 75% by 2032, is viewed by many lawmakers as one of the session's most consequential pieces of environmental legislation. But the bill has opposition from some important groups.
Well, as you just said, regulations have reduced profits for solar power. Okay? And the issues around boosting in-state renewables are complex.
Yes.
The costs to ratepayers are uncertain. Storage might be needed. Well, storage would be needed.
Storage is going to be needed, but
Okay.
storage is also a lot cheaper than natural gas peaking plants, which is the
Yeah,
way.
it is, right.
I mean, we talk about wind and solar needing backup. Baseload power needs backup. It cannot function without backup.
And the backup tends to be expensive.
It's expensive.
Storage is probably one of the cheapest forms of backup.
That's right. Okay, we've got an item here from CNN.
Well, I had an article
You
about
had,
here.
you had things to say.
I just did a quick one here.
Oh, okay.
There's an opinion here.
Yeah.
The industry's estimates of huge costs to boost in-state renewables seem like the latest in a long line of efforts to convince people they can't afford to address climate change. It's politics, Betty. But
Yeah, that's what it is, and we can't afford not to address climate change. Okay,
but
and
it's a hoax.
Yeah, right, and so was the coronavirus until Donald Trump told people they couldn't come here from Europe. Okay.
Well, why Russia and Vladimir Putin are waging an oil war with America? Just touch base on this.
This is where I started off. Vladimir Putin knows America's fragile oil industry is built on a mountain of debt.
Well, yeah.
Moscow's refusal to join OPEC to mitigate oversupply is aimed in part at drowning U.S. shale oil companies that compete with Russian oil but rely on higher prices in a sea of cheap crude.
Well, yeah. What they're saying is if the prices go too low, we're not going to be able to come up with shale oil.
The shale oil companies are all mostly pretty close to broke already.
Some of them are going bankrupt already.
If the price of oil is $30 a barrel and it costs them enough to produce it that they have to sell it at 50, it ain't
gonna work.
It's not going to work. It just isn't. And historically what they've done is they've produced and sold at a lower price in order to keep cash flow going. But they were doing that 2 years ago.
Well, they got to pay off the loans.
They have to pay off the loans, and nobody's giving them loans.
Did we mention that last week?
I think we did.
I think we did.
Yeah.
Well, there's a quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
Putin's goal is to cripple the U.S. shale industry because it's competing with his exports.
There you go.
Okay. And he wants to wrest market share back from American frackers.
Right.
So that's what Putin's up to. Now, Saudi Arabia, I don't know where they're coming from. They contributed to this by launching a price war.
Well, actually, from their point of view, Russia launched the price war because they were saying we've got to stop producing so much, and the Russians said no, we're not. So the Russians all of a sudden are saying we're going to keep producing oil, and if the price drops, that's fine with us.
Well, the Saudis have the cheapest oil to produce in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, it comes out of the ground sometimes without even a well.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're up to our last item. We have a very interesting picture here.
Let's see if I can't find the picture.
What you need to find is the cursor.
There we go. I need to find my mouse.
Those things that are growing on what looks like a green rock.
Yeah, they're purple sea urchins.
They're purple sea urchins. And
those things in the background are seals. Or are they sea lions?
I don't know. I don't know the difference, to tell you the truth.
I don't know the difference either, but they're pretty enough looking things.
Yeah. This is from the BBC.
Purple food changing California.
Since 2014, parts of the California coast have lost more than 90% of their bulk kelp forest due to problems related to climate change. Losing the kelp forests could mean an ecosystem cascade that would devastate many species and local economies. The solution to this may involve our eating purple sea urchins, those purple things.
Where they're coming from there is the purple sea urchin feeds on kelp.
Yeah.
Okay, and it can form ravenous feeding fronts or urchin barrens. The creamy gold roe from sea urchin is highly prized in Japanese restaurants.
Right.
Okay, so environmental groups are reaching out to chefs to convince more people to give it a try. And this is a quote here. Just like you'd go into an oyster bar and get live oysters, you could order a live sea urchin and eat the roe straight from it. That doesn't sound like fun.
Well, it's, it reminds me of descriptions I've read of or heard of people eating live animals, which all just turned me off very badly.
Well, we eat live oysters, we eat live clams.
Oysters don't, most of these things...
They don't have eyes.
They don't have eyes, they don't have brains. There's no brain in an oyster. I had a office mate once who was an ocean biologist, and he told me, scallops have eyes, lots of them.
Do they?
Yeah, but they don't have brains. And if you put a starfish in a tank full of scallops, the scallops get very excited and start swimming around.
Is that so?
Yeah, they go like that, and it propels them. But they don't have brains. Okay, time to go, Tom.
Yeah, I guess it is interesting stuff this week, though.
Our advice to the viewer is have a magnificently idyllic week. Why don't you put us both up and we can wave?
Well, I guess I can do that.
You can do that. There you go.
So,
come back next time and have a good week. A magnificently idyllic week. I think that's an oxymoron.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Shelley. The legal voters of the town of Newfane, Vermont are hereby notified and warned that pursuant to Title 17, Vermont's VSA, Section 2655, they are to meet in the Union Hall in Newfane, Vermont on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020 at 9 a.m. to act upon the articles below. And I will turn this over to the presiding officer, Carol Hesselback, to open the polls.
The polls are now open. Now, don't give them a hard time. I need to request a Democratic or Republican primary ballot. Don't get both.
Articles 1 and 2 will be voted by Australian ballot. Once you pick up your ballot, you must cast your ballot before you can come out. You can't carry it out here, all right? And I have a few more announcements before we start with today's business. It is my responsibility to remind everyone in the hall that this is a polling place and we must abide by the following laws. Candidates or political activists can stand outside 70 feet and on the day of election and hand out brochures or palm cards to voters as long as they do not hinder or impede the progress of voters going into and out of the polling place. No political literature, buttons, or other political materials can be displayed inside the polling place. So this is a time to pocket whatever you've got on your lapel. You are, however, allowed to bring a cheat sheet into the voting booth as long as you take it out with you. All right? The next item of business is that this meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television. Thank you. You can watch it later this week if you don't get enough this morning. It will be on cable channel 10 and online at BrattleboroTV.org. For anyone speaking at the meeting, we really ask you, please stand, state your name, and speak directly into the microphone there, or really loudly, so that everyone in the room and at home later on can hear you. So I see that Jeanette is here. Can you wait till I get through all this? Great. Okay. There's been some confusion about the school budget and vote. So there is no school meeting today, okay? Because there's no longer a Newfane school. It's part of the West River Modified Union Education District. You can get all the information about that from this booklet. There's a pile of them here. There's an annual meeting of the West River Modified Union Education District, which will be held on Tuesday, March 24th at Leland and Gray High School from 7 to 8 p.m. But you'll vote on the West River Modified Union Education District by Australian ballot on Wednesday, March 25th from 9 a.m. until 7 p.m. at the Newbrook Fire Department. All right? Today, there is child care, thanks both to our librarian, Erica Walsh, and Phoebe Connolly. A counselor at Leland and Gray has got kids providing child care at the Morphy Library as we speak. If you have kids you want to drop off there, please do. Food. You can't get through town meeting without nourishment, and the Newbrook PTO is providing us with that today to support their enrichment programs for the school. Please donate generously and eat heartily. At this time, I ask for all non-legal voters who are present to please stand and identify themselves. Jeanette White, you want to? I'm a non-legal voter. You're a non-legal voter in the town of Newfane. Our Senator White is here, and we'll get to her in a minute. Kate, you want to? Louder? Okay, Kate Geary is a part-time resident,
Anyone else? We have BCTV. Are you a voter in the town of Newfane? No? Anyone else? I just have to remind you that if you're not a voter in the town, if you're not a registered voter in the town of Newfane, you can't vote here. Simple as that. But we welcome you. We're glad you're here to watch our proceedings. Are there any first-time new voters in the town of Newfane present today? Please stand up. Not so fast. Tell us who you are.
My name's Emily Poole, and I moved here from Vernon.
Emily Poole from Vernon. From Newfane. Back in Newfane, right. Right, thank you.
My name's Carl Solar. I moved here from Marlboro.
Okay, welcome. Resident now, right, great. And? Great. All right, I'm going to have to ask everybody else to please stop their other conversations so we can all welcome and hear who these new voters are. Welcome. Also, great, thank you. This is wonderful. Inside, I'd like you to turn to your town report. Inside your front cover. Let's see. You will see that this year's report is dedicated to Larry Robinson. Larry, are you here? He's probably deliberately late. And if you turn to the vital statistics on page 139, you will see that for the second year in a row, we have 2 more births than deaths. Okay? So maybe the tide of depopulation in Vermont is turning, at least in Newfane. We are able to convene today and practice this democratic process because of the people who have come before us, and it is our responsibility. What we decide today will affect those who were just born. There are lots of ways to serve the town, in addition to coming to town meeting. And if you look at, the pages, what page? There is a page, 1819, thank you. Juanetta Howling is our, just keeps us all going. This page, town officers. If your name is on this page, would you please stand? Page, would you please stand? Can we please give people who are serving in the town a round of The town works mostly on volunteer effort. And we have a few vacancies. You'll see my green highlights. The town is in need of a town agent, a deputy health officer, a second regional commission, Wyndham Regional Commission advocate, a town energy coordinator, an animal control officer. The Vermont Green Up vacancy has been filled by Gloria Cristelli. Thank you, Gloria. Anyone interested in serving in any of these capacities could show up and could show up on Thursday at 6 o'clock at the town hall when the new select board convenes and organizes, and you can be appointed. And if you don't want to do it on Thursday, you could do it another day, but don't delay. Somebody else might get the job before you. Yeah. Yes?
Before I stop the thing, here's an error with the listing of the planning commissioners.
Okay.
There are 2 openings. We meet on Thursday evening, the 2nd, and 4th Thursday at 6 o'clock.
So the Planning Commission is looking for 2 more members, and if you have questions, please see Lynn Forrest, who serves on that committee. All right. We have, it's a year since we last met, and I want to go over Robert's Rules of Office, but I also see that Senator White is here, and I know she has her own meeting to go to in Putney at 10 o'clock. So if there is no objection, I would like to allow Senator White to take the stand, as it were. That sounds very welcoming.
Turn
Sure.
this around and
Sure.
Fine. How are you? Good. So thanks for letting me join you this morning. And I am going to my own town meeting, but I'm also going to go, I believe, to Dummerston and Dover. So I'm zipping around today. So I'm Jeanette White. I live in Putney and I serve Windham County as one of your 2 senators. And I apologize if I got the timing wrong here. I thought we were supposed to be here first thing this morning, but I see Becca and Emily aren't here, so they'll be here later. Huh? I think it's on. Okay, does that work better? Oh, okay, so I won't repeat what I just said. So in the Senate, we serve on 2 committees, and I serve on Judiciary in the morning and then Government Operations in the afternoon. And Government Operations sounds really boring, but it is, I believe, the basis of our democracy. It deals with elections, all municipal issues, and the structure of state government itself. So we're doing some pretty exciting things. Town clerks will be very happy to hear that we're not messing around with elections this year at all. We're going to leave them exactly like they are. Thank you. So one of the things that we have done in government operations that we're hoping the House will take up when we get back is called a limited municipal self-governance pilot. And it would allow municipalities to have more power. I was on the select board in Putney for 9 years, and I know that municipalities don't have a lot of power. We are what's called a Dillon state, so municipalities can only do what the state allows them to do, as opposed to other states where municipalities can do anything that isn't prohibited by the state. So we're trying to loosen that up a little bit and have a pilot project that would allow a number of towns to have limited self-governance. So we hope that you support that, and I'm not sure where Emily is on that, but I hope that you will support that. We are also dealing with, in government operations, one of the issues that I think is really important. Our EMS system in this state is dying. We have fewer volunteers. The way we credential people is insane. We're working with the Department of Health to try and ease that up a little bit. So we've been working really hard with Rescue down here and people at the state level to change that system. We are, in Judiciary, our focus has been on what we're calling justice reinvestment. And 10 years ago, we did Justice Reinvestment 1, and at that point, we were told that if we kept on the same trajectory, we would have 2,700 people in prison. That's a lot for our state. That we have had the highest percentage of people in prison than any other state. So we've been working, we worked on the first reiteration of it, and we now have 1,700, which is still high, but we changed that trajectory. We are working now on Justice Reinvestment 2, and our focus is on less crimes. Let's redefine what we mean by a crime, and let's have better options for people who do go afoul of the law instead of always just popping them in prison. So that's what we're doing, and I'm happy to take any questions from you later on, or call. My number's in the phone book, and it's also on the legislative website. I just want to say one thing about our budget. Budgets are always tight, and that's not any different this year. But I believe that we have the best chair of an appropriations committee that you could possibly have in Senator Kitchell, who's from St. Johnsbury. She really understands state government and human needs, and she used to be the secretary of the Agency of Human Services, and she really understands the budgeting process. And so while it is very, very difficult to make everybody happy, our appropriations committee tries really hard to balance things and make it the best possible place that we can for Vermonters. So with that, I'll say thank you, and I'll, do you want to?
Yeah, go ahead. Just speak really loud.
Morning, Christina, you face. We talked about the budgeting, and I'm with the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance, and we've gotten some trickle down that's really going to affect the water quality monitoring program. Something money started our neighborhood have been really curtailed, and as a consequence, as people on the board who are stuck, I don't know what's going on. And it's like $76,000 in the whole state, and Sedgwick uses at least $8,000 a year to do our monitoring, and that's big.
Is that a federal, is that, the La Rosa money, is that federal? It's state. Okay, I don't know that funding. I'm not on appropriations, and I'm not on natural resources, but my guess is that they're taking some testimony on it in the Natural Resources Committee, and that they'll be making a recommendation to the Appropriations Committee. I can get back to you. If you send me an email to then I'll have your email, and I can get back to you and let you know what's going on. Okay. Yeah. We do. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I believe that Emily and Becca will be here later, or maybe not. We'll see. Because it's been a year since we've done Robert's Rules, I'm going to do a quick reminder. And for those who want their own cheat sheet, this horrible green one up there, this sort of I hurt green, has got your basic Robert Rules on it. Please help yourself. We have to follow Robert's Rules of Order because that's state law. We can change Robert's Rules, but we cannot change state law. Robert's Rules are parliamentary procedure designed for an assembly to conduct its business in a fair and orderly way so that everyone who wants to say something can be heard. And here are the basics. You must be recognized by the moderator to speak. Please stand up, speak up, state your name. Address your comments to the moderator. That would be me. There's a reason for this. It keeps things calmer. A motion must be made, seconded, and repeated by the moderator before the discussion of an article begins. The person who makes the motion has the right to speak first. When there are many people who want to be heard, the moderator will try to alternate among different points of view, all right, to allow the widest possible discussion of an article. An article can be amended, and the amendment can be amended. But all amendments, this is really important, all amendments must be germane to the article, to the original article. We will vote on an article either when no one else wants to speak or when the body, that's you, has decided to call the question. A member of the assembly must be recognized to call the question. You can't just yell it out, all right? That doesn't work, and if we get to a point where someone decides to call the question, it has to pass by a 2/3 majority to end discussion. Because if we vote if 2/3 of you decide to call the question, it means discussion on that article is over forever. And call the question needs to be seconded and voted on. So a point of order is not the same as a point of information. A point of order interrupts the proceedings on an issue of procedure. It's you telling me I have skipped something, done something wrong, okay? If I've made an error, a member of the assembly should call a point of order. Help me out, okay? And bring it to the body's attention to be remedied. As a moderator, I really welcome hive mind. It's great. A point of information is just that. It's a request for information, should be addressed to the moderator, and I'll then find out who can answer your question, all right? Colonel Roberts, he had so many rules, so many rules. Not knowing them shouldn't be a barrier to your participation. You pay me the big bucks to keep order here, and I can help you out, okay? I'm still looking for someone to be a parliamentarian. If you are someone who is just dying to learn this procedure, or you already know it, let me know. I would love to have a parliamentarian. I was a parliamentarian for 3 years before I took this on. It was incredibly helpful. And I again thank you, the town, for sending me to Montpelier for the town meeting tune-up. I also know that for some of you, speaking in public is really uncomfortable. I don't want that to be a barrier. So what I suggest is you just concentrate on me and just talk to me, and everybody else will hear you, especially if you're at the mic. All right? Finally, I ask you to really listen to each other, all right? Instead of thinking about what you're going to say, really listen to what is being said first. We're living at a time of really rancorous and uncivil discourse. But we're Vermonters with a long history of bucking national trends, all right? From being the first state to prohibit slavery in our state's constitution, the first state to declare war on Germany in September of 1941, and the first state to legally recognize same-sex marriage. Unions, I'm sorry. We didn't do marriage first. So in the New York Times, Nicholas Kristof has written, I quote, "It should be possible both to believe deeply in the rightness of one's own cause and to hear out the other side. Civility is not a sign of weakness, but of civilization." So we have a long tradition of civilized debate. At town meeting, we know how to be passionate in our beliefs and polite in their expression. Do you all have pencils to make a correction to your book? There are some corrections on page 4 and 5. On page 4, in the top right cell, property taxes, proposed budget fiscal year 2021, the correct number should be $1,605,659.73. Again, that number is 1,605,659, decimal point 73. That, of course, changes the bottom number on that line, which should also read total town and highway. And that number should be 1,913,306.73. Again, that number in the bottom right cell on page 4 should be 1,913,306.73. Page 5, the bottom number on the right under total revenue should read $2,318,855.73. Again, this is page 5, the bottom number on the right-hand column, 2,318,855.73. Okay, you've all got that. So let's get started. We are on Article 3. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 0.5% per month for the current fiscal year and 0.75% per month for each year thereafter until it is paid. Do I hear a motion?
I move to amend Article 3 by...
Just, no, you've got to, we have to move Article 3 as written. Just... as I just read it, it has to be, so the articles have to be put into motion on the floor as written before they can be amended. Is that what you want to do? You could say, I move Article 3. And then I need a second. And that would be, so Melissa Brown has moved it and Myra Fassler has seconded. So this is part of the routine. I now have to repeat it before it goes into motion. Okay? So Article 3, shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 0.5% per month for the current fiscal year and 0.75% per month for each month thereafter until paid. The motion is now open for discussion, and the person who makes the motion has the right to speak first. So Melissa, would you like to speak? Yeah, you should tell everybody who you are and use the microphone.
I am Melissa Brown, treasurer, and I move to amend the article, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 1% per month for the current fiscal year and 1.5% per month for each month thereafter until paid.
Okay, so there's an amendment on the floor to change Article 3.
Yep, by deleting the second paragraph. So the entire article would be read as, shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on the quarterly basis due on 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at a maximum legal rate of 1% per month for the current fiscal year and 1.5% per month for each month thereafter until paid.
Is there a second? Lynette Pauling has seconded the amendment. So this is the amendment, and this is what we're going to discuss now. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 1% per month for the current fiscal year and 1.5% per month for each month thereafter until paid? Is there discussion? And as the maker of the motion, you can discuss, you can make the first.
Okay. So I've noticed in the first 6 months already with lowering the interest to 0.5% and 0.75% that there's been an increase of 150 to 200 invoices per month that are going out due to more late payments coming in. This is also going to affect the revenue that comes in towards the end of the year by about $12,000 to $13,000 less than what we would currently earn. There's also a listserv that Carol Hesselback and I belong to for just treasurers and clerks. And there was one of these questions that was brought up about other towns and lowering their interest rates. And they did state that by lowering them, they did end up getting into trouble and having to take out bonds and loans to pay for things because there was no incentive to people to pay on time by keeping lowering it or everything for interest.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Neil Dolson, question. Has the current set of interest rates that we now have in effect led to a deficit in our town budget?
So the question is, has the current rate of interest rates led to a deficit in our budget? And the answer is no. Any other questions or comments? Yes.
Eric Walsh, New Face. Although you say it hasn't led to a deficit, has it led to a decrease in revenues?
Yeah. So, yeah. Do you want to stand up and explain?
It's going to overall, within the end of the year, be about $12,000 to $13,000 increase, and it could potentially keep getting higher and higher as time goes on.
Increase or decrease?
It's going to be a decrease in revenue, which is going to increase the expenses on the other end because it's going to take down the taxpayers. Yeah, essentially, if they are late this current year, it's going to roll over into next year.
So the question was, from Tom Bedell, will it affect delinquent taxes? And our treasurer will answer that.
It will eventually affect them because the later they are in the current year, it's just going to push them further back behind, so it's them in the following year. And I think further behind anyone gets, it's harder to get back out of them. So it's better to keep them up than the current.
Yes.
Diana, is there any data about who is delinquent on their taxes or not paying currently? For example, are they full-time residents versus second homeowners?
So
I don't have like a breakdown, but there is a lot on the list that are only delinquent.
I couldn't hear you.
Yeah. Can you use it?
I don't have a breakdown on who's residential and non-residential. It is a mixed bag of both, but there is a huge number of Cannoli Village campground owners that are on that list as well. Yes, the campers.
Did everybody hear that? Is there any further discussion of the amendment?
Dan DeWalt, South New Fame. At 0.5% per month, that's 6% per year. At 1% a month, that's 12% per year. So that's still significantly more than, like, if you go to a bank and you borrow money, aren't you paying? It seems like this is a comparable rate, and it seems like we're looking at this as we're looking at our town as a money collector. You know, these property taxes get paid eventually. And if people are late, they pay a fee. And no one, if you look on the rules, even when we've never had a thing where somebody eventually didn't pay their taxes. And when they do, they eventually pay the fees. So we're making better interest rate on both of these things than you can get in any savings account or any money market for that matter. So I don't understand why we have to be so. We are not a business, we are a town. And I think that when people have trouble paying their bills, I can't speak to obviously all these people, each one individually. But it seems like last year the town thought, yeah, this is a hardship on people. Let's try to be humane. I'm a little bummed out that all of a sudden this year we're back, oh my God, it's cost us a little bit of money. It's the money. The money should not be the most important thing in our lives as a town. And I think that we should care about our citizens, and I think that this is okay the way it is, and it's an okay amount of interest to make, and I don't think we need to ask for more.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Point of information, Lynn Forrest. On page 32, you will find the list of delinquent tax reports. If any property parcel number that starts with 00147, that's the only campground.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment to Article 3? Yes.
Ingrid Longo, the thing. I'm just curious, you mentioned that they will become incrementally larger as more and more people default. Do we have any figures for how many default change there's been from, say, previous years for August and October and January in terms of collections? I'm not sure what you're... Are there more people who are in default than there were last year, which...
At this point, yes, there is more behind, which could potentially put them in the tax sale if it keeps going.
That I understand. I just wondered if there was a significant change in the quarters that we've had since this change was voted in.
Yes.
Again, on its face, I'm opposed to the amendment. It's my sense that people pay their taxes more with respect to their ability and their willingness to pay, and not in response to the interest rate.
Are there any other? Second time, yeah. This is.
Yeah, well, and also, I mean, there's a correlation, but we don't know if it's causation or correlation. So this is often the case, and it might very well be cause. I think even if it's causation, we should just like live with it for another year and see if it shakes out. But it could also be correlation. So the fact that we have more people this year could be because of this, or it could be we don't really know why that is. And I would just like to put that out there.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Are you ready to vote? Hearing no objection, we will vote on the amendment. So you understand, we're not voting on Article 3, we're voting on the amendment to Article 3, which reads, so first of all, a yes means you're in favor of the amendment and changing the legal rate of the interest charge from 0.5% to 1%, and for the current amount due, and 1.5% for every month thereafter. So that's a yes vote, you're in favor of raising it. A no vote means you're not. And then once we have the outcome of that, we'll move on. This is what we're voting on. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 1% per month for the current fiscal year and 1.5% per month for each month thereafter until paid. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. Whoa. I am going to call for a show of hands, and I need the Board of Civil Authority. So it would be easier if they stand, and will you divide can we do a division of the House? Okay, so all those in favor, please indicate of Article 3 as amended, the amendment to Article 3, please indicate so by standing until you are counted. All those opposed, please indicate so by saying no. This is by simple majority. There were 20 in favor of the amendment, 45 opposed to the amendment. The amendment fails. So we go back to Article 3 as written. Is there any further discussion? Yes.
Michael Granger, could I ask if the delinquent tax collector can tell tell us if there's a policy for, in effect, putting the property on the market for the back taxes, if we all agree, or a lot of us agree, that we're not doing them any favors by letting them slide? Some towns have an automatic every year, put up the ones that don't pay, and you're in effect forcing people to figure out how to pay less of a rate by going to a bank or a relative or whatever if they're in trouble. And I'm not sure the policy of the delinquent tax system.
Well, the delinquent tax collector, or the collector of delinquent taxes, is actually here. Would you like to speak to that?
There is no policy. I usually work with everybody, try and get them on a payment plan. I do allow them, if they're making past due payments, to also make current payments to avoid penalties coming up around the current year. So as long as they're working with me and they're staying in contact, then I try not to put them in tax. That's definitely not the goal.
So, did everybody hear that? Okay, can you do it at the mic?
So if somebody is behind and they're willing to work with me and make payments, I will let them make payments on the past due balance and also on the current balances to avoid future penalties and interest also for the current year. As long as they're willing to work with me, then I don't throw them into tax sale. It's the ones that are kind of repeat offenders that usually go into tax sale every year. They won't call you, they won't pay for some reason until you put them into tax sale.
And I just want to make a clarification here that the Article 3 is about late payments and not about delinquent taxes. They are, is that correct? Yeah. That delinquent taxes is another species of animal. Is there any more discussion on Article 3 as written? And are you ready for a vote? All right. So a vote yes is in favor of Article 3 as written, and a vote no opposes it. I do legally have to read it again. Article 3. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane pay taxes for the ensuing year on a quarterly basis due on the 15th of August, October, January, and April, the late charge for interest being at the maximum legal rate of 0.5% per month for the current fiscal year and 0.75% per month for each month thereafter until paid. All those in favor of Article 3, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and Article 3 passes. Before we move on to Article 3 and Article 4, and if there is no objection, our representative Emily Long is here, and she is a Newfane resident, so doesn't need permission to speak, but we need her. We need the Assembly's indulgence to allow her to step in now. So, hearing no objections.
I'm going to try to do this without a microphone. I'll try first. If you can't hear me, let me know. But I have a habit of speaking up, so you probably will be able to hear me. Thank you, first of all. It's really nice to be home, because this is home. And I do have to get a different kind of permission in my other town meetings to speak. So thank you for allowing me to stop in this morning. I'm heading off to two other town meetings, the towns I represent, Townsend and Marlborough. It's been amazingly busy, especially the last few weeks. In fact, so busy that you usually see me walk in with a stack of my town meeting reports. I have not finished my town meeting report this year because I haven't had time to finish it. So I'll post it on Front Porch Forum when it's done to give you sort of a summary of the work we've been doing. But very quickly, I'll just touch base, especially on the last 2 weeks of legislation that we have passed. Last week, the week before this past one, 2 weeks ago, we passed a Global Warming Solutions Act in the House. That is for Vermont to be able to, Vermonters to be able to hold our state accountable for climate change that's happening.
which is really a really good thing. People are very serious about this issue, and we continue to try to find a path forward if we need to. And this is not going to be enough, but this is a great start. You know, encouraged that the Senate will take it up. Senate has some of their own. I don't know if anybody came here this morning from the Senate. They're working on some legislation as well, but we're hoping that they're going to take it up. The Senate actually sent us a tax and regulate bill for cannabis. We just passed that this past week. I think that we are headed in the right direction on this. I don't think it'll be just total. The changes we made to the bill are probably not going to be fully accepted by the Senate, so I think it'll go to a committee of conference, working out the details, trying to make sure. One of the challenges was we had changed their bill to take out the local options tax for towns to be able to charge a local options tax if they want a retail market in their town. And we removed that in the House. There was a lot of back and forth about that. Instead of that, we put in a licensing fee. There are 5 licenses that you can get. I can't remember all of them, but one of them is retail. There's, you know, the folks who are growing. There's testing. There's different licenses. So towns are eligible right now to be able to charge a fee that will be decided. The dollar amount will be decided later, but the fee for each of those licenses each year. People are able to hold 1 license of each category. So if you want to open a retail market, you only need the retail. If you want to be a grow and retail, you need 2 licenses, but no one's allowed to hold more than 1 license. That's our way of trying to keep up corporate takeover, which has happened in other states. I think it will work, I'm hoping. I think we'll see a change in that one a little bit. I think, you know, the Senate's going to want to see the local options tax go back. We'll see how it works out, pans out. But anyway, there's that one. We overrode a veto this past on Tuesday. A pretty significant ability for us to be able to do that. For the last time it happened was in 2009, and this is only the 11th veto override that has happened in the state of Vermont. This one was on minimum wage. It was a very important piece of legislation for us in the House, and we passed that with 100 votes, which is what we needed to do. It wasn't easy. It was a lot of work to get there. Folks had to feel comfortable. But this is not what I talked about last year. Last year, the legislation was moving to $15 minimum wage. This year, it was a 2-year bump up. So in 2 years, starting in 2022, the minimum wage will increase to $12.55. And so this is a big help for Vermonters who are really in need of a bump. And so we're feeling pretty confident that this will be noticed by our fellow Vermonters and will reflect back in our communities as well. So we're really pretty happy about that, and it's significant happening in the State House. We also passed something that's pretty significant for a lot of you more than others. I connect with Cassidy. Act 250 reform. We passed that in the House this week. It was a real lift, I will tell you. Anybody who was following it, as I'm sure Chris was, there was a lot of up and down, a lot of changes happening, including right up to the last day. On 3rd reading, we had one more change where amendment was passed to change. We had changed the elevation level of where you were needing an active permit from 2,500 feet down to 2,000 feet in elevation. We eliminated that on the last day. There was an awful lot of pushback about that. This is a really big undertaking of changing Act 250. People know it's been in place for 50 years. Probably needs reform. We really do believe it needs reform. Things have changed a lot in those years. I will say that there's been a lot of support for change, but once you come down to the nitty-gritty and the details, there's a lot of challenge around it. The Senate has told us they will take up had set up a year before. So there were meetings held all around the state. Many folks in the state gave us feedback. The general feedback was we want to ease the challenge of development in our downtowns. So this legislation does exempt downtowns from Act 250. We added an amendment for village centers as well. We want to encourage growth in our downtowns. We also feel very strongly that protecting our environment, protecting Vermont's culture and who we are as a state, why Act 250 was put in place in the first 50 years ago in the first place, that's still really important to us. So I think it's a pretty good balance is how we feel about it. We'll see. Again, I don't expect it to slide through without changes. I think it will happen, whether we see a lot of changes this year or not, or whether we even see it pass in the Senate this year or not, is still remaining to be seen. It was a big lift for us. So anyway, those are the basics of what we've been pulling off. There's a lot of other legislation. If anyone has any questions, before I don't know whether you want questions or not, but I want to say one thing. I look at Erica in the back, from the More Free Library. The More Free Library has been wonderful, allowing me to sit in there for an hour and a half on the third Saturday from 11 to 12:30 every month. Please come see me. The feedback I get at those times and those constituent hours we call them, or office hours or whatever, is really, really important. I do this in Newfane, I do this in Marlborough. I'm headed to Townsend to make a plea for someone to allow me a space. Some legislators actually just go sit at a store or a market, but you really have to have permission to do that kind of thing. So I often wait, and Erica was wonderful to allow me that time on a Saturday. It's really great. More Free Library is a wonderful place for that. So please come see me, third Saturday, 11 to 12:30, every month of the year. So thank you. Which makes it really challenging for me to be able to dig deep into legislation unless I'm counting. When I'm counting it, I'm going around the town, the people think counting, being the whip and counting votes is about arm twisting. And I promise you it is not about arm twisting. It is about informing. It's about making sure every one of our folks in the House understand the legislation that's coming forward. But I can actually tell you, I don't get to be in committee as often. I'm in General Housing and Military Affairs Committee now, and I love policy work. I love being in the committee, but I do get in there as often as possible, but it's a really busy time up there. I had legislator after legislator tell me this is the most challenging year they've ever had. People have been there forever. We're just incredibly busy. And just, if I could just say one more thing before there's other questions. The coronavirus. Not that everybody doesn't know about it, but we had outreach from the governor's office this week saying, please make sure if you feel the opportunity at town meeting to speak about it, there is a task force in place. Let us know, let the administration know, the health department, if you have any questions or comments. I know you're inundated with information about it right now, but if we are trying to be, very mindful and prepared. It changes every single day, but it is part of our job. So let me know if there's any questions or comments about it. Thank you.
Gerald Julian, 6A South Campaign. And with the upcoming school budget vote, I know I've been at school board meetings when it's all come out about the complications with the pupil spending and the weighting system. And I don't know how much people are really aware of how much this has impacted the past. What's the plan for current and future? Because it really has affected our school budgets and our voting, because not is it only the basis, this weighting, it's the foundation of how we fund our education, but it's also how we are penalized for funding our education. So what can you help us have more confidence in this for the future?
You're absolutely right, Cheryl. Thank you. And Cheryl knows because I'm still on the school board as well in West River District, and this is a huge issue for us, obviously. I will tell you, it's not as simple. Just quickly, what happened when we passed our special education law, Act 173, a year ago, included in that law was a study, and the study was to look at the weighting, the weighting system in our education funding system. Now, weighting means that, I'll just give you the examples, it makes it easier to follow. Weighting is when an elementary student is counted as a number one. If that elementary student needs, it doesn't have English as their first language, they need support to learn English as well, they get counted as a 1.25. 1.25. So there's different weighting levels. High school students require different kinds of education. They have to have driver ed. We provide advanced placement classes, lots of other things, lots of different classes for high school students. We weigh them at 1.13. Those of you who watched me sitting on the school board for many years know that when our, back in, I can't remember the year, 2009 or something, the state came in, I was on the school board then, and they came in and they said, at that time, high school students were counted as 1.25. And they came to us and said, we're changing the weighting, and it's going to be 1.13. And at the time, I said, wait. That makes sense. Show me why. Tell me why. And I could never get any straight answers about why it went from 1.25 to 1.13. This study that took place, it was done by UVM, and I think Rutgers might have been looking at it. Anyway, this study said they could find no evidence, empirical evidence of the weightings that were set in place back over the years. They first started 30 years ago. So it was really important that we did this study. What this study shows is that our weighting system isn't accurate, isn't necessarily appropriate, and they did recommend that we do something about it pretty strongly. And the Agency of Education has come out pretty strongly saying, we think that something needs to be done. The question is what? Because it's not as simple as just applying new weighting and not looking at all the other factors. Because frankly, our education funding system has been in place for almost 25 years now. And it's a really, 22 years, it's a really long time for education funding system to be in place without major changes to it. So we're trying to look at it from a broader perspective than just what you see in the study, which the study, by the way, recommends. But where it is right now, to answer your question, Gerald, the Senate has started the first steps in taking it. In fact, if anybody happens to be in Montpelier on the 11th, they're holding a public hearing in the afternoon, I think it's 4 to 6, to take in feedback from folks across the state. It does appear that those towns who have high levels of poverty have really been disadvantaged over the years. And that often is our small rural communities. So we really do need to take some steps. I'm encouraging it to happen. It's hard when both the House and the Senate take their own paths. So we've sort of allowed the Senate to take the first steps in this, and they've been taking. We actually in the House and the Ed Committee have taken some testimony on it, but we've allowed the Senate to take the first lead. So we'll see where it goes. I think it's really important, and the sooner the better. Frankly, from my perspective, we need to do something about this. It's just not okay. One last thing about the weighting. It's not dollars. It's not dollars that the state sends to you. It alters your tax rate. So what it does is if you have many students who are weighted, you have a lower tax rate, which gives you more ability to make the appropriate decisions to spend where it is needed in your schools. So there's no requirement with weighting for us to actually put spending in those areas. We could actually just say, oh, we'll just lower our tax rate. But that's really not what the weighting is intended to do. So that's another piece that we need to look at. Is there some form of accountability that we can include in it? So anyway, that's where it is.
related topic. The way that we fund our schools through the property tax has been seen as not working for a long time. Act 40, the way we fund our school system right now with our property taxes is widely acknowledged, even in the legislature, is not working. Yet, Tim Ash, Mitzi Johnson, they all say, yeah, that's a big problem, it's really big, it's really hard, and they seem, maybe they're not relaxed. You say, we should figure this out soon. They seem very calm. Tim Ash said, not in this election, probably not the next time, maybe a couple of legislation sessions down the road. So I'm just wondering, could you explain to us why the legislature, at least in the headlines and in their public relations, don't seem to understand? We have a school in Jamaica, which is about the tank, thanks to Act 46 and this way the funding works and the way that things have changed. We have towns who are at risk of losing their schools, and yet we have a legislature which doesn't seem to quite grasp that as an important thing. And could you just explain sort of why it has taken the legislature so long to really take this thing by the horns and try to figure out a funding mechanism that works?
So I'll just say, Dan, there's a lot of people who actually think our education funding system is, I don't want to call it effective, but it is a supported education funding system. We haven't made changes to it because it is one of the more equitable funding systems in the country. That's why it's so complicated. There's a lot of factors involved in it. But I'm going to acknowledge everything you said, except I haven't heard the same thing you have heard from, I never knew Tim Asher saying very laid back about it. I haven't heard that. I hear a lot of conversation in the House and from senators as well, saying that this is a really important issue, we need to take it up. But I do think that because of everything you said, Dan, about the fact is that we really need to take a dive and look at our ed funding system to make sure it is the best it can be. Making sudden changes that are offered in this study, and feel free to look at it. It's a study that's posted on the website. It's 130 pages or so, but read the summary, and it's a really interesting study. I think we would be doing ourselves in Vermont a disservice if we didn't look a little more broadly. Still doesn't mean that we can't take it, rapidly. And I think the turning point for anything that you're suggesting may happen at that hearing it's next Wednesday, 11th. I think it's the 11th. They're having feedback from communities and hearing from you. Send emails, send them to me, send them to the ed committees, send them to finance and ways and means in the Senate and the House, so that folks know that this is an important issue for you, and you want to make sure that we're acting. I don't know how fast we'll act, but I feel the urgency as well as what you're describing. I feel the urgency because it's been a long time, and we really do need to make sure our system is working for us. So I'm there. We'll see what we can do. I'm on board. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Just about now, you might be hungry, and the Newbrook Elementary School has food for you. There's also reading material here from all sorts of organizations, from the library to the school, and including a broadband survey and information about that. So make sure you come and help yourself to that. And we are now on Article 4. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the treasurer to collect current taxes pursuant to 32 VSA subsection 4791? Do I hear a motion? Lynn Forrest moves, and is there a second? Tom Bedell seconds. So, Article 4, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the treasurer to collect current taxes pursuant to 32 VSA subset 4791. Lynn, as the maker of the motion, would you like to start the discussion? That's fine. Then don't say anything. Is there anyone who wants to say anything? Sounds. Ken, did you want to say something?
I'm not going to collect.
All right. Hearing no discussion, unless I hear otherwise, if there's no objection, we're ready for vote. Okay, an aye vote means you are authorizing the treasurer to collect taxes according to the state law, and if you say no, you're against that. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the treasurer to collect current taxes pursuant to 32 VSA subset 4791? All those in favor of Article 4, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 4 passes. Article 5. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the select board to sell or otherwise convey property acquired through tax sale proceedings? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Who's that? Ken McFadden moved it. Is there a second? Myra Fassler has seconded it. So, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the select board to sell or otherwise convey property acquired through tax sale proceedings? Is there any discussion? Ken, do you want to speak? No?
No.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none? Ready for the vote? And I vote is in favor of authorizing the select board to sell property acquired through tax sale, and a no opposes it. So, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize the select board to sell or otherwise convey property acquired through tax sale proceedings? All those in favor of Article 5, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and Article 5 passes. Article 6. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,523,911.73, of which $216,264.73 shall be raised by taxes, and $307,647,000 by non-tax revenues. Is there a motion? Tom Bedell moves it. Is there a second? Meg Spicer seconds it. I will say it once more. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,523,911.73, of which $1,216,264.73 shall be raised by taxes, and $307,647 by non-tax revenues? Is there any discussion? Who made the motion? You. Okay, please.
Tom Bedell, Williamsville. I have a question about the special appropriations. And if there was a change in the budget, would this be the time to address that, or would that be new business, or?
This is special appropriations. Can you tell me what page that's on?
Well, the budgetary it's on page 9, and then in the back are all the.
Right. Okay, so we're on page, you're looking at the section on page 9, so everybody can be here. It's the second thing. This would be an appropriate time to talk about it. It is in the budget, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I have no problem with any of the special appropriations. In the back are all the requests, and people are making a lot of monetary requests. But I noticed that the More Free Library requested $964 for fiscal year 2020, and they only got where is it now? I lost it. $750 in the budget, and I just wondered why they were coming up short. It seems to me they're worth $964.
Is this discussion, or do you want to propose an amendment? Or
well,
you just want
first
information?
It's a question, I suppose.
First is a question. All right.
That is.
Is there anyone who can answer the question about the appropriation for the More Free Library? Maybe someone on the select board?
I'm not sure that I understood your question.
Well, here, once again, if we go to page 112, the More Free Library asks that you place its request for $964 for fiscal year 2020 on the warning for March 20. Well, obviously, it's not on the warning, per se. But in the budget, on page 9, under special appropriations, More Free Library is budgeted for $750. So most of these other requests have been granted more or less in full. And I suppose I would then ask to make an amendment to give More Free Library the full $964 donation that they requested.
I need that as an actual number, which would be $214.
All right. Yes, okay, that would be my amendment, would be that we increase the budget $214 to add that to the More Free Library special appropriation.
So there is now, who seconded? Chris Campany seconded it. So we now have an amendment, and I have to do a little arithmetic here. We have to add, did you do it for me? Thank you. So this one. So we have an amendment to increase the budget in Article 6 by $214. It would change the operating expenses, the amount to be raised by taxes, let me just get this right, to $1,216,478.73. So to make this easier on all of us, I'm going to make the amendment, with your permission, the maker of the amendment, that we increase the amount, that the amendment reads to increase the amount of money to be raised by taxes in Article 6 by $214 for the benefit of More Free Library. Yes?
No, I have a question for what you just said. There's no article regarding the taxes to be waived. The article are by...
You just need to get close. You need to get really close to it. You can lift it out.
Okay. The article which are presented are by category of expenses. The general expenses, the capital, and the additional fund. But there is no article requesting to approve the amount to be raised.
So I have to change how I word that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Norbert. Let me get this right. Amendment to Article 6 is proposed to authorize the expenditure. You're going to do it. Okay, thank you. I'm getting Fed numbers here. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,125.73? This is the amendment. I need a motion and a second. You've made it. You've made the motion. A second? Myra Fassler seconds it. So the amendment is to authorize the general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses to $1,524,125.73, specifically to add $214 to the More Free Library appropriation. Is there any discussion? Yes.
There's a question. It was my understanding that when we amend the general budget, we can amend the amount, but actually can't specify where that amount goes to. Is that true or is that not true? I mean,
that's very true for schools, but not for municipalities. Is there any other discussion? Are you ready to vote on the amendment? Yes. I'll see if I can repeat it. Okay, an I amendment is in favor of increasing the amount we're authorizing the select board to spend by $214. Shall the voters, and you're hearing me? Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,125.73, $214 of which should be added to the Moore Free Library appropriation. All those in favor of this amendment, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment passes. All right, so now we're back to the new Article 6, which now reads, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,125.73, of which $1,216,478.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. Is there any discussion? Yes.
Margaret Windberger, South Newfane. I have a question about Groundworks Collaborative. Can anyone address why the amount went from $1,000 to $1,200 for 2021?
Is there anyone able to explain why the allocation for groundwork collaboratives went from $1,000 to $500? Someone on the select board, or remind me of the page. That's the budget we are. That's the budget we're working on. 2021. We're in 2020. Who's willing to speak? Is there? Okay, Winetta. Winetta Powling is the administrative assistant.
Thank you. I did a comparison of 9 different towns when I did the appropriations, and we were the 3rd highest in appropriations. So when we got the appropriation requests, we compared them and decided to cut some appropriations based on what their requests were and how they affected the town's services. And Groundworks Collaborative was not high on benefiting the residents of Newfane, as well as a few of the other special appropriations.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Now you want to talk?
Speak to it?
Yes. Thank you, Winetta.
I think having become more and more familiar with the addiction crisis in our community, as well as housing, these are things that the Groundworks Collaborative does an excellent job of addressing. And I think we could look at how many residents of Newfane actually use those services, or we could look at the fabric of our entire community, which is suffering greatly, and put some bucks into Groundworks.
Thank you. Yes.
Brenda Siegel, Newfane. I would like to say that probably there's more residents that use Groundworks than we are aware of and that can be calculated in terms of using the food shelf and other items. And in addition to that, Groundworks is consistently struggling to make ends meet and be able to meet all of the needs with people experiencing substance use disorder, people experiencing homelessness, and people experiencing food insecurity. So I would request that we bring that back up to $1,000. And I guess I would make a motion that we bring that amount back up to $1,000.
Is there a second?
I second.
Lori Merrigan seconded it. So there is a motion. This is an amendment to our amended Article 6 to increase the current amount by $500 which, give me a minute, I'll do the math, or I can return this to my... Yes. Yeah.
Before we, Fiona Chevalier from Louisville, before we do that, I also noticed that the early education services requested $1,900 and we gave them $950. And in addition to Groundworks Collaborative, early education services, I know why I'm saying this now is because I'm going to ask for us to raise the amount of early education services, and I think it'd be helpful to make these two amendments into one amendment, so we don't have to keep making them math.
You have to consult with the maker of the original amendment to see if that is okay with her.
Brenda, would you like to include, would you like to include giving early education services the money that they requested as well? We're going to do it separately.
All right, so the motion, the amendment currently is to add $500 So the current amendment, can you hear me? The current amendment is, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,625.73, 500 of which is to go to Groundwork Collaboratives. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the amendment. Is there any discussion?
Well, it's 500 additional.
Yes. Is there any discussion? Yes.
Well, I mean, this is just...
Please stand, state your name, and speak up.
Thanks, Spicer from South Newfane. I'm just wondering why, like, there's a lot of organizations that aren't getting what they asked for. And we went from, in 2019, 44,199 to, for this current one we're looking at, 30,211. So like there's if you go down the line, there's a lot of cuts, and I'm just wondering, is that because comparing it to other towns or not? I mean, and I don't want to take away from those because those are important. I just see that holy cats, there's a lot of, and that's a big budget difference. A big cut of, $14,000.
Yes. Is there anyone who wants to speak to the amendment, or which could include discussion of special appropriations? Yes, Dan?
If it includes discussions of appropriations, I'd like to point out the AIDS Project of Southern Vermont, Early Education Services, Townsend Community Food Shelf, Groundworks Collaborative, Leland Gray Education Foundation, Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, SEVCA, Vermont Adult Learning, BCTV, and Gerda's Equine Rescue have all been... Youth Services have all been drastically reduced or eliminated. I'm the head of Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, and we were negligent, we had a change in staff, and we missed sending our report, so I would like our funding to be restored, but we didn't send in a report, which we should have done. However, I think this is an indication. Every one of these things which have been cut have been something which is, for the most part, for the people who are the neediest among us. And I find it actually an outrage. I find it a disgrace. As a town, we have always actually thought about who we gave money to, and we've been very, I don't think we've been especially generous, but we've cared enough to care about our neighbors and to give money to organizations that are doing good work. What I see here, BCTV is here today. BCTV does every one of these meetings. We don't want to give
Okay, just a minute. I have to stop you because this is actually not about the amendment on the floor. And I think it's fair now to let people answer some of the issues that you have raised. Okay? Thank you. So, there's a point of information here. So, we've got it.
Pete Van Loan.
Use the mic.
Never had to before, but I guess it's my cold.
We're getting older.
For the lucky among you who don't know me, Pete Van Loan, Chair of the Select Board for another few minutes.
Mic's not on. You gotta hold it closer, Pete.
Now, I'll go back. For those of you that don't know me, I'm the Chair of the Select Board for another few minutes. Pete Van Loan. Point of information on BCTV. If you look closely, BCTV has been moved from an appropriation to a contract. They're still there. They're not gone. It's BCTV. Generally speaking, the changes in the budget, many of them certainly goaded, if you will, or pushed by the desire stated by many people to get the budget down. The appropriations were all discussed at a budget meeting. We, I'm sorry to say, did not have any member of the public at any of our public budget meetings. I think that next year it will be incumbent on individuals with interests to get to those budget meetings and speak up. The changes in the appropriations were brought up by members of the board. I can't speak to any of them because I had none of them in my personal bailiwick or interest. I would certainly be willing to answer any other questions that people might have at this point.
So, does any other member of the board want to cover it? Did you hear what Pete said? All right. So, we're going back to discussing, this could be turn into a very long meeting, and we're going to just stay very methodical and talk about the current amendment, which is to increase the amount of that we're authorizing the general fund expenditures by $500 for the benefit of groundwork collaboratives. Yes?
Bratt, we are working right now on amending the amendment in light of the fact that services that are very important to not only our community members but the broader community have been cut. We're working on looking at both a comparison between what was requested and what was funded last year, and to see what that amendment of the amendment might be. So I don't know if we want to continue discussion when we're doing that, but I just want to let people know that that's going on back there.
Well, there's a hand up, so let's hear what Patty has to say.
Patty Johnson, New St. Vermont. Continuing this discussion, reading in the back, a lot of these don't have a numerical figure, and they're not written pertaining exactly to things. So it's very hard as a voter and resident of New St. to read through this. In general, I would love to give all of them money for all of the opioid crisis, for all of the women's crisis, all of that early education. But it's very difficult to sit here and read through and have no dollar. Whereas the North Free Library is very specific in the number of researchers and requested. So I think going forward, maybe the select.
You got to speak up louder.
Maybe next year, the select board or whoever requests that the discussion is written particularly before this town meeting. It's not just a general, please give us money you did last year. And that's what I'm getting to with everybody. So not specific to all.
Yes.
Hi, Sandy Stark. I'm from Williamsville. I also work for early education services, and I actually
wrote the report, that's a parent. And I know when I did the report, I tried to include, there was actually a number missing in our report. In the back, if you look under early education services, in the report, there's one that basically is blank under our early Head Start classrooms and Head Start classrooms. And it says generically on page 103, new paying children utilize this program in the 2019 fiscal year, and that should be 5 new paying children. But it is hard to reflect. I know when we are given this, when we are told to write these reports.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask you to use the microphone. I can't even hear you. So, and can you start over so that we can all hear you?
Sure. Sandy Stark, Williamsville. Like I said, I actually work for Early Education Services, and I wrote the report that is in this town report for EES. And I just wanted to comment that there is a number missing. I sent it in, but for some reason it wasn't included in this document. And so under Early Education Services, there's a spot where it says Newfane Children. I can't remember the page number now, I lost it. 103. There basically it has no number before that, and it should be a 5. But I know when we're asked as an agency to write this report, we are told specifically to try to include the number of Newfane families that are utilizing our services. Not all of our services, however, we don't keep track of all the residents of Newfane that participate in all of our services. So that's not, all of that is not reflected in this. But for those that we do look at residency of the participants, that we do include that. So I just wanted to make clarification around that.
All right, thank you. Is there any other discussion? Yes.
Tim Schaefer, Williamsville. Earlier it was asked essentially how could the budget makers propose such a broad cut in social services. And personally, I mean, I'm strongly in favor of the social services allocations we make every year. I would love to see more restored, but in sympathy to the budget makers, number one, they told us they were making these decisions with very little input, often little from the organizations who were requesting it, and even less, like zero, from the public at large when they invited it. Also, you need to look at the whole budget. If you add up all proposals this year, and we've already passed the biggest hunk of it, they add up to a 10% increase in our taxes for the next fiscal year. So with that in mind, I was not there, like the rest of us delinquents, I was not there, but I can imagine them looking to make some cuts where they might. So at least that would come a little smidge under 10% instead of over. So I'm not trying to tell you don't add social services expenditures back in. If you believe passionately, I'll probably support you in that. But just the grand view is that our town taxes of this allocation are going up about 10% this year. And that's a reality. When we speak to people who are taxpayers and see their bills going up, and so there are many dimensions besides just an urge to generosity, which we also experience. Thank you.
I just wanted a clarification. Is that 10% increase in taxes as the budget was written, or 10% after the addition, if we added in? Excuse me.
Well, as I recall from the informational meeting the other day, I think the original budget was like 9.6 or 7, some such. And, you know, we're adding smidgy increments to that. I don't think we'll push it all the way, but just in general arm-waving terms, we're talking 9.5 to 10%.
I just wanted that to be clear.
Variables, we don't know exactly what the grand list is going to be, and you know, it all sugars out. But in arm-waving terms, we're looking at 9 to 10%.
Yes. Thank you for that clarification. Yes.
Eric Walsh, I'd also like to note that about the amount of decreased late taxes was around $14,000 to $7,000 is pretty much equivalent to the decrease in the social service funding. So that's a balancing point, and if the late tax rate was increased to the 1% or 1.75%, which you can't do now, it's passed and done, but that's about the same amount in the budget, kind of echoing what Tim has said as a taxpayer to, look at the grand scheme of what everyone's saying.
Any other discussion? Yes.
I agree with what Tim just said. If you take page 13 of the report, you will see that the tax rate increased by 9.7%. It was 0.5943 last year, and it's now estimated to be 0.652. It's a 10% roughly increase in tax rate. I was wondering, why is the select board proposing that? At the same time, we have a very strong cash position. We have more cash than liabilities. So why don't we use some of the reserve to make the increase in taxes more reasonable for the population?
I think that actually comes up in the next article.
It might be. I waited for the next article, but Tim started the subject, so.
Okay, all right. Did you expect an answer now, or can we continue with the amendment to Article 6?
Well, the basic increase in the budget is in the general budget. It's increased by 6.4%, so that can be discussed now. But the underlying question is the financing of the increase. How do we finance? Through taxes, through borrowings, or through reserves?
Gloria Crisselli has her hand up.
Gloria Crisselli, Newfane. I used to be on the select board, and I appreciate your concern as a select board that none of us or our organizations come and speak at that meeting. But I also realized when I was on the select board that we never knew when we were going to be discussing, like the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance. Therefore, for me to go to every single budget meeting, there's not many of us who are going to put that kind of time into. If I knew specifically when, I'd have the president of several come and speak to it. Or, since she's not here in Vermont at that time, somebody else. So I understand, and I knew the frustration as a select board member. We don't have anybody here, but we've got to be realistic.
You want to speak? Hold it closer.
A couple of points. Agreed. But I think a call to the administrative assistant can give you an idea of when a particular area of the budget may be. And the budget meetings are open meetings. Someone can come in at any time and speak to any aspect of the budget. And the other thing that I would just like to bring up that I just remembered is that there are some blanks in this area because there was no request from the organization.
All right, are you ready to make your amendment to the amendment?
Well, we're not ready yet, but I do want to just speak to a couple of things that were said. I understand and respect the idea that people didn't show up at the budget meetings. I also want to say that the people that utilize these services are often people who can't show up at these budget meetings, and so we don't get to hear from them in the same way that we would hear from the rest of us that are able to come to town meeting today. And so I also want to give respect to that, because it's very easy, as we see across the nation, to cut social services when because we don't hear as often from people who need them. And so I want to be, I would like to be cognizant of that as we're deciding this. And I think because we'd like to move forward, I think that if people wanted to vote on this amendment, and then we'll make a separate one for the rest. If we didn't want to continue the discussion.
Well, it depends on how many people want to speak. You want to speak again?
I do. Patty Thompson, good faith. Just as a comment, I'm wondering if we had a social services budget and we just cut everybody by the same percent to meet the budget of the town, that would seem more equitable than cutting somebody by 50%, somebody by 100%, somebody by 2%, and raising another percent.
Is there anybody who wants to speak to that? Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think everybody should get 100% what they ask for. I think right now, nationally, everybody's getting, everybody who's hurting the most in this country is getting more stuff taken away from us. So we can be part of that trend, or we can be part of a different trend. Even if we restored every penny to everyone that asked for this, it's around $15,000. There's around 1,500 people, so that's $10 for everybody in town. So, you know, if you've got kids, it might be $50. I don't know. Is that really that unreasonable? For the sake of, do we care enough about our culture and our people that we're willing to pony up a little dough, or is money more important than people? This blows my mind. You know, Southern Vermont, the community, whatever they are, civets, you know, they're all about business, and they're getting $3,500, and you know they have a value. But that's, and their value is rarely sort of questioned because they're the big world. They're the world of money and investment. But when you come down to the world of people that are sucking wind, that's when we're all pretty quick to like, let's just take a little off. Let's just take a little. I think that's unconscionable. I think that we can afford funding these services, and we can look at ourselves with, you know, pride in the mirror instead of like crawling under a rock and just being another bunch of people that don't really are willing to give what needs to be given. This is a time of crisis. So I think we should step up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I'm Shelley Huber. I'm on the select board. In one aspect, we do have to run this town as a business. We have to make payroll. We have to pay for equipment. There's a lot of cost associated with it. We also have to keep the budget low enough so that it's affordable in taxes for everyone. Otherwise, we won't have a town because people will be fleeing here. So we as a board made a decision on the special appropriations based on several different criteria. And we went over it and went over it and went over it. So we did our best to bring the values that we all have and to represent you all. Not just a few of you, but in general. We have to look at the entire town. How are we going to survive? The average age in Newfane is 55 years old. Average age. How many people are ready to retire? How many are already retired? How many people are living on investments or their Social Security? Those are all things that we took into consideration. First of all, we have to start with our own town. We have to take care of our own town. If we have extra money, then we can go and we can give to others. That's how I think a lot of us were raised. We want to be generous. We can be generous from our own pockets, if that's the point, that you feel so compelled. But as a town, we have to make fiscal decisions. The bottom line is the town has to exist and have good roads, good services, good employees. So those were why we made decisions the way we made them.
Neil? No.
We have an amendment on the floor, correct?
We have an amendment on the floor. That is correct.
I don't think the amendment speaks to the larger issue. I call the question.
The question to vote on the amendment has been called. Is there a second? Second. Okay, this will end debate. It's been called and seconded. We have to vote, and it has to pass by 2/3. I'm going to try it. I have a really fine ear. I'm going to try it by voice vote. Is this a point of order? Okay. Procedural? Is it a procedural question?
It's about,
This is to end debate. There's a motion on the floor that has been moved and seconded to end discussion of the amendment to Article 6 regarding $500 to Groundworks Collaborative. The maker of the motion has suggested that if we got this motion off the floor, we could put another motion on the floor to the larger question. Is that correct? I don't want to put words in your mouth. That's the issue. So I'm going to follow procedures to keep this legal. This is what I am supposed to do, which is make this legal so we don't have to come back and do it again. Okay? I need to hear those people who are in favor of ending debate now by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed to ending debate now, please say nay. That's 2/3 aye in favor of ending debate, okay? So we now actually have to vote on the amendment to Article 6, which is, oh boy, can I still find my notes? Thank you. Thank you. You know, you get by with a little help from your friends. The amendment to Article 6 that you are now being asked to vote on is changing how much money the town of Newfane will authorize in general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses to $1,524,625.73. All right? All those in favor of this amendment, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. I'm going to ask for a division of the House. Board of Civil Authority. So those in favor of this amendment, please stand up and be counted.
Yes.
And those opposed, please stand and be counted. The amendment to Article 6, there are 42 ayes and 13 nays. The amendment passes. So Article 6 now reads, shall the voters of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,524,625.73, of which $1,216,000, is this right? Does this number have to change too? Give that to me slowly. Okay, of which $1,216,978.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. Is there any further discussion? Is this discussion on Article 6 as amended? That's all we can talk about. No, we can talk about other things. We can't. You have a new amendment?
Yes.
All right. I just better write this down. Thank you so much. Thank Thank you so much for doing that. Yes, please identify yourself.
Fiona P. Chevalier from Williamsville. I would like to amend the special appropriations for, all right, let me make sure I get this correct. So for every, I would like to have equalize to eat the appropriations for this year, for fiscal year 21, to equal those of 20, except for, because we've already talked about, except for Leland and Gray, which no longer exists, except for BCTV, which is part of a different part of the budget, and Groundworks Collaborative and the library, which have already been amended.
I need you, it makes sense, but I need you to give me a number.
I have a number.
Yeah.
And that is $10,658.
$10,658,000, any cents?
$10,658, 0 cents. And I
Okay.
would like that money, in light of the fact that people sometimes have a hard time paying their taxes, I would like that to come out of our fund balance, which is our, can I do that?
You can't do that.
All right, never mind.
Okay,
Then I don't do
but
that.
you can direct this $10,658,000 to social services.
To what?
To special appropriations, I think it's called.
Yes.
Is that the purpose? Yeah.
Yes, to add that to special appropriations.
To special appropriations.
To equalize, yeah.
I'm going to try doing this again. We're still on Article 6. This is a new amendment, our third. And after today, you will all be experts at amending articles and maybe even remember for next year. Okay? So, the amendment is to add $10,658,000 $10,658 to special appropriations, so that I'm going to wait for my tabulator to give me my numbers. She's wearing out her phone. Okay. Article 6, the amendment to Article 6 reads, shall the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,535,283.73, of which $1,227,636.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. Is there any discussion on this amendment? And I'm going to limit everybody to speaking only twice. And so that's it. There you go. You want to speak? Go ahead.
Liz Forrest, I would like to have a list of each one of the changes that are being proposed, which each, so, and it picks everyone putting back to the prior. I know that Newfane New had gotten $2,000 previously, and they have not been doing these summer concerts, and they haven't been as active as they were. They lost another member. That's one. Two, the very last article is a request from Vermont Disaster Animal Response Team to be a special appropriation. And how this is actually added, and you go to the very end, and we've done all this work on special appropriations, and then there's one at the end.
That's the way it is written now. I'd like to point out to you that there is a list on page 9 of the list that you asked for is on page 9. And I believe this budget that has been, this amendment that has been proposed is the same as, did you do budgeted fiscal 2019 or actual fiscal 2019 in your calculations?
Budget fiscal year 20.
So if you look at the first column, budget fiscal year 2019, and you look at that with the adjustments that we have already made to Groundworks Collaborative and More Free Library, that's the list that you wanted.
With respect, the one thing I did not add to that was the Leland and Gray Ed Foundation.
Okay.
That was for the Leland and Gray district, which no longer exists.
Okay, so it's less than $1,000
Yes.
for the Leland and Gray Ed Foundation, and just a minute, I would like to tell you procedurally, you can amend the amendment. You would like to reduce, you would like to change the amendment by $2,000 so that it's $8,658,000. And that would make these numbers, I think I can even do this. It would now read, that's without anything anew. So the amended amendment is taking out $2,000 for Newfane and New. Okay. So the amendment to Article 6 would change the article, the amendment to the amendment would change, we are changing the amendment now from $1,535,283.73 to $1,533,283.73, of which, just a minute, I have to add this, right? $1,229,636.73 would be raised by taxes. I just would like a check from the treasurer. Did I get that right? Oh, yeah. So taking $2,000 out, take it out of one and add it to the other. Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm ahead of us. There is a motion to amend the amendment, and it does need to be seconded before, are you seconding it? No, we can't even talk about it. Chris Campany has seconded it. Thank you very much for that, and again, I depend on you when things get complicated. Yeah, so we're not going to talk until we have the actual numbers, okay? And I'm wondering if there's someone here who could fill my water bottle for me. Your attention. This is hard. This is hard to keep your attention. We'll have a 7th inning stretch soon if we can get through Article 6. There is an amendment to the amendment on Article 6. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 would be raised by taxes, and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. I'm sorry about that. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment of Article 6?
Around the corner.
Yes.
Hi, Sandy Stark from Williamsville. I'm sorry to do this, but I have a question. For some of them have a zero. Were they people that organizations that didn't? Because if an organization didn't want any money and we're giving them, I'm just curious about the zero column, the zeros in that column. Just
clarify why they're there.
Okay.
Is there someone who can answer that? Thank you.
Yes, those that were zeroed did not respond or request. So there were criteria that each of the appropriations went through. If it's a zero, the organization did not request in writing or write a letter requesting a certain amount, what they've done. Many of the letters, as you can see in the book, they were very grateful. They got it in on time. They made a request. Some of them we couldn't fill all the way, but those that did show up in writing or in person, but we didn't have any of those, were acknowledged.
Is there any other discussion?
Deb.
Yeah.
So my question is whether or not the prior items that were voted on in a dollar amount, is that in addition or inclusive of the new number?
Okay. So currently we have already passed additional special appropriations of $714. That is already done. Correct? With me? This is, there's an amendment to increase, there's an amendment to increase the amount of special appropriations by $10,000, and that amendment has been amended to decrease it by $2,000, with a net gain of $8,000. That's where we are right now, and that's what we can talk about. Does anybody want to say anything? Patty?
I do want to say something. We voted these people in office. They've done the best they can with what they were given and the information. They were all humanitarians. We all want the best for everybody. But as a voter, having voted the select board in the office, people that are making decisions, I defer to them.
Thank you.
Dan?
Dan DeWalt. I was on the select board, and it's true, we have these budget meetings and people don't come. But in Vermont, the actual legislative body is this. It's town meeting, it's today. The select board does the business throughout the year, and our select board does it, and I should say, I got passionate on that last, I'm not angry at the select board, I'm angry at our culture. I'm angry at a culture that has decided to just throw away people. So I don't want the board to feel like that I'm singling them out. I'm singling us all out. I think that we should honor this amendment and do it. Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, which is my organization, by a snafu, we neglected to send in our things. So if you want to take $1,000 off and punish us, do it. Because we didn't follow the rules, and I'm not going to make a stink because we didn't follow the rules. I would love to have that money. So this is not just about my organization. In fact, if we gave everybody their money except us, then we would be chastised for not following the rules. But I think that we really should be able to pony up the $10,000 and continue to be a town that shows that we actually care about each other and care about something more than, we understand that our culture and our civilization and our community does not end as soon as we cross that border into Dummerson and or into Brown.
There was somebody, no, you're done? Okay. Yeah, Shelley, and is this your second time talking to this particular one? I'm going to start counting. But go ahead. You can talk twice to each amendment. But I haven't been keeping track. I think it's time I do.
Well, I'm not going to shame you guys into making a decision. I think that it's true that we are trying to be fiscally responsible with your money and your tax dollars. So, again, we can all be generous, and I think we are being generous at $30,000. So, unfortunately, not everyone can be given a check. and and life is life. You got to follow the rules, and some people didn't, and unfortunately, we had to do some deep decision-making on who was getting what with what we had available to make this budget not be more than 10% increase.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Yes.
Okay, Brenda Siegel, New Fame, and
My question is, would people rather go line, would we just go line by line and people vote up and down rather than like go back and forth?
Right now, we can't, right now, we are maxed out. You can't amend an amendment to an amendment. It's just two. So we have to decide on the second amendment.
so I just want to say that I was here at town meeting 2 years ago. I'm here at town meeting every year, but I was here at town meeting 2 years ago when we upped the fire department's budget by quite a lot, and I was largely in favor of that. As a community, we decided that. And I think as a community, we can decide that social services are important to us, and we're going to put $8,000 back in the budget. What I would love to know, if anybody is able to, is what does that, how does that change our tax rate so that people do have some understanding of that, but I imagine that the amount is very small in the end for each of us and might make a huge difference for many.
Is Doris here? She's our usual calculator. Gunther, please. Stand up.
I finally have to talk. This is Mickey Mouse ridiculous. We have a select board who has all the information needed to make a budget. We have a certain amount of the public who think that the budget is no good. Fortunately, I seem to be part of the group where taxes don't matter. But every time a dollar gets increased, I get increased more than my share because I don't have an exemption. I have to pay the whole, we lose too much money. So every time there's an increase, I get more than my share. So that this whole process seems to be, to me, totally ridiculous, especially since my taxes in New Fame are up more than 100% since I moved here.
When was that?
25 years. Thank you. Sir.
Thomas Adams, New Fame. We're talking about 10%. But if everyone in here is a property owner and you look at what you pay in your property taxes, 10% to a lot of people means no shoes for the kids, no tires, no inspection. It boils down to dollars and cents. The board met many nights over a couple of months to go over all the information. Some of these appropriations neglected to renew their requests. If you don't renew your request, you're out of luck. If you don't meet the criteria, you're out of luck. That's the bottom line. 10% is quite a bit. But when you look at our roads, our buildings, basic services, the fire department, we did vote 2 years ago to increase their. But we're also talking about a service that comes to us in the middle of the night, rain or shine, and they save lives. Every day they save lives on Route 30 and the side roads with Rescue Inc. and everything else. 10%. We put a lot of money out in our income taxes, our real estate taxes, our sales tax. Brattleboro added 1% to our 6% sales tax to cover whatever they're doing down there. It's something to think about. 10%. Everyone here knows what 10% of their dollar buys. Go ahead.
Is there any further discussion? Tom?
Move the amendment.
So there's a motion to move the amendment to the amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. this will end discussion on the amendment to the amendment to add $8,000 to Article 6. All right, we're not near finished talking about it, but I do need a 2/3 majority vote to end discussion. So all those in favor of ending discussion now on this part of our program, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. Yeah, that's 2/3. The ayes have it. We are now ready to vote on the amendment to the amendment, which I will bring you up to date. It is a net result of adding $8,000 to our currently amended Article 6. These are the numbers. Article 6. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize fund expenditures for town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 will be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. All in favor of passing the amendment to this amendment to the amendment, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. I'm going to ask for a division of the House. I don't want to be responsible for this. Please. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please indicate so by standing. Thank you. All those opposed to the amendment? 44 votes in favor of the amendment to the amendment and 16 opposed. The amendment passes. But we're not done. We now have to vote on this amendment again. General Roberts, blame him, not me. All right? Is there, so now we have to vote on this amendment again. Is there any discussion? Yes.
Okay, bear with me, but this is what I've come up with. Organizations would get their funding back. At the Gates Foundation, $250, Grace Fire, $1,500.
I need a total amount.
$8,998.
You want to add excuse me.
Just clarifying what the amendment on the floor really adds up to represents.
The amendment on the floor is to add $8,000 to the $714 that we have already passed. Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, it came to, unless I missed something, I don't know, it came to $8,998, not $8,000.
Are you suggesting, are you proposing an amendment to the current amendment on the floor?
No, I just want clarification where the $8,000 came from.
Oh.
It was $8,658.
The amendment was for $8,000, was it not?
658.
Is that, are our numbers right? Our numbers are right. I am sorry, tell me that number again. $8,658. I'm sorry, I got lost. So, thank you for the correction. The amendment that is now on the floor is to change the current amount of $1,524,625.73 to be raised for operating expenses to, do I have the number? To, is it 1,533? Okay, $1,533,283.73.
Point of order?
That is the current amendment. I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it all. I've got my numbers here. It's kind of, scratched. Okay, Article 6.
Point of clarification.
Yeah.
You said operations, does that mean that it's specifically related to special appropriations?
I'm reading the article as it is amended, which I am legally bound to do, okay? All right. Article 6, currently amended to read, well, this is the amendment. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues.
Point of order?
Yes.
So right now, we're voting on the amended article, not the amendment, correct?
We're voting on the amendment. We voted on the second amendment, we are voting on the first amendment. Okay, thank you, so that everybody knows where we are. We're not done voting on Article 6 yet. All right? And the current amendment can still be amended. Just letting you know. If you're not tired yet, we can go on. All right? Does everybody understand? We are voting on the amendment to change, to add $8,658 to our currently amended Article 6. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. And then we will get to the article. Got it? Any questions? All right. I'm going to read it once more. Pay attention and think about how you want to vote, because I'm going to ask you. Article 6. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 shall be raised by taxes and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. So now we have to vote on Article 6. Do you want to say something, Annie? You've got your hand up.
Discussion ensues, right?
There could be discussion. Please, discuss.
Annie Landenberger, Williamsville. If we could go to page 10, please, under road maintenance. As many of you know, Williamsville, South Newfane, and Brookside have revitalized the quarter-century-old effort to to calm traffic in our villages and to protect our villagers from speeding vehicles.
I'm going to have to stop you. I have to stop you. This is not germane to the article that is on the floor. Well, no, the article, I'm sorry, you'll be out of order. The article, the only thing we can talk about is money.
I got it.
Well, let's get to it.
Say my first rodeo. Okay, so on page 10, forget the introduction, so those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, under signs and under traffic safety, does any of that money, is any of that money, which would be $14,000, intended to go toward the signage that has been recommended by both the state and by your village liaisons and toward other traffic safety measures? Is any of that money earmarked for, oh yeah, that list of recommendations?
Yes.
Okay.
That's good to know.
Is there any further discussion of Article 6? Yes?
All right, Mr. Thank you. I'm just curious why, without the special appropriations just added, what area brought this up 10%? I don't see major increases in everything. So is it, why are we getting this 10% increase in our taxes?
I think we'll have to wait a while to find out what the, sorry? Yeah. Until we know what the tax rate is, it will be set probably, yeah, I believe in August. So to talk right now about an increase of such and such a percent in our taxes is not correct.
Oh, good, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Yes?
Emily Houle, Newfane, first-time residents, please don't jump down my throat.
Can't hear you, Tanya.
Sure. Emily Houle, Newfane. The largest increase that I noticed is on page 8 under employee benefits. The line item of health insurance town costs. There's an increase there of $38,000. I work in finance, so I'm not oblivious to the fact that insurance costs never go down, and there was a huge increase where I work as well. I'm wondering, what is our policy? Do any of our town employees pay a portion of their health insurance? Is it all paid for by the town? Just, I'm asking for education more than anything.
Chris, are you going to answer? You're looking like you're getting ready. No? Okay. Is there anyone who can answer that?
Yeah.
Yeah, beyond the increase, what they do, years ago when the Obamacare come into the insurance thing, we had a level funded at $78,000. It used to be the employees paid 20% of the cost, and the town paid 80. So we level funded it 100% at that. So we went with that, and then as it kept increasing, what they pay on now is 20% of the increase. So from the 78, it was 100% funded. And then all the increases just keep going up, and now the employees pay 20% of every time it goes up. So they're all, I mean, I don't know exactly the numbers, what it is, what they're paying, but you know, it's a good deal for everybody. The insurance is expensive, and it just keeps going up every year. I can't see that from here.
Does that answer your question? Yeah, yeah.
Jim Schaefer, just answering Gloria's question in a general way of the 10% rise. Under the budget we're considering now, there were a couple jumps in the area of $40,000 for town employees and benefits. I imagine a lot of those were mandated. There really wasn't any choice in that. So there's, I don't know, roughly 90,000 raise there. The big jump we have yet to tackle, and that's in the capital expenditures. Even though the amount proposed to be spent this year is actually lower than last year. Last year we took something like $297,000 out of reserve, so we gave ourselves a nice tax deduction. Our taxes went down last year. That was cool. It was a fun meeting. This year we got a bunch to pay for, and they're not proposing taking anything out of those capital reserves. So the whole boodle falls on us. Plus, we're being asked to toss in the 123 or whatever it is thousand towards the next big capital reserve thing. So, in an arm waving way, that's where the big bump comes. I believe the best I can do.
Is there any other discussion? Yes.
Nova Benesh, Williamsville. I agree with what Tim said. Actually, the total budget, capital and operating expenses is decreasing a little bit. What is changing is the way it is financed. Last year there were non-tax revenue which were reserve taken back. This year they are none. Last year there were borrowings. This year they are none. Although last year in the budget, the pluriannual capital budget, for this year it was expected that we would reverse 265,000 of capital reserve and borrow 50. This is not happening in the budget. I would like to understand why the Select Board is taking that position.
So, yeah.
I'm not sure what he said.
Okay. I think some of us are enchanted by your accent and have trouble understanding. So if you could speak a little more slowly.
Yes.
And into the mic, that would be
I will
great.
try to speak more in the microphone. I said that overall the budget did not increase compared to last year. If you add the operating expenses and the capital, operating expenses increase, capital needs decrease. Overall there's not a big increase, so it's even a small decrease. What makes the tax rate increase is that last year we reversed capital reserves and this year we don't. Last year we borrowed, this year we don't. And why is the board taking that position, which conducts to a 10% increase and even more now that we've increased other expenses? I don't understand why. And I will move an amendment later to change that.
Okay, but the discussion is now about the overall budget, which is what we're voting on. So, is there someone on the board who can answer the question? Did you all hear it? Did everybody hear this? Okay.
I think basically the stuff that we have in the surplus, if you want to call it, I guess, is money that is planned for large equipment purchases in the future. So we were not able to take from that fund without having your taxes, go up more in the future. We're trying to balance it. So.
But we have a very strong reserve position.
All right. You can't get in an argument, okay? Sorry. Is there any further discussion on the amendment to Article 6? Hearing none? We ready to vote? Seems like we are. All right. If nobody calls a question, we can just vote. So we're still voting on the amendment, correct? Have we moved? Have we already moved? I'm glad somebody is paying attention. This matters. This vote, I mean, all the votes matters, but this vote will put Article 6 to bed one way or another. If you vote in favor of it, it will put it to bed as follows. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize general fund expenditures for the town and highway operating expenses of $1,533,283.73, of which $1,225,636.73 shall be raised by taxes, and $307,647 by non-tax revenues. All those in favor of Article 6 as I just read it, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no.
No.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 6 as amended passes. All right. I invite everybody to take a 5-minute break. We will be back, but get up and stretch. Announcements for you while you're finding your seats and getting your food. On Sunday, March 29th, the 6th annual West River Railroad Soup Fest and Silent Auction will take place. It helps raise funds for the Historical Society's 1880 Newfane Railroad Station and West River Museum. Doors open at 4 with a suggested donation of $5 to $10. Bidding on the 50-50 raffle from 4 to 5:30, soup and bread served at 5:30 with desserts to follow, and go to the Historical Society of Windham County's website for more information. So that is Sunday, March 29th. Looking ahead to May 2nd, which is a Saturday, or the days preceding that, Saturday and Sunday, join a group of Green Up Day trash picker-uppers. You can get your Green Up bags at the town clerk's office or the Newfane Market during the last week of April. You are encouraged to clean as a family, a group of friends, or by yourself. Last year, we collected 200 bags of trash from the roadsides, and then the road crew will pick up the postcards then. There is lots of information up here, and I've been asked to tell you that on March 5th at 7 o'clock at the library, Paul Searles will read and discuss his book, Repeopling Vermont, The Paradox of Development in the 20th Century. That's at Moore Free Library. This tells you everything else that's going on. And now we are ready to go to Article 7. Article 7. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895, of which $265,895 shall be raised by taxes and $3,000 by non-tax revenues? Is there a motion? Myra Fassler has moved it. Is there a second? Tom Bedell has seconded it. Article 7. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895,000, of which $265,895 shall be raised by taxes and $3,000 by non-tax revenues? Is there discussion? Norbert.
I would like to move a motion to decrease the amount financed by tax of $100,000 and increase the amount financed by non-tax by $100,000. The reason for that is to decrease to make the increase in taxes more tolerable to the people. I'm lucky enough to be able to pay 10% more in taxes, but I don't think everybody in the community can afford paying 10% more taxes.
So I understand the amendment to decrease the amount raised
by taxes
by $100,000, and just have a question which I need guidance on. Can we write into this that we will find $100,000 from somewhere else?
From reserves.
Oh, from reserve. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. I'm sorry. Now I understand. So that is decrease taxes and increase the amount of reserves. That is an amendment to Article 7. So the amendment would change the wording to read, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital expenditures of $895,000, of which $165,895 shall be raised by taxes and $100,000 from capital reserves. And $3,000 by non-tax revenue. Right. So is that correct? All right. There, that's better. All right. Is there a second to the amendment, the motion to amend?
I'll second.
That's Ken McFadden who seconded it. And so this motion has been moved and seconded. We can now discuss, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895,000, of which $165,895 shall be raised by taxes and $100,000 taken from reserve and $3,000 by non-tax revenues. Norbert, this is your motion. You can speak first.
Well, as I said before, I believe that the 10% increase in taxes is too high for most of the population of Newfane.
Is there other, yeah?
Eric, well, Newfane, I understand that the reason why the capital reserve is being built up is so that we can make anticipated expenses, particularly for the road department. And that if we take money out of the capital reserve now, that means that we have to borrow later. So that although it's a short-term decrease in taxes for the individual taxpayer, I think it's going to result in a longer-term increase, and also having us pay interest on loans that we're servicing rather than using our own money that we put into capital reserve. So I think it's a wise long-term solution to pay taxes for that rather than taking money out of the capital reserve.
Tim Schaefer with a question for the hard-working, long-suffering budget makers. On page 14, it says that as of 6/30/2019, the capital reserve fund was at $568,000 and change. And looking at the proposed budgets, this year and 2022 and 2023, there's no capital reserves anticipated being used. So I just wonder, out there beyond 2024 or something, what are we anticipating that we're saving up this big boodle of money for?
I'm going to have Jay Wilson speak to that.
Jay? Yeah, please. And,
so the whole purpose of a capital fund is to make the taxes more even. So if you put money into it every year and don't touch it, when we need to pay for the Arch Bridge, the money's there. We don't have to go borrow. That's a big expense that's coming next year. And our portion is between $175,000 and $275,000. When we go to buy a piece of equipment, when we buy a new piece of equipment, if we start putting aside a small amount of money for the 10 years when a truck gets replaced, when that truck is due to be replaced, the money's there, you pay for it, there's no loan. The way it's been going, the money just kept coming out. So it was like taking money out of your savings account and then the next year sticking it back in. We don't gain anything. So we have The sand salt shed, which is a mandate that's coming down on us to keep our sand under cover because of the salt that's in it. And we have wetlands so close to the garage. We had to set money aside for that. That's an expense that's going to be coming up. And right now, there's money to pay for 80% of it from grants. So that's why we're doing that. So we're not creating a fee in the county's money to fund our future purchases, so the taxes can stay more level. And the way it's been being done previously, pulling that money out was never getting that. We've been putting money aside for a grader. There's no money there because every year it's pulled back out. So by actually funding it and leaving the money there, we'll eventually be able to make purchases and all our loans will be gone. We won't have loans every year. So that's the purpose behind the capital fund. And the town adopted it years ago, but it's never been fully implemented correctly.
And Jay Wilson is the head of our road crew, correct? Yeah, just so you know. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. And then next. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
People keep referring to a 10% increase in taxes, but I thought I heard Pete say that the 10% was not a real number. Can I get some information on that, please?
Yes. We just need to know about the appraisal.
Far from being an expert on this, the equalized grand list which is set has an effect on the taxes as they are set later in the year. So until the grand list is set and the taxes do come out, we won't really know what kind of an increase we'll have.
You still look puzzled. Did that answer your question? Okay, good. I would like to.
I just make a note.
A quick note.
A quick note. Don't forget you got school taxes and they're going up. So as you're figuring out your budget and our budget, consider that. Okay.
I'd like to recognize Chris Campion.
Just a note on reserves. In my day job, I'm the executive director of Winter Regional Commission. Federal funds available for towns are not going to be going up. State funds available for towns are not going to be going up. Matches, cash match for that municipality is required to pay. Access grants are probably only going to be going up. And so I would look at this as not only just good planning for equipment that you've got to replace, but it also enables the town to make its own choices about what it wants to do, when it needs to do them. Because it's awful to be in a situation where everything that you want to do, you just go, is there a grant for that? Is there a grant for that? A lot of times there's not. And then the cost of actually getting that grant money and administering that grant money is pretty expensive. So I just think it's a good policy to maintain those reserves, do this capital planning, looking as far ahead in the future as we can possibly afford, because eventually we'll probably need to spend it.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Just a minute. Mike, you looked like you were thinking about speaking.
Mike Mayor, Williamsville. Just dovetailing on your question, 10% has come from somewhere. Pete's saying we don't know. Where does the 10% come from if we don't know?
Tim Chafee or Norbert, you want to explain this? I know you both know it.
Well, the 10% is calculated based on the provisional grant list. The grant list is only finalized in July, something like that. So until we know the final number of the grant list, we don't know what is the increase of the tax rate. But what we know is that the taxes to be raised increase by 10%. So unless the grant list improves dramatically, the tax rate will increase by some 10%. And do we have any reason to believe that the grant list will increase?
It depends on how many people have improved their houses, added additions, built new, new buildings.
How many, yeah.
Yeah.
But basically, year on year, it increases by 1%. So that the impact which was already figured out in the report and which gave rise to 10% increase in taxes.
Does that answer your question, Mike? Okay, is everybody following that? All right, is there any further discussion on Article 7 as amended?
Can I add something?
Yeah, but this is going to be your last time.
I just wanted to mention that we have more than $1 million in cash in bank. We have 1,148,000 based on the June 30th financial statements audited. That's page 63 in the audit report. So we have a very strong position. We have 1 million in bank, 1,1 million in bank, and we have $700,000 in debt.
Did you say page 63? In the audit? Yeah. Does anybody have any further comment? This was June 30th. I'm wondering if there have been big bills paid since then? Yeah, please.
Some of that money, 500,000 of that is for the capital reserves. We have paid 300,000 back to FEMA bonds that we had to take out for paying all the bills for FEMA. So that did go down significantly.
Thank you.
So, excuse me, could we, about what is the current capital reserve? Are you able to?
Well, for fiscal year 19, it's 568,000.
That was, 9
That
months
was back
ago.
in June.
Huh? That was 9 months ago, so
right
it's also
now
300 from taking out the debt, so.
Probably around 700,000 at this current moment. I haven't gotten all the figures. I don't usually get them all tallied till the end of the year.
That's cash.
But 700,000 for capital.
Cash.
Okay, so there's an important, that's cash, not capital reserves.
Capital reserves, well, in the capital fund itself, there's about 700,000.
There's $700,000 in the capital reserve currently, about. All right. Is there more? So we're still discussing this proposed amendment. Are there comments to the amendment? Is that what you want to talk about?
I'm not sure, other than I know that there needs to be cash flow with that 440, 500,000, right? For your cash flow for until the taxes actually start to pay in.
For the rest of the year.
For the rest of the year.
Oh, from June to August, yeah, there needs to be about anywhere from 300,000 to 400,000 surplus to carry me through to the next tax.
So we're also talking about cash flow.
So I'm just trying to understand this for everybody because I see a lot of perplexed faces, but I could be mistaking it for fatigue. That there are accounts payable that cash reserve will be used to pay. Is that correct?
Cash surplus.
Cash surplus, whatever you want to call it. It's a surplus now, but if you have big bills coming in, that's the money you use, or is there more tax money coming in?
Well, this $1 million, half of it's for capital and half of it's for general fund.
Okay.
So then, the money for the general fund.
Can everybody hear her? I think you need, it's good that you're talking to me, but everybody has to hear.
So $1 million in the accounts right now. Half of it is in the general fund. The other half is in capital. Capital can only be spent on capital. There is money in there for reappraisal funds, and that can only be spent for reappraisal fund money. The other 400-ish thousand, that has to carry us through from June till August until we start getting tax payments, which we're already through that at this point, so.
Okay. All right, thank you. I hope that helps other people. It certainly helped me. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Do you need to be reminded what the amendment is? And, well, I'll ask you then if you want to vote on it. Okay. Back to Article 7. Article 7, the amendment proposed With the amendment proposed, Article 7 would read as follows. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895, of which $165,895 shall be raised by taxes, $100,000 taken from capital reserves, and $3,000 by non-tax revenues. Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
Do you understand you're voting on an amendment? Okay, and I vote would make Article 7 the way I just read it. So all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. No. Okay, the noes appear to have it. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. We go back to Article 7 as printed in your warning. Is there any further discussion? Yes?
I'm sorry to do this, but could someone explain why the interest earned is so low and the amount of money is so high?
The interest earned on what and the amount of money in what fund?
On page 5, the interest of the capital fund, the actual was only $680. And I'm putting that at less than 0.2%. And I realize that's the typical, but I'm wondering if there's another reason for why it's not a higher rate.
So the question is, how do you account for such a low rate of interest on the capital fund? And I'm wondering if our treasurer can help us with that.
Right now, some of the money is in a CD, so we actually won't get the interest until June. And then the other money is in the general fund, so the auditors are working on doing an allocation spreadsheet. So this year, it'll be broken down between all the funds evenly and by percentage.
Answer your question. Excellent. All right. Any further questions or discussion on Article 7? Looks like you're ready to vote. Hearing no objection, we're going to vote on Article 7. As written in your warning, shall the voters of the town of Newfane authorize capital fund expenditures of $268,895, of which $265,895 shall be raised by taxes and $3,000 by non-tax revenues. All those in favor of Article 7, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and Article 7 passes. Article 8. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane vote to raise the amount of $123,500, of which $123,500 shall be raised by taxes to be added to the capital reserves fund. Is there a motion? And is there a second? It looks like Gunther Garvey has seconded it. Is that correct, Gunther?
Yes.
All right. So it has been moved and seconded. We are now on Article 8. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane vote to raise the amount of $123,500, of which $123,500 shall be raised by taxes to be added to the capital reserves fund? Is there any discussion? And Lynn, you moved it. You could. No, Gloria moved it. Do you want to say anything?
It seems to me that we talked about this with the last one, so basically, instead of taking money out, we're putting it in, as Jay said, to make sure that we have the funds available when we need them to spend them on things like bridges.
Is there any further discussion? Are you ready to vote? It would seem so. All right. So, I vote is in favor of putting this money into the capital reserves, and a no vote is not. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane vote to raise the amount of $123,500, of which $123,500 shall be raised by taxes to be added to the Capital Reserves Fund? All those in favor of Article 8, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 8 passes. Article 9. Shall the voters of the town of Newfane raise and appropriate the sum of $250 for the Wyndham Disaster Animal Response Team, WINDART? Is there a motion? Lynn Forrest has moved it. Is there a second? Ken McFadden has seconded. Is there any discussion? Yes.
How many of you have animals, pets or other animals?
Is that it for children?
So we have pets and we have animals, and we want to be prepared for disasters that can happen. And what happens to our animals? And this organization trains teams to be able to react and respond when there is a natural disaster or other, to make sure our pets and our animals, our livestock is taken care of. We go through training period, and it's open to anybody who wants to go learn how to do this. We've learned how to set up shelters. We've learned how to deal with dogs. We've learned how to tell what a cat means when its tail's going this or when its ears go back. It's a great organization. I personally got involved because I have a big barn. And I thought if anything happens again like Irene and people have animals, and I don't have any big animals, but if people needed somewhere for their animals to go, I can set up a whole shelter safely for those animals. So that was my personal buy-in to this. So I think it's a great organization. They have a standard operating procedure that we share with towns with emergency operations plan, and have just gotten a roving big, I don't know what you call it, trailer that goes along with all these great extra carts, and if they had to set up at a different location outside of the Humane Society. So I appreciate you allocating the $250, and I don't know what that bottom number is. General fund studies going to have help. So and I guess it would be to amend Article 6.
It's just... Look at all the experts. This is great. This is a separate article. Everything else before this is done. Yeah, Chris.
So just on the human side of this, when there are disasters, some people will not evacuate their homes or otherwise leave if they don't know what's going to happen to their pets, especially if they're being told that at the human shelters they can't take the pets. So that's the human side of this, is actually facilitating the pet care so people will feel more comfortable about their animal children, and will be more likely to actually do what they need to do in the time of disaster. So that's the human side of the equation.
Yes, Lindsay.
Lindsay Bertram here saying, I just wanted a little clarification on specifically what the money gets spent on, is it like training or facilities or whatever, and then also how many people do you currently have involved in this, and if people want to get involved, who do they contact? It's so many questions.
I know funds have been used for training. I know they're used for cages, and I don't know how many, because when I've gone, there have been different people that have responded. Ballpark? Maybe 30, 40, something like that. Do you know? We have an automatic response. How do you contact? Linda Forrest at gmail.com. Joanne Borbeau at the Humane Society is what her job is. But we do training, and we do it in other locations. One of the cool things is there's a statewide organization, right, well, I should say the state of Vermont, then sends out the information when there's a disaster. So we have training in Londonderry, so we get calls to go, an automated call that says you are needed in Londonderry and you will go. You're needed in Newfane and you will go. And that's how we're notified that our presence is needed.
So I understood the question a little bit different, or different ways of that, understanding that question. One is, how do we, you answered, you want to learn more about getting involved, contact you. But if there's a disaster and you have pets, how do you activate or contact this service? I think that was the intent of one of the questions. If not, it's a question I have. Yeah, Jay.
Jay Wilson. They're now part of our emergency plan in town, so they would get notified if we have an emergency to help us with the animals.
This is a really good time to remind everybody that we do not have anybody in charge of our emergency planning in town. It's one of those vacant, I don't know how the pets are going to be rescued on page 18 if we still don't have someone in charge of I thought it was, no, I mistook that for the energy coordinator. And when we don't have an animal control officer either. Just a reminder, since I talked about it a long time ago. Is there any other conversation about this? Yes.
Would people contact the rescue to register their animals at all?
I don't think at this point we have any way of doing that, but they can, once there's an emergency, the fire station or the second place would be the town garage, would be the two emergency contacts. They can call there and they can help with something, and there'll be people roving around town anyways.
So that's good to know. During an emergency, two areas, right? The rescue and
the fire station.
Fire station, yeah.
And the second one, if needed, is the town garage. It depends on where the emergency is.
So let me take that as a time to encourage you all to license your dogs. You'll know you have a dog that needs rescuing if you've licensed your dog.
Good idea. And you only have 27 days before the price goes up. So, yeah.
Just a point of information, the communication that came requesting these funds has been filed under Kitty letter.
Is there any, yes?
Is this a tool only pass to domestic livestock or something that endangers wildlife as well?
That's a good question. Do you know the answer to that, Lynn?
Our training has been with pets and livestock. And has been, we talk with the deer and bear and, no, that's a great question, but I think as far as what we've been doing so far.
So the answer is that this is not, at this time, for wildlife. Is there any further discussion? I'm not going to recognize that because there's somebody else who wants to speak, and yeah.
I just have a question. So it's $250, correct? I'm now not looking at it. So the $250 is there other money that comes in also to this project from other sources so that okay.
Chris is answering yes. He seems to know.
Happening.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I think we're ready to vote. Okay. A yes vote is you're in favor of adding this $250 to the amount of money we've already appropriated, in addition to what we've passed in Article 6. So, shall the voters of the town of Newfane raise and appropriate the sum of $250 for the Wyndham Disaster Animal Response Team, WINDART. All those in favor of this, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Article 9 passes. We now move on to Article 10, which is to transact any other business that may legally come before the town, but which is not legally binding. All right? No, we don't. I made a mistake. Okay. Chris?
I just have something.
Please tell everybody who you are.
Christopher Bratt from Williamsville. It occurs to me, having driven down Route 30 often in the summer, that there are a lot of out-of-state vehicles that park there and use the beaches. And it was occurring to me that we might be able to get some non-tax revenue and figured out a way to have an honor system, have a collection system, have a way. You know, just real quick math. If we got 10 people there on the honor system to give $10 a day, 100 days in the summer, that's $10,000 that we could be giving to pets or opioid crisis or things like that. So it's just an idea. Perhaps we form an exploratory committee to form a beach group or something, but I think there's an income possibility there, especially since it's mostly out-of-state behavior.
Yes. It has been pointed out that that's in the town of Dummerston. The area is 2 cars.
All right. Is this about Chris's, the other Chris's? Okay, so Annie.
Annie Landberger, Newfane. I have 2 community announcements. So put your tap shoes on because April 11th, Saturday, is the annual Williamsville Newfane Talent Show. And this year we're delighted to have it co-sponsored not only by the hall and the hall, but the Tinston Hill Preschool will be co-sponsoring and therefore benefiting as well. The last thing is that Rock River players could certainly use your talents, your input, whether it be wielding a brush to sing a couple monologues. We have our open meeting Friday, March 27th. I'll put this info up there. And on that night too, just give me 30 more seconds, we're going to have an open reading of a brilliant dramatization of the proceedings of the House Un-American Activities Committee. It seems like a pretty timely thing. The name of the script is called Are You Now or Have You Ever Been? If you would like to just come and read it with us and we'll chat about it afterwards, let's do it and look at the world. Thank you.
So an announcement, and I'm going to be asking for your assistance and help. The Wyndham Region Broadband Project. That is a project going on. Wyndham Regional Commission got a grant to start working on this. And the goal is to have a survey of people in all the towns in Wyndham and the surrounding areas to find out what service they have for broadband and what they want. There's no cost to the towns. There will never be a cost to the town. There would be a communication district that would stand on its own. And if it went belly up, the assets of that would disappear. But there is, I understand that there's been some erroneous information being fielded, and I just know it's wrong. There is, I put on half of the chairs, there's a written survey. You can skip the first page and just do the survey. You can go online, and information about where to go online is up at the front. There's some little stickers are like business cards. That's the easy way to go. It's wyndhamdigital.org/broadband. I don't know about you, but I can use faster, better internet service. So that's, and the deadline for the information getting in is March 17th. So time is of the essence, as they say, and I appreciate your help. If anybody's interested in working on that, I am the town point person. Whether, yeah, I am. And so, but it would be nice, Margaret, Margaret is helping me. If anybody else is interested in working on that project, it's going to be pretty much sending out mailing and correlating some of the results. That would be great. My name is Lynn Forrest. It's lynn.forrest@gmail.com. And I'm on 2 hours, right. 492 Dover Road. You can buy the house and knock on the door.
Thank you. Sir, behind.
I am collecting surveys today.
Yeah. Sure, yeah.
Marty Cohn from Newfane. Last year, I reported about the pending FCC rule change that was going to adversely impact BCTV, and sadly, that rule change came into effect. It passed, which means that there's going to be a decrease in funding from Comcast to BCTV. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be as severe as first imagined, but there's still going to be a decrease in funding for BCTV. We thank the Select Board, not only in Newfane, but in the other 7 service towns, for recognizing that and providing monies in the budget so that we can continue to have meetings like this shown at BCTV, on television, on Channel 8, and also everyone who participates in doing the show on Channel 10. What we're doing now is that we're trying to find other ways to fund BCTV, and for the first time, we're looking to the public for donations. People have been very generous so far, but keep thinking about BCTV and the importance that we do in bringing democracy to everyone else. And on behalf of the board, thank you for all that you've been doing and will continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I see, but I've got Chris first. Go ahead.
On behalf of the Village of Newfane trustees, welcome to the Newfane Village Union Hall. I'm the chair of the Village trustees, so unfortunately I'm not a very good one. I just don't have the time to give it that it needs. But I just want to remind folks, this Union Hall is supported not by the town, but only by the 60 taxpayers of the village. We receive no town funds whatsoever. So the upkeep is left to the folk in the village. We frankly don't use this very much. And so there may need to be some conversations had there. One project we're going to look at that I've just gotten behind on is improving the hideous acoustics in here. They've been awful since the 1830s. But we actually did a sound check in here. I don't think it worked. It might. But I'm going to just be real quiet for a second. Let me see. And count after I clap.
One.
Well, if you listen real careful, and if you effectively hear just like a couple of people in here, sound bounces back and forth for like 5.5 seconds. And so that's one of the reasons why anytime anybody in here is rustling paper while someone else is talking, while the fan's on or something else, you can't hear. But obviously trying to improve the acoustics in here also then changes the historic character of the space. And so it's not a real easy decision for the village people to take on, and there may be some costs, but we may need to come to the town and just say, hey, this is the help we need to make this a better space. But one other just thing, I brought this up last year, I'm bringing it up again. When I first moved here, I really appreciated the tradition of having these meetings, the town meeting in the Union Hall or the Williamsville Hall. But I'm really concerned that these spaces, this hall, we literally have to kind of break back into it again because we shut it down for winter. And so you have to chip ice out and everything else to keep the doors open again. And we have to bring up the plumbing back up and heat and all that. But even just getting into the building, the parking and parks affected in Williamsville, I don't know exactly what it would take to, maybe this is already a done deal, to look at maybe having this at the school. But I worry about people actually not participating in this because of the actual perceived physical barriers, and just really, honestly, the difficulty in adhering in here, where our population is not getting younger. One of the reasons why this hall is frequently not used for weddings and other things is because of the hideous acoustics. Because we've heard how difficult it has been for people to hear in here all day. So I guess I don't know if it's a select board or who, but just want to bring up the issue again of should we consider, and maybe it's a lousy idea, a place that has just more easily accessible parking, better acoustics, just make it more modern. And I'm not trying to, and again, I used to be one of the ones who was like, it'd be a shame to lose the tradition, but I really do wonder about just the SEC of this building.
In response to that, it's really the Board of Civil Authority can make a change in them traditionally, since the select boards on, part of the Board of Civil Authority. But this doesn't have to go for a complete town vote. It doesn't need to be CCN to make a change in the actual town meeting.
Sir, back.
Thomas Abbott's New Fame. I'm a member of the local Lions Club. I'd like to invite the members of the town here to come to our meetings second Tuesday at the firehouse. If we donate money to the local community in forms of $2,000 scholarships to graduating seniors in London and Gray, eyeglasses, a $200 voucher for eyeglasses for people in need, the food shelf in Townsend, the fire department, rescue. We donate a lot of money. We need members. Our members are in the 80s. We celebrated our 50th year last July of being in New Fame. Our membership is dwindling because of the age, and we're not getting the younger people joining. We invite you to come. There's no obligation. We do an awful lot. It's a nationwide, actually international organization. We've wiped out river blindness in almost all of the third world countries. Helen Keller invited us in the 30s to become Knights of the Vision, and we've upheld this. We'd invite you to come and see our organization and meet with our people. Please do. Second Tuesday of every month at the fire station.
I'm the chair of the committee.
Dan?
I'm Dan DeWalt, a Restorative Community Justice of Southern Vermont, which is an organization that teaches people how to do restorative practices and offers free conflict resolution to anyone, is actively searching for more board members. As you can see, we could have used another board member this year when we didn't get a report filed in time for the select board. So if anyone has any interest in restorative justice, restorative practices, please contact me or Restorative Community Justice, rcjsv.org. And we'd be happy to talk to you. It's about being on the board or just about learning. We do monthly trainings for free in this town and other places. So if you have any interest in an organization and would like to be part of it in any way, please contact me.
Back to you.
If also, if my wife Carly were able to be here today, she would ask you to recognize and express your appreciation for all the volunteers in the New Bratt Fire Department and for our New Fame Town Highway crew.
That's often a cue for a motion to adjourn, but I see a few hands. Well, I see Gloria first, and then Steve, and then you. Okay.
I have two things. I did take on chairing the Green Up Committee, and so I have a postcard here, and I have a list here of previous Green Up people. I'm missing some phone numbers, and I'm missing some email addresses, so if you could check the list, that would be great. If you are new to town, and I see that we have quite a few people, what Green Up Day, and this is our 50th year of Green Up Day, does is, there's a rare few people who decide their beer cans have to go out, their soda cans have to go out, and their cigarette butts. We love to keep New Fame beautiful.
So we divided it, and my committee, we've gone out and measured how long the roads are. We'd like you to choose what areas you plan to do so that we can make sure that all of Newfane is covered. And then on the bottom of this card, which you can take and mail back to the Rehab Committee, I'm also with the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance. I think I've mentioned that once or twice during this meeting, but we're also taking on a project of adopt a patch to knock back knotweed. Japanese knotweed is spreading throughout Newfane, spreading throughout Windham County. So I'm working with the Nature Museum in Grafton and any kind of a knotweed. But we need people, preferably on your own property, but some of us are getting a little bit older, and your neighbor's property may need to have work done. So if you could volunteer, or at least put your name on the bottom of the card and the appropriate contact information, then as this project gets going, we can do that. On May 18th, the Nature Museum and the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance are doing a conference on Japanese knotweed. So I'll get that information into Front Porch Forum, but please do sign up for that. Thank you.
Hello, Steve Levine from Williamsville. I always like to say it's part of the town of Newfane. And I'm on the hall committee, and I want to thank everyone. You probably won't read our report on page 92, but in that I say thanks to everyone in the town for supporting capital expenses and ongoing expenses. We really appreciate it. And in return, we've been attempting, and I think succeeding, in having many more events at the hall. We just had a wonderful recital by Dan, piano accompaniment to an amazing silent movie. On March 21st will be our second annual dog show, and that's for real. It was a big hit last time, so hopefully people will show up. As Andy mentioned, April 11th is the town show, which might be the most spectacular event that happens in town. And I also wanted to mention that the Williamsville Hall is fully ADA compliant. The acoustics are wonderful. It's a bigger space, and it's in wonderful shape, thanks to all of you. So come and use it and enjoy it. I'm not saying don't come here, but there is a very viable and usable space. And as I said earlier when I introduced myself, Williamsville is part of the town of Newfane, and everyone is welcome. Thank you.
So I just wanted to bring it to the town that I am in the process of getting signatures for Gun Rights Sanctuary Township Resolution. It's a resolution for the defense of the right to keep and bear arms. And it's going throughout the state of Vermont. So if you're interested, please see me. I'm looking for signatures. Thank you.
Lindsay.
The Newburgh PTO has tons of really delicious stuff back there, including soup, and all of the food is by donations, and it goes directly to the Newburgh PTO, which goes into the Newburgh School for enrichment and awesome fun stuff. So if you like your kids to do fun stuff, you should come and do it.
And speaking of children, I think that we, this year for the first time, got volunteers to do childcare till 12:15, so the kids might be out on the street now. And I cannot thank Phoebe Connolly and Lindsay Bertram enough for stepping up to make this town meeting possible. Thank you.
But I'm always trying to find information on the website of what's happening in town, and I have a hard time finding it because I'm often using my phone to do it. and it doesn't go mobile as easily. And so I'm happy to come in and help brainstorm. I'm not qualified to actually fix it, but I wanted to just bring that up. And then the other thing is that, and I think if I'm not allowed to do this, let me know.
No political campaigning, don't try it.
It's not for me.
It's not, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Absolutely no electioneering.
It's just a meeting that's happening in town, is that?
I'm going to just say no.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay, it's not a campaign. It doesn't
matter. Go ahead.
I'm Elizabeth Erickson, and I am the Four Winds Coordinator at Newburgh School. And this is a natural science program that is run by volunteers. People volunteer to teach in the school, the kindergarten to 5th grade. And we really need more volunteers. It's a small commitment, and for each class that you teach, you're trained to do that class, and everything is laid out, all the activities, the games, and the puzzles and stuff we play with the kids is all pre-planned, and it's a really wonderful group of people and a really fun organization. If you'd like to work with kids outside, this is a perfect thing for you. And so if you'd like to contact me, you can always call the school and they will have my information, but I'm Elizabeth Erickson. Thank you very much.
With the Lions Club, we're also doing screening with the Lely and Gray students, the elementary school. We're trying to coordinate a time and date to do the screening. We have them trained on vision testing, equipment for your children. It's very important. I feel that the younger children get the screening. It catches abnormal problems early on that can be addressed and corrected in their formative years. So this is another thing that we do with the Lions Club, and it's free, all the space. And we're coordinating with the school nurse and
Thank you.
Will we thank the select board for their service and then adjourn?
There has been a motion to adjourn. It's been seconded. It is not debatable, it's not amendable, and it passes by a simple majority. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Thank you very much. The meeting is over.
Okay, we ready? 9 o'clock. Yes? Welcome. Ready to rumble, or is that trademarked? Ready for town meeting? Could we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for a moment afterwards? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, I just like to stay standing up. I'd just like to take a moment, a silent moment, to remember those Townsend residents that we lost this year. Some titans, some characters, and definitely all loved ones. Thank you. Please be seated. So, welcome to the 161st Town of Townsend Town Meeting, I think. Warning, for the Town of Townsend 2020 Annual Meeting, the legal voters of Townsend are hereby notified, that's better, and warned to meet at the Town Hall, Townsend, Vermont on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020 at 9 a.m. to act on the following articles. If there's no objections, I will refrain from reading the entire warning to you. Seeing no objection, good morning and welcome to the Townsend Town Meeting. I hope the past year was good to you and I'm glad you can make it today. A special welcome to those who have never attended, that are new to Townsend and have never attended a town meeting. My name is David Lebo. It's my pleasure to serve you as the town moderator for the past year and up until Article 1. The role of the moderator is to explain procedural questions and please ask any clarifying questions before a vote. You have the right to challenge any decision I make if you feel my ruling is improper. Robert's Rules is the basic order of rules for this meeting. Voters should check in at the entrance and have a ribbon. This ribbon must be worn to vote. It identifies you as a registered voter in town. Non-residents are not allowed to vote. They may speak from the floor if there's a 2/3 vote of approval. Please stand and state your name before speaking. Please speak loud and clear. We have a microphone that will be passed around. Please use it so we can hear you. All motions and remarks should be addressed to the moderator. There will be no discussion between residents. There should be no discussion between residents. Articles must be moved and seconded and restated by the moderator before discussion may begin. Articles can be amended and the amendments can be amended once. We'll get to that if we need to. Debate can be cut off with a 2/3 majority. However, calling the question when you do not have the floor will be ruled out of order. You may speak once per motion until all have had a chance to speak unless a direct question has been asked. You are only allowed to speak twice per article, kind of, unless the rules are suspended. There'll be no personal attacks, and I'll rule you out of order and ask the constable to remove you from the meeting if you are disruptive. During elections, I will only allow the person nominated to give a brief introduction. When voting by paper ballot, please come up through the center aisle and exit through the sides. If you need the ballot box brought to you, please ask and we'll bring it to you. Please turn off your cell phones and pagers. I think cell phones are starting to work here in Townsend. Leave your ribbons in the basket when you're done to save tax dollars. Moderator, please announce this. This meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television. You can watch it later on Comcast Channel 1085, Southern Vermont Cable Channel 10, and online at brattleboro.tv.org. For anyone speaking at the meeting, please stand, state your name, and speak directly into the microphone so viewers in the room and home can hear you. Thank you. Up front, we have the Select Board. Will Bissonnette, Frisco Mansfield, Steve Frisk, and Robert Wright. Is that everybody? Oh, and Kathy Hagee. Okay, and Kathy Hagee is not here today. And in the back, we have some Justice of the Peace. Representative Emily Long should be here around 10-ish. We would have to suspend the rules to allow her to speak, but just a warning that she will be here. Some information about paperwork in the back of the room. There is a broadband survey to get your feelings about broadband issues. Please fill out the survey, and if you can't do it here, you can do it online. If there are no other announcements or objections, I will move on to Article 1. Ready to go? Okay. Article 1. Yes, Article 1. To choose a moderator for the ensuing year. I will now entertain nominations. I nominate Dave, please.
Second.
Any other nominations? If there are no objections and hearing no more nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct. Do I say that first? Bratt? And instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for David Lebo for moderator. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. Thank you. See, I got to do this a couple times to get better. I only do it once a year. Okay, now, before we move on to Article 2, if there's no objection, if there is, that's fine, we'll take the vote. If there's no objection, we would like to change the order of the articles. What? No? Let me say something. We would like to move Article, which one is it? I'm looking. 10, 9. Article 9, which is law enforcement article, up to now. Because we have the law enforcement here and he has a lot of towns to go to, so we wanted to move that up so he can answer any questions before he has to leave. It requires a 2/3 vote if there's an objection. Is there any objection to it? Doing that? Okay. Seeing no objection, we're going to move to Article 9 to see if the town will vote to raise by taxation money for law enforcement services, and if so, how much? I'll entertain a motion.
I would move that we engage law enforcement for $20,000 per year.
Is there?
What we had last year.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let me get there. It's been moved and seconded. I guess the motion will be to raise by taxation $20,000 for law enforcement services. Okay, it's moved and seconded. Now we can discuss. Any discussion? Yes. Wait, you gotta do this. I don't know how we're gonna do this, but.
That's all right.
No, say it fast.
Is this for the state police or for the sheriff's department?
Okay, the microphone's on. The question was, is this the state police or the county sheriff's department, right?
Correct.
That would be determined later. So what we're voting on now is just to decide if we want to engage law enforcement, and the select board actually makes a decision as to which is chosen.
Okay, thank you. That's the answer.
Okay.
Elizabeth Martin, I'd like to know what the current budget is.
Right now it's 20,000, has been for the last several years.
You have a question? Wait, his microphone right there. There you go. Good, thank you.
I just wondered, is this mandated that we actually do have to have this and find it mandated by the state? Or is it because we do it in a meeting, or what is the reason we're doing it? You got to speak.
She asked what the reason we're doing this was mandated by the state.
I honestly don't know if it's mandated. We have in the past engaged for police protection, investigation, speed enforcement, that kind of thing.
On page 15, just so you know, on page 15, I wrote it down, I don't know why, but on page 15, law enforcement On page 15, it's about 2/3 of the way down the page. The past 2 years, we have budgeted, right, $20,000 for law enforcement. Yeah.
Who is providing that service for the past 2 years?
Everybody hear that?
The state.
State, not the sheriff.
Right.
So where's the $20,000 that was saved last year? Where does that go to?
That's been paid to the state police on a, I think it's quarterly, it's paid as an hourly basis. And those.
Yes, sir. Microphone on hand.
Andy Snelling. I just want to point out, we also do collect a share of any traffic citation fines. Which amounted to a little under $8,000 last year, which would go to offset the amount we pay for law enforcement.
Glenn, you're electric. I don't know what's going on here. But anyway, Glenn Beatty, I was just wondering, while the Sheriff Anderson is here, maybe he could explain to us exactly what he might give the town accountant for the said $20,000 and how any traffic fines, if that's what they're contracted to do, which is normally the case under my understanding. Awesome.
Do you need to do a vote? Do you need to do a vote? Another round?
Well, yes, I guess, yes, you're right. The 2/3. So he's not a township resident. Again, we'll do it by no objection. If there's no objection, we have to allow a non-resident to speak. 2/3, any objection? If not, we'll take the vote. Seeing no objection, your floor, sir.
Good morning. I don't think I'm new to this body, but I am new in this role. So I'm Mark Anderson. I'm the new Windham County Sheriff. I was appointed back in July. What can we do for you, I think is the question. That's a good question, and it's one that we leave to a negotiation with the select board. The sheriff's departments are enabled to provide services, I believe the statutory phrase is, in a manner that's conducive with their responsibilities. It's a broad brush. So, some towns, but let me back up and talk about what the state police do and what we do. By statutory enabling, the state police are the de facto law enforcement agency in the state of Vermont. Somebody breaks into your house, you're sleeping in your bed, you call 911, they're the responding agency. If they're at full staff, the Westminster Barracks provides about 6 troopers per shift. Their coverage area right now is all of Windham County, all of Windsor County, parts of Bennington County, and parts of Rutland County. So there's 6 troopers to do that. It's a lot of area. I don't offer this as an insult to the state police, but I'd like to mention it as fact. There was a trooper on Main Street of Brattleboro who was dispatched to a domestic in Cavendish. He told his dispatcher he's over an hour away. And they said, you're the closest one. So, what do the state police provide? They provide that catch-all service for everyone, but they provide it as they're able to, and they provide it as best as they can. The state police do a great job. They've serviced towns throughout Windham County and throughout the state for a variety of years, providing numerous forms of service. I'm not here to discredit them. What I offer is a stopgap between establishing your own police department and accepting what the state police can provide as they're able to provide it. State police are also going through a shortage of manpower. I talked to a trooper a few months ago. I believe that they're trying to hire 40 troopers in this current year. The Westminster Barracks has a shortage of personnel. I'm talking to many towns who are saying, we're just not seeing the coverage we used to. It's not a discredit to them. Law enforcement across the nation has been struggling with hiring. I'm fortunate enough that my full-time staff is full, and while I do need part-time help, my full-time staff is where my patrol staff generally comes from. So what can I provide? I can do anything from a very basic contract of traffic enforcement, which is what I do in Newfane Village, all the way up to full service 911 emergency services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're able to investigate homicides, deaths, motor vehicle crashes, burglaries, and we've done that in Wyndham County. The question is, for me, what does the town of Townsend want? I can tell you what I think you need, but that's my opinion. I think that Vermont is critically underserved by policing. I think that in daily conversations, I talk to people who are truly numb to criminal activity. Talked to one resident in Wyndham County who was telling me about a theft of their property, and they didn't want to bother calling the police because they're too busy. I was like, you pay them to come deal with this. When you have to explain, like, yes, you being victimized is something that the police handle, there's a serious failure in the system. I can say that, but I'm not a taxpayer in Townsend. Born and raised here in Wyndham County. I told the governor before he appointed me that I wasn't smart enough to get out, but I truly love it here. The unique nature of finding ways to do things more cost efficient has always struck a chord with me. So in that regard, while I think that we're critically underserved in policing throughout the state, I also respect that taxes are high. This is not a cheap place to live. So what do you need? You need more. How much more? That's really a question for you. Now, the other question that I believe was asked was regarding tickets. I try not to be a revenue generator for the town when it comes to tickets. I do joke that we write the speed tax. You want to go 20 miles an hour over the speed limit, you'll pay the speed tax to do that. It's a speeding ticket. The way that speeding tickets in Vermont work, if the town adopts a local ordinance, there's a variety of statutes actually, speed, stop sign violations, one-way street violations, and many more, overweight truck limits. The town can collect a percentage of that fine amount. So if I write a ticket for going 15 miles an hour over the speed limit on, say, Route 30, which last I knew was an adopted road for the town of Townsend, there is a surcharge that goes to the state to operate the Judicial Bureau. There's a percentage that goes to the state, I believe that's about 20% that goes to the state to operate some of the special funds, the DUI Enforcement Fund, Victims Fund, things like that. And then the remainder, which is roughly 80%, goes to the town. So when you take all the fees out, a $150 ticket, the town's going to see roughly 50% of that, or $75. My agency doesn't see a nickel of it. There's no incentive for me from a financial sense to do that. The legislature provided that mechanism many years ago to offset the cost to towns for people traveling through your town at high rates of speed or blowing stop signs or whatever. I don't say to fund the town off of tickets because eventually one of two things happens. We solve the problem and then you're funding it out of your tax base and it's unexpected. Or the second thing, people become enraged because they're only writing for the purpose of money. It doesn't jive well with people. It doesn't work. So our reason for writing tickets, we want to stop motor vehicle fatalities and injuries on our roads. We don't want to get caught up in the bend down here waiting for the bus with electrical cables laying across it to get cleared. We want to make sure that we're not seeing injuries. In fact, Wyndham County for nearly 15 years has been the most fatal county for motor vehicle accidents. The most fatal, more than Virginia County. And where we weren't the most, we were in the top 3. We host a number of state highways and a lot of traffic. We're the gateway to Vermont. So that's an issue. We've seen those fatalities occur here in Townsend, up in Jamaica, and in Newfane. We've also had burglaries. Anybody who's been burglarized knows that there's a serious violation of the sanctity of their home. It doesn't feel safe to go home. My office, when we've investigated burglaries, we've had a very successful rate. It takes time, but a very successful rate of finding the people doing it and having them go to jail. We've worked hard to try and establish relationships with the community. We do emergency planning with the school. In fact, we do it with all the schools because we believe that the safety of children is paramount in today's era. So, I've hit on a few things. I don't want to continue if there's other questions, but I think I answered most of your questions, if not all of them, and I'm happy to answer more. Questions? All right, there.
My name is Ken Hoffman. This $20,000, what does that equate to as far as number of hours? As you exceed those number of hours, say mid-season, will you still be covering the year?
So this is where it gets a little tricky. I do not claim to be an expert on things that are of the select board's wheelhouse. However, my understanding is that anything voted by article in town meeting, you cannot exceed. So if you raise $20,000, not to say that's a bad number, but if you raise $20,000 and Irene number 2 comes along, you will be restricted to $20,000. FEMA money can become available. If you're still restricted to that, you would have to convene a special town meeting. So in that regard, we make note of that, not to say it's a bad thing to do. And usually articles for law enforcement services are brought up when there's questions whether we need it or not. That being said, you can have a special town meeting. The likelihood Irene's going to come along again is probably not for another 90 years. So most of us aren't going to be working on it. So the question was, what will $20,000 get you? My agency, we provide roughly 32 hours of service a month. Breaks down to just shy of 8 hours a week. We vary our schedule. We try to adapt to the town's needs. So I assume, just based on years past, that Townsend's issues had to do with weekend ski traffic, Friday evenings, all the way through Sunday afternoons. We would certainly consider that. There's also a lot of traffic that goes on. Sorry, I'm moving. A lot of traffic that comes in during school hours, so we also look to do that. We target times that the select board identifies and talk to the community members. We have 2 radar carts, which help us determine traffic flow, so we can use that data to say we're going to target, say, Route 35 on Tuesdays at 7 because all of a sudden for the last 2 weeks we've been seeing drag racing out there, or whatever it may be. Did I answer your question, sir?
Well, not completely. I'm still concerned. You limit to a certain number of hours. When those hours are used up, we do not have any coverage from you. We have to rely on the state police. Our state police to be 50 miles away. We call you and you say, I'm sorry, your 20 hours are up. Will you respond?
So
you will not respond. That's what I'm getting at.
Sure.
You will not respond.
So the question is, will we respond if the 20 hours are up? The way that we design our contracts are on an average number of hours. So let's say that this month we spend 30 hours here. We'll start to wean that off in following months. If I have someone on vacation, well, I might say, instead of giving you the 20 hours this week, I'm going to give you 15 hours this week. My person's gone. If it's not affecting the town, it doesn't affect the town. When my people are here, they're here. When we're not here, the state police are here.
How does that contract impact emergency?
We have a strong relationship with the state police, so when we're in town, they forward the calls right to our office. When we're not in town, they're the primary 911 response agency into us.
So would an emergency be referred first to the state police?
It depends on who the town establishes as its 911 police response, but yes.
Okay, so if you're the 911 primary responder, does that come off our contract?
It will. But I would also encourage, if you wanted the sheriff's department to be your primary responder, then $20,000 is not sufficient. We contract with 3 towns for a 40-hour-a-week position, and none of them have identified us as their 911 responder because, again, the relationship we have with the state police will make it work in a way that's affordable. And we do it so that we're not lessening access to emergency services.
Any other questions? Yes. Microphone.
Can you explain to us, number one, we do pay a county charge fee, which I believe partially pays for the sheriff's department. And can you tell us where we might find the county sheriff's budget and what the source of revenue is for the county sheriff's budget other than this $20,000?
This is a very fun and or confusing topic to discuss. So there are 3 sources of what I'm going to call revenue for the sheriff's department. We receive a state budget. The state budget pays for my salary. It pays for, well, I'm going to back up even one step further. There are 2 statutory obligations of each county sheriff. The first one is to transport prisoners from jail to court and from court back to jail. The second is to serve civil papers. It can be divorce papers, it can be eviction papers, detail to pay a credit card, all of those things issued out of our civil court. That's our statutory responsibility. That's all we're required to do in the state of Vermont. Then we are established, or we're able to engage in providing additional services under contract for the purposes of, going back to what I was saying before, whatever's within the general responsibilities that make sense to us. It's that broad brush. So while we're not required to provide any policing whatsoever, we've all obtained law enforcement credentials. We're certified deputies and undergo all the same statewide training. We maintain our regular training certifications each year. We go to specialized training. We've gone to the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Training Center down in Lincoln, Georgia, where they provide advanced training, no less for free, to our agency. The contracts are a choice of whoever we contract with. That can be a municipal government. That can be a construction company. So the places where we're actually most visible are the places we're actually not required to be, except under contract. One of the places I'm actually have been in talks with the state of Vermont about is actually contracting to provide the court security from Brattleboro and moving courts. We're not obligated to provide that, but it makes sense with what we do. The third source of funding is then the county taxes. So in line with this very screwy system called county government in Vermont, the county tax pays for my building, the courthouse, my bookkeeper, my administrative assistant who helps me keep track of all our civil papers, and that's pretty much it. There's a limitation from the Vermont Supreme Court going back to, I believe it was the 60s, it's still v. Lamoille, in which the sheriff is not able to provide law enforcement services as part of the county tax. So, under the county, I'm not able to provide you law enforcement services. They're not able to fund it. And that's why we don't provide it as part of the county service.
Where's your budget online? Where can you review?
So the county budget or my budget?
Your budget.
Which budget?
All of them.
If you want, I'll give you my card and I can send it to you.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thanks. Oh, yes. That's okay.
I can speak loudly.
But basically, he doesn't like that.
Oh. So basically what you're saying is that you're kind of a stopgap, as you're a backup force because the state police, as you say, are in effect. And I know that personally from calling them and realizing that they just can't get to where you need them to get when you need them to get there. So to me, it just makes sense to have a backup, especially when the state police are already being, I mean, they're basically doing what they're being paid for already. So, anyway, I just wanted to kind of throw that out there.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. So seeing no other questions for the sheriff, we have a motion in front of us to see if the town will vote to raise, thank you, sir, $20,000 by taxation, money for law enforcement services. Any further discussion about the motion? Ready for the question? Okay. A yes vote, I'm going to read one more time. A yes vote will pass $20,000 raised by taxation for law enforcement services, and no votes will defeat that motion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Can you guys hear me? That far away? Okay. Moving on. Not here. Okay. Going back to Article 2. Article 2, to act upon the July 1st, 2018 to June 30th, 2019 Independent Auditor's Report. That's on page 7 through 10, and the full auditor's report is available for inspection at the town clerk's office. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Move to what? Approve it?
Yeah.
Okay. Move to approve it. Okay. Second? Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the auditor's report, July 1st, 2018 to June 30th. Discussion. Yes, sir.
Question?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Fourth paragraph in the report. It says that the report on financial statements is adverse because of the omission of the government-wide financial statements and the fire department fund. So my question is, that paragraph to me is negative. So I would like an explanation, basically why, if the auditors are considering the report adverse.
Okay.
So you're asking us to.
Yeah, no, good question, very good question. So there is an adverse comment in the auditor's report. It is there, absolutely. We discussed this at pre-town meeting as well, and there is an answer. Who's got it? So, good question, thank you.
I think I have it. What it came down to was there was a shifting of monies between the fire department and the general fund that, as far as I know, has been resolved by both the town accounting and the fire department. So that was resolved and addressed before the auditor's report came out.
Good. Any other questions? Seeing no other questions, there's a motion before us to approve the independent auditor's report July 1st, 2018 to June 30th, 2019. A yes vote approves the auditor's report, a no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay. Article 3. Emily? Article 3, to see what salaries the town will vote to pay its various officials for the ensuing year. Town clerk, $37,318 a year. Town treasurer, $30,000 a year. Select board chair, $1,200 a year. 4 members, $1,000 a year. Town clerk assistants and casual labor, $14.75 per hour. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Who was that? I didn't see. What? Who? Name? Sorry. Second? So, discussion? Yes, sir. Loud. You're on the microphone. Just yell.
Thank you. On the one that is the most significant is the increase of the treasurer's salary, which was $2,324, I believe, last year, to $30,000. In addition, we had paid for a bookkeeper approximately $14,500. So we're going from just under $17,000 to $30,000. Could you give an explanation of the reason for doing that, which I believe does go back to combining the treasurer and bookkeeper's position in one?
It does actually reflect a rolling of the treasurer and bookkeeper's roles back together as they used to be. And the reason for the increase above that is to make it a job that is attractive for someone to want to have. So when we elect a new treasurer, we are hoping to entice someone who has experience and talent for this to do that job.
Any other questions? Discussion? Seeing none? There's a motion before us to see what salaries the town will vote to pay its various officials. Town clerk, $37,318. Town treasurer, $30,000. Town board, select board, one chair, $1,200. 4 members, $1,000. And town clerk assistant calculator, $1,475. A yes vote will pass that motion. A no vote will defeat that motion. All those, any questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay. Moving on to Article 4, elections. Emily's still not here. Okay. I'm not going to read. If there's no objection, I'm not going to read all the whole entire article. We will start with the town clerk. However, please have your ribbons visible when you do come up front, up through the middle, out through the sides. If you need the ballot box, don't hesitate to ask. Just so you know, a second is not needed for nominations. Okay, so just a nomination is enough. If you do it, it's fine. No personal attacks. And if there's no objection, I'll allow a nominee, if they choose, to give a brief introduction about themselves, and there'll be no questions or others speaking to the nominee. And then normally I say, could all the elected officials please come up after lunch? But I don't know about after the meeting, right? Because we don't know how long it's going to be without the school portion. Okay? Any other questions? Okay. I will now entertain nominations for town clerk, 1-year term, currently held by Anita Bean. Anita Bean has been nominated. Any other nominations? If there's no objections and hearing no other nominations, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Anita Bean for town clerk. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Congratulations. I will now entertain nominations for town treasurer, 1-year term, currently held by Joe Dano.
I nominate Elaine Hill.
Elaine Hill has been nominated. Any other nominations? They work!
That's who's calling in for nothing.
They work, that's right. Is that a nomination? That's good, I like it. Wow, I haven't heard that. Wow. Okay, so Elaine Hill's been nominated for treasurer. Any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations and hearing no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Elaine Hill for town treasurer. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Elaine has been elected. Select board. Not here yet? Do we need to? Wait. Wait, let's, okay. But we're in the middle of an article. See, you guys ask me questions, I have no idea what to do, huh? But it's all about your will. That's the whole point. As long as we get across what you guys want, I'm doing my job. So here's the conundrum dilemma. We've already voted on the law enforcement issue, but the state police have arrived. Okay? Do we want to hear from the state police and just ask some questions? Yes? I'm seeing a lot of yeses. Okay. If there's no, I can take a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules again and hold up the article. Or any objection to having the state police come up and you guys can grill him a little bit? Okay. He is not a Townsend resident. Any objection to having him speak? Seeing no objection? Sergeant Buckley, please come forward. Here's your microphone.
I'll stand right there.
You want to come up here? So we're discussing. We moved it up because the sheriff came early. He was told to be here at 10. But the sheriff needed to leave, so we obliged the sheriff, but not the state police, which is worse. Right. This is Sergeant Buckley.
Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Chris Buckley. I've been Sergeant with the Vermont State Police and have been with the Vermont State Police since November of 1994. I've actively been patrolling this area since around 2005. I was asked to come today to talk about the town contract that we have and the results that we've had. And instead of going fiscal year, what I did was I did the last 12 months because it's closest to the time that we're here. At the conclusion of that, be happy to take any questions from anyone who has a question about what we do while we're here on the contract. Okay, so let me start off with total number of cases that were handled in the town of Townsend from February 1st, 2019 until the last day of February of this year. State Police investigated a total of 346 incidents in the town of Townsend. They ranged from crashes to suspicious alarms, sex offense, fraud. There were numerous DUIs, welfare checks, VIN inspections, juvenile problems, a fair number of 911 hangups, kind of the gamut. Of those 346 cases, 21 of those investigations resulted in arrests. And just to give you an idea of the type of arrests that have occurred, there was one aggravated assault, 3 simple assaults, 1 burglary, force, 1 larceny, all other. There was an arson, a vandalism, a weapons law violation, which was essentially a student had what is considered a dangerous weapon at Leland and Gray. There were 3 driving under the influence, 1 condition of release, 1 arrest on a warrant, 6 folks driving with a suspended license. Part of the reason I think that I've been asked to come is because we have a town contract. During that 12-month period of time, there were a total of 202.75 hours of additional patrols that were conducted within the town. The patrols have varied. Sometimes it's targeted speed enforcement, say in the village out in West Townsend. Some of it may be on Grafton Road, some of it may be here on Route 30, or other areas where we receive calls from citizens in town requesting special patrols for speed enforcement. There were a total of 57 speeding tickets, 7 for civil suspension license, and 48 miscellaneous traffic violations for a total of 112, totaling fines of $13,979. There were 174 written warnings issued during that time. And while on the town contract, there were 4 assists, 4 citizen assists, 2 bins, 3 suspicious complaints, 4 motor vehicle complaints. Now, let me explain what those are. So what the state police does while we're on the town contract is if you're here on the contract and a complaint comes in, the expectation is that you're going to investigate it. If that investigation spills over beyond the time that they work, the state police do not backbill. So if we have an incident that requires a court calling as a result of that criminal investigation or any type of investigation that extends beyond the window of that contract, the state does not bill the town back for those hours, the state needs those hours. I work this detail. I know we've received numerous complaints about out in West Townsend. For those of you who live out there, you've probably seen me out there with either laser or stationary radar. Bill, we have made some impact, but there is more work to be done. Does anybody have any questions about the town contract and the violations and anything like that?
The contract for the town, the 20,000, how much of that is your troopers covering town on overtime hours?
It's entirely extra patrols.
Okay, so I think it's important to note that the $20,000 contract that we have is being eaten up quicker by the state police because they are all on overtime dollars.
The other thing is the state police is the primary law enforcement for Townsend. I understand you have a small contract with the sheriff's office as well. If there is an incident that occurs in Townsend, the state police is the primary law enforcement agency that responds and investigates those matters. Were there any other questions? Yes, sir.
I noticed early there, the local police, when they stop a speeder, half of the fine goes back to the town.
Yes.
And you talked about your speeding tickets. Do we collect half of that fee as well?
Correct. So any of the violations that we issue on Route 30, the town of Townsend has adopted the state speed zone, so those tickets are issued under a local ordinance, and yes, that money does come back to the town. Yes, sir.
Before your arrival, we heard from the sheriff as well, who made mention that you have 6 state troopers available per shift for, I believe it was Windham, Windsor, part of Bennington, and part of Rutland County. And that led to a slow response. You mentioned one incident where there was a domestic dispute that took over an hour for the state policeman to arrive. Could you speak to those matters, please?
Certainly. With consolidation and the closing of the Bratt and Rockingham barracks, and us all moving under one roof, it has posed some problems. I have not heard specifically of that incident that we had a response time delay. Normally our shift ranges from 4 to 6 troopers and a supervisor. And yes, we do patrol a large area, but I don't feel that there have been any changes in the level of service that we've provided to the town of Townsend. We do have troopers that travel through here frequently. For those of you who don't know what our area is, so we essentially do cover Windham County, we cover the towns of Halifax and Guilford, and then we travel all the way up through here, Townsend, Jamaica, Dummerston, Putney, when the sheriffs are not on their part-time contract in Putney, and then we travel all the way up through Wardsboro, down into Whitingham, and then we travel up into Windham County, Londonderry, and then up through. So it is a large area. As one of the shift supervisors, what we do is we decipher patrol areas depending on the number of troopers that are working, and so troopers are assigned to the southern part of the patrol area or considered part of the west or part of the north. And so traditionally, if there's a trooper that's in the south and there's an incident, say on the interstate in Guilford, the trooper would be in the west, say Londonderry, or Jamaica would be the one who would respond down towards Townsend. As a whole, I have not heard that many complaints about response times. Traditionally, Whitingham is one of the furthest outlying towns, so we do occasionally have some lengthy response times there. I'm not familiar about that incident that the sheriff spoke to, but I will reach out to him and make sure that I find the details on that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Do you, in the case of real emergencies, you ever, if you don't have a trooper nearby, within a certain distance, you refer that sometimes to the local sheriff?
Well, just so you're aware, the sheriffs, they only have patrols in town when they're being paid. They don't have patrols that are just running through the town. So in an incident, say there was an incident at the school, and we had an incident that required numerous law enforcement officers to respond. So we would solicit assistance from Fish and Game. There are the wardens that live close by. Department of Motor Vehicles occasionally has officers that are out this way. I mean, everybody responds if there's an incident that requires that.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so you roughly serve tickets for 14,000 through your patrolling, and then the cost overruns that weren't billed to the town. Is there any way to put a rough number to that so people kind of get a feel for your investigating cases ran over your contractor time, so the state police, you eat it, so to speak? Is there a way you could put a value to those hours so the townspeople understand that maybe you ate $20,000 or $10,000, and then the revenue generated from the tickets also is kicked back to the town to help compensate that $20,000?
So here's part of the thing. We don't track the hours that we go beyond the town contract that's spent investigating an incident. But for example, say someone was here in town, and this actually is a case that I had. I was in Townsend town contract, and a gentleman crashed out in West Townsend into a guardrail, and he was impaired. And in that situation, it was a DUI arrest, which resulted in numerous hours of processing. The town was not billed for all of those hours of the processing. Processings can range from 2.5 to 5 to 6 hours, depending on the level of cooperation and whether they refuse or provide a sample of their breath, or we have to go for blood. And so, if I was here for 2 hours on the contract, however much of that is used towards that, and then I go over and that gets billed to the state. And then if there was a court call-in, so in a situation where someone is arrested, there's a court date that follows up later on down the road, whether it be for a suppression hearing or a trial, that those hours that are associated with that trial or any preparation for that trial, meeting with the state's attorney, none of those hours are billed to the Townsend town contract. Yes?
I always find this confusing. So, but wouldn't you be called something like that anyway, whether you were under contract with the town or not?
Correct, we would respond.
So the question was, would you respond if there was no contract? That was if you didn't hear.
Yes, absolutely. We would have someone respond, but on the day that happened, I happened to be like 1 minute from the location of the crash. We responded and found the gentleman impaired. But we would normally respond. In that situation, if there wasn't a trooper on duty, the sheriffs aren't going to send a deputy to that. The state police are going to respond to that incident.
Any other questions? Thank you, Sergeant Buckley.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, one more, sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Can you tell me what the hourly wage is for the state troopers versus the sheriff's department?
I don't know what the sheriff's department hourly wage is. The hourly rate for contract, and this includes wear and tear on the vehicle for dispatchers and trooper pay, is $75.69. One of the things that I would like to preface in saying that all the state troopers that are responding out to these incidents are full-time certified law enforcement officers. All of them have a ton of training. They've all come through the full-time academy, and all of them are level 3 certified. A lot of the deputy sheriffs that are on patrol in these towns are level 1 or level 2 certified. They haven't been to the full police academy. They don't have the support of having a supervisor respond to the scene if they get into something over their head. We have a chain of command, and yes, the sheriffs have a chain of command, but if it's something that happens in an off-hours situation, there isn't someone that they can call. And so all I can say to you is, yes, there is a difference between the hourly rate. For those of you who are aware, there are bidding processes for a variety of things. You can bid and take the low bid and you get a certain service. And then you can take a middle bid and get a certain level of service, and it may be different from the level of service that you receive for the lower bid. And then you receive the higher bid, and there's a certain level of service that goes with each one of those bids. And all I can tell you is that in the time that I'm here, and that the other troopers are here, you're getting qualified people to investigate your incidents. And I'm not saying that the sheriffs aren't qualified. I'm just saying that there are varying levels of experience in people. I've been a trooper for 25 years. I have a lot of experience. Some of the part-timers that they have there have only been to the part-time law enforcement school and may have 1 to 3 years of experience. So you make the decision about who you would want to investigate your matter.
I just wanted to make a brief comment. With the other towns, and we call state police, and sometimes they aren't there in 15 minutes or half an hour. However, the other day, we were using the fax machine, and we had a malfunction that we were aware of. And it was less than 5 minutes later when Sergeant Buckley showed up at the front door saying that they got a report of an interrupted 911 call, and they came to see that we were all right. So we're most grateful, and we're glad that they're out there, and they can respond in a timely fashion. Yeah.
One more? One more?
Deidre Beatty, West Townsend, and again, it's not a question, it's just a comment. Again, I would like to commend the state police. I work at Townsend Elementary School, and Trooper Jensen has been coming in and building a relationship with our children. Just last week, he came and took community luncheon, and the kids are so excited to have him there, and I think it's great that the state police are coming in and building a relationship with our children and our youth. I think it makes a big difference.
I appreciate you saying that. You stole my thunder from my summary. But thank you. One of the things that I wanted to highlight in kind of in summary, I'm happy to take any other questions. There are a lot of services that the state police provide other than the services that we provide during the contract. One of those is our school safety visits that we do, which are at the Townsend Elementary. We actually do this to all of our schools which are contained within our patrol area. We encourage our troopers to get out into the school and develop relationships with these kids. Back when the Brookline School was open, I used to go up there with my police canine named Scooby, and I'd read stories to the 3rd graders. I've come into the school at Leland and Gray, participated in their school safety drills. Trooper Jensen's participated there. One of my schools happened to be the Newbrook School, and I go in there and I have lunch with the kids, and they come running out, and they're excited to see us. And what we're trying to do in this school safety, we're trying to highlight the importance of the school safety drills and not make it something that is scary for the kids. And so by having us go into the schools and us have FaceTime with them in a non-threatening environment, sitting down, having lunch with them, in the incident that we have to have a school safety drill, or God forbid we have an incident that requires a lockdown and a large state police response, that they're used to it and they've practiced. In Newbrook, the kids see me pull up and they look out the window and they're like, are we having lunch or are we having a lockdown drill? And so it's kind of become this running joke with them. And I'm like, no, I'm just here to visit today. And they're like, oh, shucks. And so we are working to build those relationships with the school so that in the incident something happens, we have FaceTime with people so that we walk in, it's not a stranger walking in off the street. It's like, okay, who is that guy? That's one thing that we're doing. We are actively when we do have an incident that occurs in town, so say there is a burglary or there is some sort of other property crime that's occurring, we do send a variety of troopers into an area to saturate the area to try to develop suspects, to try to develop leads. I don't know if you've seen a couple of times where we've had numerous troopers scattered throughout town. We're trying to gather information to solve crimes that are occurring either in this town or in other towns because people have to pass through. That's one of the other tools that we do. Additionally, I pop in at the fire station, hey, how can we work better? What can we do to try to improve our relationships? And so it goes beyond just showing up in town and writing a few speeding tickets. There are a few people in this room that I have stopped, and I'm confident have been stopped by other people in town. It's not all about writing tickets. Yeah, we could come into town and we could give everybody a ticket, but everybody doesn't deserve a ticket all the time. And so, what's that? Well, there certainly are times when people do deserve tickets, but I think we're doing a good job striking that balance between enforcement and giving people warnings and educating them on things that need to change. If there are no other, yes, sir.
Just one more question, maybe not you, Mike. Paul Peters, I live on Route 35. On the topic of gathering information. On the topic of gathering information, have you found in your experience that the radar machines that flash you speed limits and then give you the speed limits of that road, are they effective or not? Because 35, I found the traffic has increased, and it seems that most people, or many people, are violating the speed limit.
What section of the road do you live in, sir?
Just past the Valley Terrace.
Okay, so in the third.
In the third, right.
Okay. I can tell you that I spend a fair amount of time patrolling, namely because I've been into the hospital and I know that a lot of people walk on that stretch of the road. Recently, when I am here, I do dedicate time on that stretch of the roadway. I personally have seen a decrease. There may be a specific time of the day where you're seeing an increase, and I encourage you to speak to me when I'm heading out. Or anyone in this room can call at any time and request an additional patrol and provide a time frame of day when you'd like us to be there, and we'll make every effort to accommodate that.
But I guess the question, part of the question was about those machines. Do you find that they're effective in reducing?
I've heard both sides of it. Some people who travel through the area and just need that reminder, oh yeah, that's right, it's 30 here or it's 35. It's very effective for those, but for the person who's traveling through town and is not from here and isn't familiar with it, who doesn't travel through frequently, you may not have as much impact with them as the person who drives the road every day and has a lot of things going on in their mind as they're heading to work or headed home and loses focus. Was there one more question? Yes, ma'am.
Last one.
Well, I live near Stella, and we live in a part of Route 35 that's got a long, straight stretch. And that seems to be a place where a lot of people think it's really fun to go to race or to go really fast. And it happens more in the summer than in the winter for obvious reasons. But it's been an ongoing problem for years. I mean, I've seen people racing side by side. I've seen people going so fast that it's like a blur. And it's not down by the hospital where I think the flashing signs at the hospital actually have been effective.
Okay.
But it just seems to be an ongoing problem year after year after year.
What number is your residence name?
1022.
And yours, sir?
575.
Is it okay that I park in your driveway?
You can park in the cars.
Seriously, there are a variety of devices that we can use for calculating speed. Stationary radar requires us to be kind of facing in a direction that the car is traveling. Moving radar, the car has to either be coming or going away from us, but the laser, I can park my car and hop out and just shoot.
Well, General Technology is next door, and I've seen people park there, and it's not walking anyone.
All right, we'll be happy to do that. I've marked those addresses down. Don't be surprised if you see me here shortly. All right, yours as well. Okay. All right. Thank you all for your time. Have a great day. Enjoy the rest of your time.
I certainly go slower on that stretch of 35 now that he's there. I know he's there, so it does make you slow down. Okay, we're in the middle of elections. Emily Long is going to show up at 10 o'clock. She's not here yet, okay? So, we're moving along. Select board. We're in the middle of elections. Select board. We have 3 positions on the select board up for re-election or election. A 3-year term, a 1-year term, and a 1-year term. We'll take the 3-year term first. That's held by Kathy Hagee. I will now entertain nominations for a 3-year term on the select board. Nomination of Stephen Frisk. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Stephen Frisk for a 3-year term on the select board. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Congratulations. I'll now entertain nominations for a 1-year term on the select board, which was held by Steve Frisk. So don't nominate him. Yes, sir.
Crystal Mansfield.
Crystal Mansfield has been nominated. Any other nominations for a 1-year term? Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Crystal Mansfield for a 1-year term on the select board. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. Congratulations. I will now entertain another nomination for a 1-year select board term that was held by Crystal Mansfield. Don't nominate her. Any other nominations? Yes, ma'am. Rob Wright. I don't think he's coming off. He's not. That's okay. He's already on and he's stuck. So.
Herb Stoll.
Herb Stoll. You're up for it? Okay. Glutton for punishment. Any other nominations for a 1-year term? Yes.
Shiloh Tedrow.
I'm sorry.
Shiloh Tedrow.
Shiloh Tedlow?
T-E-T-R-O-W.
Tedrow. Got it. Thank you for spelling that. Is Shiloh on the checklist? Kurt? Thank you.
No, we have Brian.
We have a Brian, but not a Shiloh. Sorry. Get on the checklist. You live here? Register. Any other nominations? We got Irv so far. Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Irv Stowell for a 1-year term on the select board. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That is your 17th year or something. Welcome back. That's right, welcome back. It's like the 17th back. So, okay, moving on. We're done with the select board. Listers. I will now entertain nominations for a 3-year term on the listers. It's currently held by Eugene Cook.
I nominate Eugene Cook.
Wife nominating the husband. So, any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there's no objections, I instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot. I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast 1 ballot for Eugene Cook for a 3-year term on the listers. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Delinquent tax collector. Anybody notice the error in the town report? She did. Huh?
It wasn't there initially.
So, delinquent tax collector, a 1-year term. I'll entertain nominations. Right now, according to the book, it says Becky Nystrom, but she's no longer Nystrom. It's Becky Riley. So, nominations? I got Becky Riley back here. I got Becky Riley out there. Yes. Any other nominations? Nominations. We have a nomination for Becky Riley. Nobody else? Hearing no other nominations, and if there's no objection, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Becky Riley for the delinquent tax collector for 1-year term. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Becky's in. Moving along. West River Modified Education District. Isn't there a unified in there? West River Modified? Well, when's the unified? West River Unified Modified? West River Modified Unified Education. There's a U in there somewhere. What? Union District. Whatever. The new Education District Director. I entertain motions for a 3-year term that I believe is currently held by Al Clausen. I will now entertain nominations. Do you need an explanation about what's going on upstairs and downstairs? Yeah, okay, I figured. It took me a while to figure this out too. So, there are several different, two different positions, I guess, on the West River Modified, whatever it is. There's an at-large position that all the towns will vote on, and then there's actually town positions. Right now, we're voting on our town position. Downstairs, there's an election for the at-large position. No, there's not. That's March 25th. There's an election for the at-large position. Okay, does that make sense? So there's just two different things. The at-large can come from any town and be put on the board, and then we also have our own two. Joe Brinrick holds one, and Al Clausen holds the other for our town. Then at the at-large position on March 26th, you can also vote. There is a Townsend resident running, I'll just say that, and you could vote there or not, okay? So we're voting for a 3-year position from the town to go on this muddy board that I don't know what it means, okay? I will entertain does that make sense? Better? Okay, I'll now entertain nominations for that 3-year position. Al Clausen? Does anybody, Al's not here, is he? No. Does anybody talk to Al? Yeah. You have? He's okay? He's okay. Okay. If not, that's okay. We can vote him in if he says no. But still, it's better to have it. So Al Clausen's been nominated. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Al Clausen for a 3-year term on the West River Modified District Director. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. Ayes do have it. Moving on. First Constable. I will entertain nominations for a 1-year term as First Constable, currently held by Warren Beatty. Warren Beatty. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Warren Beatty for a 1-year term as First Constable. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Second Constable 1-year term, currently held by Michael Cutts. I will entertain nominations. Got Mike Cutts. I know he's not here. I'll see him this weekend. He'll have to do it. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there's no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Michael Cutts for a 1-year term as Second Constable. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Michael, you're back. I will now entertain nominations for Town Grand Juror 1-year term. It's currently held by Margaret Bills. Margaret Bills has been nominated. Tough job, if you'll do it? Okay. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there are no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Margaret Bills for a 1-year term as Town Grand Juror. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Town Agent, 1-year term, previously held by Carol Mounts. I'll entertain nominations. If there are no nominations, the Select Board appoints, which is fine. Just want to point that out. Okay, no nominations? No, I can't. Carol, can you explain what you doing? Not much really. I mean, the clerk says not much really. Do you have to be a lawyer? No, you don't have to be a lawyer. Yes, sir.
I believe the town agent is the person to whom papers are served if there's any kind of illegal action involved in the town.
Did you guys know that? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. It could be. Good point.
I'm pretty sure don't.
Okay, but there's a whole bunch of jobs where it's roles,
things like that.
There's jobs that I don't know what they do. So, okay.
Because you decide if you want to sue the town,
right?
That's who.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Who wants to get the subpoena? I assume you just pass it on to them, but anyway. If there's no nominations, the select board can appoint somebody. Okay, seeing no nominations, we will move along. Okay. That's an open seat. Okay, we'll move along to library trustees. I have a note here. Library trustees, I will entertain nominations before I take a nomination for 1 5-year term as a library trustee for Margaret Bills. But I have a note here about a second seat. What were we talking about? I forgot. Somebody's.
Yeah, Margaret Gold is no longer.
So we have to vote on 2, but it's not warned. Oh, so you guys are going to appoint, right?
You did appoint?
Okay, please explain.
Kathy Renee was appointed to take Marge's place.
Right. But that ends today, so.
It does.
Right? Right, no, that's still 2022. Right, okay. So.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought, right, they talked a bit about it at the pre-town meeting, but I think that's the right answer. That Kathy was appointed
to finish out that.
To finish out that. So, okay, forget my note. We now have a one. Yes.
I want to verify because I believe that appointment only goes to the next town meeting. It could be done at a special town meeting or another.
We're getting conflicting reports here. You got it? I don't think so over here. That's what was brought up.
I studied that in high school, so I really want to check that one.
Okay, so because it wasn't warned, discussion to me? Because if you have some information, no?
I don't have it with me, but I believe you have to appoint him as a.
Well, because it's not warned.
It's carried over to the next town meeting, whenever the town is warned.
Okay, right. The problem is that it's not warned. And because it's not warned, they're either going to appoint somebody for the next year again, or we'll have a special town meeting to appoint a library director. Okay?
Just verify.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's what, you are correct. Okay, so we have 1 3-year seat on the library trustee, and then another one that's going to have to be dealt with later. I'll now entertain, that's held by Margaret Bills, I'll entertain a nomination for that 1 5-year term. Margaret Bills?
I decline, but I nominate Jean McIntyre.
Jean? Is he here? Who's Jean?
She's not here, but she said she would love you.
I just spoke to you. Okay. Jean McIntyre has been nominated. Margaret Bills declined. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there's no objections, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the town clerk to cast 1 ballot for Jean McIntyre for a 5-year term as a library trustee. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And then the select board will have to deal with that other 1-year term remaining. Okay, cemetery commissioner. 1 5-year term available. Currently held by Ricky Snow.
Paul Newton.
Paul Newton?
Ricky Snow has declined.
Oh, Paul Newton. Paul. Pete. Paul. Township resident, right? Okay, any other nominations?
Paul Law.
Oh, Paul Law. Sorry, I can't hear either. You know. I'm really bad with names. I'm great with faces, but when somebody seconds and she goes, who was it? I'm always like, I know him, but I have no idea who. Paula Newton. I know who Paula Newton is. Okay. Any other nominations? Hearing no other nominations, and if there's no objection, I declare the nominations closed and instruct the clerk to cast one ballot for Paula Newton as for a 5-year term on the Cemetery Commission. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Congratulations, Paula. Is that it for elections? Yeah. Wow. In 25. Okay. Emily Long. She's not here. See, the other towns are keeping her late. Okay. Moving on, Article 5. To see if the town will authorize the selectmen to set a tax rate sufficient to cover all monies raised for municipal entities for the period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, and to borrow money in anticipation of taxes. Who's that, Irv? See again, names, faces. Okay. Irv, no. Discussion? Seeing no discussion? It's been moved and seconded for what you see there for Article 5. I don't have to read it again. A yes vote passes. Authorizes the select board to set the tax rate. A no vote defeats that. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 6. To see if the town will authorize the property tax collector to receive its real property taxes quarterly, August 28, 2020, November 24, 2020, February 26, 2021, and May 28, 2021. Monthly interest will be charged at the rate of 0.5% or fraction thereof. Interest of 1% or fraction thereof plus penalties will commence on May 30th, 2021. Motion? So you got Will and Charlie. See, I got those names. Discussion? Just remember, it's not Thursday in November, it's Tuesday because it's on Thanksgiving. Okay, no discussion? Hearing no discussion? There's a motion in front of us to see if the town will authorize its property tax collector to receive its real property taxes quarterly. Blah, blah, blah. A yes vote passes the motion, a no vote defeats it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 7. To see if the town, you ready to start this one? Emily is not here. To see if the town will vote to appropriate, oh, she just walked in. If there's no objection, I'd like to suspend the rules and have Emily Long come up and speak. Is there any objection? If there is, we vote, but. Okay, hearing no objection, Ms. Long, and there's no objection to her being non-resident and speaking. Hearing no objection, please step right forward.
Thank you.
Somebody wants to ask questions? Yeah, hand out back.
Thank you, thank you. Boy, that was quick. Usually I end up waiting in the back and listening. So for those of you who don't know me, Representative Emily Long, I live in Newfane. And if you hold on 1 second, I'm taking my coat off. Your town hall is so much warmer than Newfane's. Okay. So, it's been a crazy, crazy busy year up in the legislature, especially the last 2 weeks. We have passed a Global Warming Solutions Act bill in the House, which I'm particularly pleased about because we got 105 votes, which is, as most of you have heard recently, a veto-proof majority, which we don't often have in our legislation. I think this is a piece of legislation that's going to get some strong support in the Senate. We'll see. They're working on their own climate change legislation, but this is our take in the House on what we can do to start the first steps to make sure that we're focused and ready to act for climate change that we're all dealing with all the time. We also had a override this past week. We had, for the first time since 2009, and only the 11th time in the history of Vermont, we overrode a veto from the governor on minimum wage. And we feel really confident that this is the right thing for Vermonters, our hardworking Vermonters, families who really need a little boost. This is going to be a 2-year, not a $15 minimum wage increase, which you heard me talk about in years past, but this is a 2-year boost in minimum wage that will actually, after the 2 years, go back to the legislation that's in place today, which is increasing once every year by CPI. So this will take us to, kind of forget the number for next year, but in the final year, it takes us to $11.75 in 2021 and $12.55 in 2022. So happy about that. We were all really pleased that we were able to override that both in the House and the Senate. We think it's the right thing to do for Vermonters. We also passed a tax and regulate for cannabis piece of legislation this week. It was a Senate bill. We had been working on it for quite some time. We made some changes to it. I'm not totally confident that it's going to just be accepted by the Senate, so I think it'll probably go to a committee of conference. But it did pass fairly strongly in the House. We made some changes that I think the Senate is going to take issue with. One of them, which was a local options tax that was in the bill. We removed it and made communities, towns who have cannabis either retail or growing facilities in their community get the revenue from a licensing fee. So there are 5 different licensing fees. So for anybody who applies for a license to either grow or test or sell in retail marijuana, cannabis, then they would have to pay a licensing fee. So that's a little help for communities who are hosting those. That may end up going back to local options tax if the Senate isn't happy with what we've done with it. But I think we've made some good improvements, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. You all will remember that we actually legalized marijuana and allowed home grow. So this bill is really just to set up a system to regulate what is already legal marijuana, which is really an important thing, because if you are ever going to make a dent in the black market, one of the ways to do that is to make sure that people who are purchasing cannabis, they know the potency. Right now they don't. They don't know how much pesticide or how many things like fentanyl are mixed in with cannabis products that they get on the black market. So this is a regulating system. We have a doctor who, who's a member of the House of Representatives, who stood up on the floor during debate and said, I voted against legalization, but I am here to say that this is a really important bill that we need to pass, because now that we've legalized, we need to regulate. And if we're ever going to have money for prevention, we need to tax it. So that's what we're doing. We're focusing money on prevention. And the last piece that we passed in this past 2 weeks, which was just on Friday, was Act 250 reforms. We have made some changes to Act 250. For those of you who pay attention to Act 250, it's been in place for 50 years, needed to have a reform, needed some changes. So we spent the last year through legislation traveling the state, a commission traveled the state, got feedback from our communities all over the state to tell us what they did and didn't like about Act 250. And we have made some reforms. It's not perfect. The legislation was really complicated. Changes were being made right up until the last day, but we also felt that it was super important that we get it over to the Senate so they could do their work on it, and they told us they will take it up. I don't know if there'll be changes this year, but what we're trying to do is relax some of the regulations around Act 250 and development in our downtowns, and we added an amendment for village centers as well. to relax and change some of the regulations around our trail systems in the state, and to make sure that we are still preserving our environment and our communities and our culture in the state. So take a look at that legislation. It's probably not going to stay what it is today, because we just passed it on Friday. We'll see what the Senate does with it. But anyway, that's the main thrust of what we've been doing. The big bills, we have others coming. Money cross, we've got our bill policy crossover comes the Friday after town meeting break week. So, and then bills for the budget, money bills, are the week after that. And then it's just, you won't see anything new coming hardly after that. So anyway, happy to answer any questions if anyone has any. You can try calling. I might hear you. I can repeat it.
I'll quantify for
Got it?
Emily, I know you've been on this program for a number of years, dealing with the pilot program as well as Townsend Dam. I know, I was hoping you would bring that up immediately because that's the lifeblood, not only this town, the West River Valley. We depend on that dramatically because we're losing business all the town play areas. We have no more swimming, we have no more fishing, no more boating. It's so vital that we get something done down there. But every year we bring this up, and apparently nothing much is being done at all. They allowed us $5,600 a year because we forfeited over 1,000 acres of land so they can put that dam in there to protect the people downstream. But in return, what it amounts to, that, from my understanding, that $5,600 is barely enough to cover the cost of plowing the road over the dam. So we're losing, we're not gaining anything. In fact, and then we're also losing the use of the dam and the lake that we have there. So I'm curious to know, I know we had representatives down here before, look into this issue. They come down and then they leave. When they go back to the State House, what do they do with that knowledge? Do they address the whole assembly? Do they explain to them how dire the conditions are down here, especially Townsend? But again, like I say, it's not only Townsend, it's all the towns in here to Brattleboro. Have they been talking about it? Have they been coming up with any ideas, any solutions? I realize that the Army Corps of Engineers, their main goal is for flood control. But the way I think about this is, I've been here 50 years. That Townsend Dam was a vital part of this town. All my kids went there for Red Cross swimming lessons, boating, swimming. It was a real gem, but it's not a real gem anymore. Even though those people, I don't know why they keep it so neat, because there's nothing much more to keep neat there. But something definitely has to be done. So they talk us about, well, the reason why it's basically flood control. You guys are on your own. If you want to do something, you have to take it upon yourself to figure out a way of doing it. So the last thing I want to say is that if he's so concerned, the leader of Army Corps of Engineers, about condition dome as a flood control factor, protecting the people, not here, but all the way down to Massachusetts and Connecticut as well. He doesn't seem to realize, I think about this a lot, and I was trying to figure out why, after 50 years of really good service out of that Townsend Dam, why suddenly in 2008, everything totally falls apart? Well, what's been going on over the years? We had many storms prior to 2011, but those storms, the damage done to the river was not evident. The silt was coming down all those years. 1973, we had a bigger storm, a great amount of water that came down the West Coast than we did in Irene. But what they did in '74 and years after that, all that silt was coming down. And then just prior of June of 2011, it looked like a perfect place to have all your pleasures that you want. But immediately after that storm, everything still looked all right. And that was surprising because I didn't see any silt. Well, the silt was just below that surface. As soon as Irene came along, all that silt came down and really blocked the flow of water. And every year, right at this very moment, silt is building up. It's constantly building up. It's replacing the water capacity to hold that basin dramatically. For every yard of silt that comes down, it's a yard of water we cannot hold back to protect the people downstream. So I think it should be, if somehow we can convey to the people downstream or the Corps engineer how important it is to dredge that. You have to dredge everything. It's the only way to do it. You have to bring it back to 1961 again.
Yep, so I told him that. I thank you, first of all. This is a huge issue. I have been working on it for a number of years. Ever since I've been elected to the legislature, I have had communications. It's not, you mentioned two things, the pilot and all that. Yes, there is plenty of property in the town of Newfane, the town of Townsend, where they get payment in lieu of taxes because of the types of, Townsend State Forest, all that. That is an issue for sure. But the specific to the Townsend Dam, that is Army Corps of Engineers. That is not us in the House or the Senate. That's not our state. It is our congressional delegation. I have been working really closely with Peter Welch's office, as often as I can. He's been pretty good about it. We lost he lost his person who was the point person on that, so it had to change recently. I had a meeting at the Army Corps of Engineers last fall. I know I let the select board know about it, and I don't remember if anybody from the select board was there or not. I can't remember, but I did make sure that we invited select board members and planning commission members so that they could hear the same things I was hearing from them. There is a definite change in recognition coming from the Army Corps of Engineers in that meeting at least. And that was in the fall. I have not followed up recently with it, where they are recognizing that this is a serious issue, finally, that I don't think that they didn't know it, but, they really are looking at, they've got to do something. So they were applying for a grant in the fall to do a study, an engineering study to find out exactly how much silt there really is in there and what the cost would be to take it all out. It's probably going to be a heck of a lot. It is going to be a real lot of money, millions of dollars, I think, to clean it out. But they're doing that. They're applying for the grant to get the study to make sure that we know what we're dealing with, first of all. I grew up here. I swam in Townsend Dam all the time. I thought it was the most wonderful thing. We used to leave school at Leland and Gray and go over there and swim. That's not possible anymore. And the dredging, it's temporary. It's a small piece and it's temporary. And when I sat in there listening to them, and Welch's office was asking really tough questions. But one of the things, I was talking to a member of our communities who used to work there a long time ago, and that person explained to me the design of the dam. I thought the Townsend Dam, was a different design than Ball Mountain. So it isn't, actually. And I found out it isn't, and here's why. Because I asked the Army Corps of Engineers this. Because the silt should be building up in, if they're the same design, silt should be building up in Ball Mountain too. There is no question that silt has, on those storms, 73, those different storms over the years, silt has been building up. There's no question it's been building up in Townsend Dam. But Irene was different. Irene washed the shores of our rivers, our banks of our rivers, to the point where growth isn't coming back. And so it continues. Every time we have a big storm, it continues to wash more. That's why it's gotten worse. These are the things that were explained to me. Irene really shifted things immensely. So that's why it's gotten a lot worse and much more rapidly. The difference in design between the two dams is only simply a bunker, a concrete bunker that was placed across the flood control gates so that they don't need to control them going up and down, and they don't need to deal with what happens I used to serve on a school board with, a state school board, with a member who was a diver. He spent most of his time diving to flood control dams all over New England to fix flood control gates. Most of the work that needs to be done on them is underground. That's a lot of expense, and they're not always reliable, is what I was told. They put a concrete bunker up there, so the water comes off the top of that bunker in the Townsend Dam, and it comes off through the floodgates at the bottom in the Ball Mountain Dam. But the design is the same except for this added bunker. That's what I wasn't told that by the Army Corps of Engineers. I asked that question because I had been told that by a member of our public, and they acknowledged that that's the truth. I asked if that could be changed, and they didn't say yes, they didn't say no, but they did say that they were going to look at that, and I am following up. I will continue to follow up with Welch's office to see whether they're pursuing it at all. They didn't seem aware of the difference in the two dams, and how this concrete bunker was put in there. So, I don't think it's a simple answer, but it's one that they seem to be aware of, and I'm going to continue. And I think if all of you wrote to Peter Welch's office, you should do it to the senators as well. They should hear from all of us. But Peter Welch's office has been really taking the lead and has been very responsive about this. So write to them, tell them. They read that. This is really important. And as I explained to the Army Corps of Engineers, I read what it said back then. This was for recreation. We were supposed to be able to see, a lot of tourism coming here. There was going to be a big benefit having this dam put in here. The last thing I'll say about it is the flood control dam is the flood control dams throughout the 4 states. It's New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, and Connecticut. And it's basically around the flood control. It's controlled by the Connecticut River Flood Control Commission. We used to have a person from our area on there, the former Speaker of the House, Tim O'Connor. When Tim O'Connor passed away, we lost a direct link. Senator Ballin and I had been working with Tim. He was bringing it to the forefront. We went down to Greenfield at one of their Connecticut River meetings, so did Townsend officials. Bob DeServio came, we showed photos, we did all that. We got a lot of attention paid to it, but there was very little incentive for them to use the limited dollars they have, the Flood Control Commission, to put it into here, because this dam is still doing what it was designed to do. And I was told by the Army Corps of Engineers that it is still continuing to do that, which is to control floods. And everybody downstream from us really needs us to control floods, including us. So it didn't really feel like the effective way to do it. So I would continue to say, talk to Welch's office. I will do the same, send emails and call Leahy and Sanders' offices. They have great staff, and push from that side, because that's what we're going to need.
Emily, thank you, Dr. Servo. What you said is true, but I'd like to ask you to talk to Chris Campany and get the report from the Wyndham Regional Commission on the Corps of Engineer silt releases. That's key, because the Corps of Engineers, on 2 separate occasions, and probably a third, accidentally released huge volumes of silt from the Ball Mountain Dam. What that did was it got into the West River, and when you have a heavy rain event or an Irene, it comes down and it fills up Townsend. So, having talked to the Corps of Engineers people, they ignore the fact that they are the ones who are responsible for all of that silt in Townsend. It needs to be pointed out, the Wyndham Regional Commission did this study, it exists, but the Corps of Engineers never acknowledges that. And lastly, the current head of the Corps of Engineers happens to be a local boy. Grew up in Springfield, and the employee I think you were talking about who had once worked at the Townsend Dam, she claims he used to swim there as a kid.
So that's news to me. I was not aware about that thing with Bob Mountain, so thank you, Bob, for sharing that. And I will talk to Chris Campany. I was just talking to him a few minutes ago down in Newfane. I'll find out about that study and pursue that with Welch's office. It's really important. I was unaware. And please, if anybody else knows things that I don't know, you need to tell me.
Thank you, Emily. Like you, I grew up when the dam was being built, actually. You know, I'm not a hydrologist, but I have a lot of friends who are hydrologists. And dams trap silt. That's what they do across the country. Look at Egypt, what's happening there. And the Corps of Engineers, when they built the dam, should have been doing studies on the siltation of dams, because it's been known for centuries what dams do in trapping silt. Let me also say, I know you've got the delegation, Peter Welch and others working on it. Patrick Leahy is in a perfect position because he's ranking on the budget committee. In my experience in Washington, if you want to get an agency attention, you talk about their budget. That's where you get their attention. And attention.
Very true, Roger. Thank you. I think that's great. I will contact Lady's office as well. You are absolutely right. That makes a difference. Talk to somebody who's on the budget committee. So listen to what Roger's telling you, because you should definitely be getting a hold of them too. It helps to hear from you. It helps for you to put your personal story into this, what it was like for you and what your expectations were and how it's impacted your community. That matters. So tell them, and I'll continue to do it as well. Thank you.
Just an aside, that is true. I've contacted the senators and Welch, and they are very responsive. When they hear from, that really perks their ears up, because most people just don't. So when somebody does, they do listen. Any other over here? No. Right here? I'm gonna go around here.
This is, I have no knowledge of this at all, but you said something about one of the reasons that there was so much silt is because nothing would grow on the edges of the rivers anymore because of the silt there. Was that
what I was told was that every storm that we have where the water is raised, it washes the stream banks. Little brooks, larger brooks, rivers, everything. The West River gets its banks washed. What was exceptional about Irene was the flood came very fast and very sudden and very high and did significant damage to the riverbanks, which is still continuing to create challenges. I asked them about fixing the riverbanks. Is there anything we can do to fix the riverbanks? They're really, you'd have to bring in fill and then plant and hope for no flood during all that. There's a whole bunch of challenges around being able to do that. I do think that it eases over time, but I'm not an engineer. I don't know. This is what I was told, but it did make a difference during Irene. It was much worse during Irene, and if everybody remembers, it got a lot worse. What I'm hearing is that maybe it was worse above Battle Mountain Dam as well, and maybe those releases increased the challenge. It sounds like it did, and I'll find out about that. And just going back to Welch's office, I really have been working with Welch's office because they have specifically made it a priority to deal with this, and I'm happy to do that, but I just can't say enough that if I can get all 3 offices here to Townsend Dam, that would be great, and you could help with that, so let's try.
I guess my curiosity would be if anything could grow in the silt that we could encourage.
Right. I mean, the silt they take off is in great big piles, and they actually sell it, I think, because it's very valuable, the silt. There's big piles that they keep on the state forest property, and it's very good dirt. That's what I understand. So, but I don't think you can just put it back in the riverbanks. It doesn't work that way. Hey there, how are you doing?
Early Stoll. Is it my understanding, or do I understand it wrong, that the state of Vermont is taxing that electrical facility for the Department of Education, and the town doesn't get anything out of it?
That I don't have any knowledge of that. I don't believe that's true unless I don't know the answer to that. I mean,
And not only that,
The only money that goes, I don't think it's related to the education fund, unless sales tax goes into there in the education fund. Now, we don't have a general fund transfer to the education fund, so I don't think it'd be linked to education, but I don't know whether they're taxing it in this different way. I'd have to check into that for you.
I was gonna say over 1,000 acres, we get $5,600.
Yeah, I know.
But you can find land that you can buy for that and not pay more taxes.
And due to that, Sylvan, until they open the old channel back up and let the water come down for the tower and settle back in there, they're gonna keep getting that silt because it comes right down and goes right in one of the bathing beaches.
Sure.
So I'm hearing a lot of individual concern here, but has the town of Townsend ever made an official declaration of concern concerning this at any time in the past?
I'm going to say that I have been working myself with members of the Town of Townsend Select Board and Planning Commission. I don't know, you'd have to ask locally what steps they have taken on their own, but I do know that the Town of Townsend has, over many years, taken this very seriously. So I'll let you guys answer.
I don't know if anything has been, Steve thinks there was something a few years ago, but maybe it's time to.
Well, there was a petition several years ago prior to the dredging that was done several years back. There was a petition before that.
Yeah, there have been 2 dredgings, actually. And part of the reason why we got the second dredging is because of Welch's office working with me and bringing people in and saying how important this was, and Timmy O'Connor, who said, we got to take this seriously, and they did put some money in that year to help out.
Hi, Heather. We live downstream of the years ago, storms and whatnot, there was a lifeline to the dam that we could see all the levels at in the pond, and how much water is coming through the dam, the height of the gates and all that. Since the storm, or actually since they put the generators in, they've taken that site down and eliminated Townsend Dam's serial number. It's off the books and out in the state of Vermont under the Army Corps' web pages. I don't know why, but nobody's up at the dam.
Have you asked them?
I have, and they've never gotten back to me.
So ask them again and copy me on an email. I would love an answer to that question. I know this has changed recently. When were the power generators put in there? I guess 3 years.
About 5 years.
5? Time flies. And they have them up at, I believe they have one up at Ball Mountain too.
Yes, they did.
But I have no idea that that's the first time I've ever heard that.
Yeah,
and I'd love an answer
If
to
you
that.
look at the Army Corps' site for Vermont,
Yep.
all the dams are listed there, but not Townsend. And you put their serial number in that used to be, it's out of service.
So if you ask that question again and you copy me, then I'll know what you asked and I should get a response. And sometimes it helps to copy the senators and Peter Welch too. Yeah, do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
How many other hands are there? Okay.
Hi, Emily.
How are you?
Thank you for coming.
My pleasure.
So I just wanted to ask you about S54. So I went to the governor's office last week and it felt kind of like the max amount of lobbyists there that are pushing this bill in order to make something that seems extremely oppressive for people who want to grow their own cannabis, like we're backpedaling. And this bill really feels like it's meant for big businesses to take, a bigger, easier cut away from people that want to grow their own cannabis. So I'm just wondering how you feel about this particular bill. It's 90 pages and a lot feels like incarceration and problems and backpedaling. And I just wonder if maybe this is getting pushed to the governor and if he's going to reconsider rewriting it or what the deal is, because it feels like less access for individuals and more access for people that own the dispensaries, which are only a few individuals. So I just wonder if you have any more to say about the entities.
So, first of all, I can't say what the governor will and will not do on this. I mean, his basic concern around moving forward with tax and regulated cannabis was roadside testing, and he wanted saliva in there. And there was actually an amendment on the floor on Friday or Thursday, whichever day, to include roadside saliva testing that failed by 117 votes. So I think the message was sent pretty strongly that because there is no accurate test to show whether someone's impaired or not, we should not be doing saliva testing for all sorts of reasons. So there is saliva testing still in here in this legislation. I don't want to go down too far down that, but the way we're relying on road safety is through A-rides and who are people who, we're trying to see if we can get all police officers, both town, state, town police officers trained in A-ride, which is, I can't remember what the acronym means, but it's to recognize when people are driving while impaired on anything, any drug, including alcohol. Then we rely on further trained DREs, which are drug recognition, I forget what he is. And they're more highly trained to recognize people who are driving impaired. Saliva testing can come into play later if there is a warrant. The DRE says, yeah, there's a problem, we're going to take you in, you can't do it roadside, you got to be taken in, and you can do blood or saliva, and it has to be done by warrant. So we're trying to protect folks. The lobbying at the very end, and I got emails maybe from some of you, was more about the agricultural side of it and the concerns about bumping out small farmers. I went to Carolyn Partridge that day and I said, I'm getting a lot of these emails. She said, so am I. Carolyn Partridge is chair of the Ag Committee, and she wrote a pretty good, if anybody is interested in knowing a little bit more, and if you haven't read it, I would encourage you to. In yesterday's Reformer, she had her column in there speaking specifically about S54. She made it very clear to me that while the bill in her mind wasn't perfect, it is set up to make sure that we are protecting small growers, prioritizing Vermont growers in the legislation. It's not something that the legislation actually dictates, but we're saying it's a priority of the commission that we're setting up. It needs to be a priority of the commission. So if you go and read the legislation, you'll see where the focus is. Keeping corporations out, it's been a challenge. Anyone who's tax and regulated, it's been a challenge keeping corporations out. The way we've addressed it is saying that you are only allowed to own one license. So you can own there's 5 licenses in there, and I don't have in the top of my head every one of the licenses, but if you want to be a testing facility, if you want to be a grow, if you want to be a retail, those are all separate licenses. You're only allowed to own one license of each. So somebody could own 5, but you can't get 2 retail licenses. There is a priority, the medical dispensaries did get first connection, but the bill again says we lost one of them, the medical dispensaries. Ever since we legalized, the medical dispensaries have really been struggling. People are growing their own and not buying. So one closed, I believe, and the others are, feeling the pain a little bit. And so I think there's only 3 or 4 left in the state of medical dispensaries. So, I think we've done the best we could to try to control that. I don't know as we'll keep out every bit of corporate, but I think we tried to tailor this bill to make it Vermont. And if you have specific feedback on that you want to see change, please let us know. The bill has still got to go to committee of conference. I don't make that decision, but my strong belief is that the Senate's not going to accept this bill as it is today. So the next step on this bill will be a committee of conference, and that means conferees from both the House and the Senate will be discussing the proposal and trying to come to a compromise. So if you have specific language that you want to see in there, let me know, or just look to see who's on there and email who's on the committee of conference, both in the House and the Senate, to give feedback, because there's still time to do that. But we really did try to make it work for farmers and work for Vermont.
Okay,
thank you.
Well, it's been about half an hour.
Really?
And just remember, our elected officials are available whenever you want. They work for you. You want to talk to her?
Year round.
Year round. talk to them. I'm just saying, there's a lot of questions here, but we have business to do. Any other pressing, yeah, no?
Can I just,
Yeah, what?
can I just say one more thing? Townsend is the only, I just want you to know that in Marlboro and Newfane, I hold, this sort of relates to David was just saying, I hold office hours in both Marlboro and Newfane once a month on a Saturday. I do it year round. I don't do it in Townsend because I actually haven't been invited to do it here. And I have a hard time finding a spot where I can actually sit. Somebody wants me to sit. I do it in the Moore Free Library at Newfane, and you're all welcome to come there because they invite everybody. You're welcome to come there on the third Saturday from 11 to 12:30. I'm in Marlboro at their community center. They invited me to do that. I do that on the second Saturday. And again, I do that year round. I sit in there for 10 to 12 in their community center. If you folks want me to be up here once a month on a Saturday, happy to do it. It really is great to have face-to-face contact. And I was just dying to give me a spot, I hope.
Well, yes, of course. Did you expect the weighting study? Was that loud enough?
No, it's not that enough, but I was trying to end the.
It's not going to work if you're not going to do this
I can't sure go after you.
I'll be brief on this one. I know he's going to ask.
Right now, we're tired.
You're asking from the weighting study.
Exactly.
And the weighting study, I don't want to go into too much detail because clearly we were already cut off, but the weighting study was part of Act 173. A weighting study came out in December basically saying our education funding system, including the weights, is not working appropriately for all of our communities, especially our small rural communities. We want to make sure that our education funding system works well. Right now, very briefly, and anybody wants to talk to me about it, I'm happy to talk to you at length about it, but right now that work is starting in the Senate. The Senate's holding a hearing on March 11th from 4 to 6. I don't know whether you're going up or whether anyone's going up for testimony on that. We're trying to figure out how to move it forward. It's not just a matter of taking the weights that were recommended in this study and just applying them. It isn't going to be as simple as doing that, and the Senate is finding out about that as they're taking testimony. We took some testimony in the House on this, but it is important that you stay focused on this and we start thinking about how our education funding system is or is not working for our communities. It is becoming very, very challenging. We see our tax rates, our property taxes go up, and schools are cutting back all the time. And Al and I sit on the same school board, West River District, together, and it is a huge challenge. This is not about money coming into your town, though. This is about lowering tax rates, and we need to make sure that there is a way to hold us accountable to, if we're going to change the weighting, that we actually are applying that change in tax rate to improve the education of our children, because that's the key to this, making sure our kids get what they need in our public education system. So, anyway. Get a hold of me.
You want
Last one.
Last one. I just want to re-emphasize the importance of stopping the flow of aggregate flowing down the river to the dam. I remember back in 1987. 1987 was an extremely frightening time in our lives anyway. We lived right down the river from here, right at the basin. In 1987, we had so much water that was going over the spillway. It was, I remember, and I also remember that the National Guard come knocking at our door, told us go down to the school, evacuate, because they weren't sure about the dam. But I'm really trying to emphasize here the importance of we have to stop the buildup of that. The fill that's coming down that river, because it's going to continue building up. As it builds up, it means that much less water will be able to hold back.
Yep,
so there will be a point will be very critical, and we'll get a big storm. We will not be able to hold the water back, and not only me living right down the river, but so many other people over the borough of us is going to suffer, as well as the people down in Connecticut.
That's exactly the focus of the Army Corps of Engineers, and if there's any challenge around that, that's where we'll get their attention, so right to our congressman. All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. And go ahead and take your vote.
When you say, Al, when you say waiting study, waiting, W-A-I-T, wait, oh, waiting.
It's waiting, so
Okay,
sorry.
sorry. We were just doing that for the minutes. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your questions. Contact your elected officials and tell them what you want. Not only vote, contact them. And that was very interesting. I never saw town meeting from down there. A cup of coffee and everything. Okay, ready to move on? Where are we? We're on Article 8. No, 7. Sorry, glasses. And Roman numerals. Article 7. To see if the town will vote to appropriate $552,047 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $325,741 is to be raised by taxes. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to appropriate $552,047 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $325,741 is raised in taxes. Page 12-ish, 13 to 17 generally. I saw those numbers on page 12, I think, and then the budget is 13 to 17. Discussion. Herb, wait, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, on page 22 on the reserve funds.
Page 22 reserve fund, yes, sir.
They've taken, there's money gone out of the reserve fund like the fog line, the reappraisal, and the lister's education, but it doesn't show anywhere in this book where it went to.
So these numbers that you were looking at are from last year. So they're 6/30/19, right? The fog line, it was my understanding that got rolled into something else several years ago, but was remained as an item in the reserve funds. I don't know why. As far as the others, I can't speak to the listers. I don't know how that fund works.
They should be, if they take it out of here, it should say wherever the fund they were into it from reserve. It doesn't. I mean, you don't know that.
You will next year.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Talking about the running expenses of the town. More questions. I'm going to kind of go this way. Anybody over here right now? I can come back. Questions?
What did Herb just say?
Herb was commenting about the reserve funds and where the money is going, and it's not listed in the book. Things along.
That's not going to be explained to us?
Well, it was. The select board explained it.
Because it's from 2019, correct?
Yes, and that at least the fog line I know was rolled in several years ago to another fund. I don't know where. It's possible Elaine is our bookkeeper. Maybe she could speak to this.
Okay, on the appraisal piece, I get a typographical error.
Wait. Yell and then I can repeat.
Let's get a microphone so we can hear each other.
Here, come here and run it. Come here and run it. Come here and run the microphone for us.
Okay, on the reappraisal piece, I did have graphical error. Instead of 113, it should be 131, 84603. No funds were spent. So, typographical error, sorry. And I'm feeling that Stone Arch Bridge, we're working on that to put the money back into the account. There was some issue about the specific Stone Arch Bridge that we paid $2,600. So, we're working on that. And next year, in 2020, those numbers will go back to where we are. Okay? So this is 2019. Can't do anything in 2019. We've gone through the audit. Again, the reappraisal was a typographical error. It should be 131, 46, 03.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion?
Seeing no other discussion? Hearing no other discussion? It's been moved and seconded to appropriate $552,047 to pay for the running expenses and liabilities of the town, of which $325,741 is to be raised by taxes. You ready for the question? All those in favor, a yes vote will pass this motion, a no vote will defeat the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe you guys have it. You guys do have it. Article 8, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $720,220 for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town's roads, of which $407,220 is to be raised in taxes. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second? Page 21, 18 to 20 in general. Questions, discussion, motion on the floor. Yes, sir. Thank you for running. Appreciate it.
Yes, I want to ask on the page 18 on the retreatment. We've gone from 25,000 to 100,000. Do you have a specific project in mind?
Yes,
for
I do.
retreatment?
Yes, I do. Last year was library parking lot.
This year will be a section of Route 35.
Okay. And then under all special projects, there's an additional 34,000. Can you enlighten us as to what that special project is?
$11,000 is our grant match for Bridge 43. $5,000 was our grant match for our Better Roads program. $5,000 is our grant match for our grant from Wyndham Regional. $6,000 is for the purchase of culverts. And $7,000 is for the purchase of ditch stone. $7,000 for the purchase of ditch stone.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Hi, L.S. Townsend. I have a question. I obviously say that we had a surplus of $200,000. And was just curious, I understand we like to reduce our taxes every year, but in a year that we gotta try to tight budgets, would it be wise to take some more of that and put it in reserve fund or use it in special projects? Because I understand that we gotta do the better roads and we gotta meet a target date. And obviously, Steve, you know where all those listed projects are. And if it would be wiser as a community to take some of that money and do some of those projects this year, in that budget year, or do the engineerings for projects. Obviously, when I was on the board 5 or 6 years ago, there's still some projects out there that have not even been touched or looked at that were going to be costing us hundreds of thousands, like the Deer Ridge Road culvert that I see every day. I drive over it. That's going to need to be replaced hopefully soon. But I know it's probably not on this year's project. Just asking if it would be wiser to put a few dollars towards a reserve fund.
So the reason for the surplus this year is there was, the way the accounting was handled after Irene with the FEMA money kept being pulled out by the highway, reimbursed to the general, and then when the money came in, it was being applied to the highway. So there still exists some monies to be applied to the upcoming year and probably the year after, as we try to work back to zero on that. So there is money that is available to do some of these special projects. We just have not yet allocated it.
Further discussion? Seeing, yep, at the end, yeah.
Just a quick question. Under the tractor Kubota, you have $5,000. Is that brand new?
Under the tractor Kubota, you have $5,000. Is that new? Is that what you said? A new tractor? Okay, that was the question.
So we purchased a new Kubota tractor a year or so ago to do the sidewalks with the snow blower. It did not come with a cab. So this money, there's $4,500 in the Kubota budget for a cab. It's an aftermarket cab, it's from Curtis. They were not available last year because it was a new model tractor and the Kubota cab was too expensive. So this is a cab that comes with a windshield wiper or the froster, and it'll take Jeremy out of the elements when he's operating the snowboard.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, there's a motion before us to see if the town will vote to appropriate $720,220 for the running expenses and liabilities of maintaining the town's roads, of which $407,220 is to be raised by taxes. A yes vote will pass the motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it, and the motion passes. We've already completed Article 9, so we'll move on to Article 10. To see if the town will vote to raise $50,000 by taxation to be held in the reserve account for the repair of the Stone Arch Bridge on Back Wyndham Road, contingent upon the successful award of grant funds. I'll entertain a motion. Who's that, Charlie? Second. Okay. Discussion, page 22. Page 22, discussion. Stone Arch Bridge, Back Wyndham Road.
Is there any updates on the grant?
Any updates on
Well, no, it just says contingent to the grants awarded.
So, think about your money now.
Just an update on the grants? Is there any?
There is a meeting I'm having with Megan after town meeting. She's going to be meeting with all the local towns, talking about the small structure grants. We will be reapplying for 2 grants this year. One is for Bridge 43, and one is for the Stone Arch Bridge, which is Bridge 34. So we will have that meeting in the next 2 weeks. We will both apply. We will apply for both of those bridges at that time.
Where is Bridge 43 is the question.
It is on West Hill. We did replace 42. It's one closer to Dam Road. I believe the mailbox by that bridge is Johnson.
Further questions? Discussion? Yes, sir. Microphone right behind you.
I just want to clarify that we actually have 88,000 still sitting in the reserve fund for the Stone Arch Bridge. I mean, tell me show here, because this is as of 2019, and that was something we voted last year.
We did raise the 88,000 last year for that bridge. Charlie's request was that we bring to the meeting today an article to raise 167 to get us up to the full amount. We thought we would go with the 50,000, waiting for this potential grant approval, and we wouldn't have to raise 167,000 today to get the full funds to rebuild that bridge.
Further discussion? Seeing no other discussion, there's a motion before us to see if the town will vote to raise $50,000 by taxation to be held in the reserve account for the repair of the Stone Arch Bridge on Back Wyndham Road, contingent upon successful award of grant funds. A yes vote passes the motion, a no vote defeats the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Motion To see if the town will vote to raise $54,050 by taxation for the running expenses and liabilities of the library. I'll entertain motion. I'll entertain, motion.
So moved.
Christine? Discussion. Read your books. Seeing no discussion, there's a motion before us to see if the town will raise $54,050 by taxation for running expenses and liabilities of the library. A yes vote will pass the motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Excellent. Reading is fundamental. Article 12. To see if the town will vote to raise $10,000 by taxation to be placed in the capital expenditure fund, fire department reserve towards a future pumper. Say that 10 times fast. Herb. Second. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, it's been moved and seconded to see if the town will raise $10,000 by taxation to be placed in the capital expenditure fund, fire department reserve toward a future pumper. A yes vote will pass the motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Leave the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 13. To see if the town will vote to raise $1,750 by taxation for the old cemetery fund. Charlie? Steve? It's been moved and seconded to see if the town will vote to raise $1,750 for taxation for old cemetery fund. Discussion. The obvious joke. People are dying to get yes.
I'd just like to take the time.
Wait, Charlie, behind you. There you go.
I'd like to take the time to recognize Rick Snow for his service as cemetery commissioner for the past, I don't know, he's 5 years, maybe 10. I'm not sure. I didn't look in the town report. Thank you, Rick.
Any other discussion? Seeing, hearing no discussion, it's been moved and seconded to raise $1,750 for the old cemetery fund. A yes vote will pass the motion. A no vote will defeat the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 14. To see if the town will vote to raise $16,780 by taxation for the support of social services as recommended by the screening committee. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Who said second? Who said something out there, Christine? Okay, well. Page 3233, just so you know. That's where the screening of the social services is. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, seeing no hands, it's been moved and seconded that the town will vote to raise $16,780 by taxation for support of social services. A yes vote passes the motion, a no vote defeats the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Should I slow down? Article 15. To see if the town will authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire land by gift or purchase for municipal forests to promote reforestation, water conservation, and good forestry practices. Motion?
So moved.
Well, Christine. Moved and seconded. I'm not going to repeat it right now. I'll repeat it in a second. Discussion? Nope. Looks good. It's been moved and seconded to see if the town will authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire land by gift or purchase for municipal forests to promote reforestation, water conservation, and good forestry practices. A yes vote passes the motion. A no vote defeats the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Article 16. To see if the town will vote to set the first Tuesday in March 2021 as the date for the 2021 Townsend annual meeting.
So moved.
Okay. Moved and seconded to see you next year. Same bat channel, same bat time. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Oh, sorry, I didn't say discussion. Is there any discussion? Anybody want to move it? Sorry. You do?
I just wanted to
I
ask
just broke the rules,
the
I'm sorry.
voters here today if there would be consideration to shift the day of town meeting to possibly another day that's not a work day for most people. I think the demographic here is, myself included, aging a smidgen, and it might be nice to have a Saturday morning meeting as an option. I'm not sure if that's, I've only lived here for 16 years, so maybe that's been visited in the past, but just wanted to have people think about it.
Further discussion? Not crickets. Here you go. Can we, I'm not the lawyer here. Where's our town? We have a lot, yes.
Elect offices. Elected offices have to be on town meeting day.
The elected, okay, so election of officers have to be on town meeting day. So we would have to have an election, not necessarily from here, we would have to do a joint ballot. It would change everything. That's the conundrum with moving town meeting day. But it's not like it's undoable. I mean, some people try to warn for next year, that would be smarter and you can look into it, but something.
I do know that, I think it's Vernon or Guilford. Sorry.
There is a town, I was just talking to someone the other day, they do 2 evenings. So they do the Monday evening to do articles in business, and then they hold elections on the Tuesday, which is town meeting day, in the evening. So they break it up. So that's something we could look at, like Warren said, to warn for next year. But just something for everyone to think about.
There's not been an amendment. We've actually voted it in, but there hasn't been an amendment. But other business, when we get to other business, I mean, if you wanted to pipe up and just give an opinion of what you thought about moving town meeting might be a good idea, just so the select board has a feeling of what the people in town that show up want to do. Okay? Any other discussion about the meeting date? Okay, well, we'll take a second vote, even though the first vote already happened. There's a motion on the floor to see if the town will vote to set the first Tuesday in March 2021 as the date of the 2021 Town of Townsend annual meeting. A yes vote sets it for March 2nd, 2021. A no vote, we never hold town meeting again. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay, well, we'll get to that in a second. This is a record breaker. I've been doing it for, I think, 13 years or so. What, other business? No, there's other business. Oh, wait, actually that takes precedent. Is that an official request? But we're not done with the, warning. Yeah, you have to at least announce the non-binding. I don't know if we can do that. A move to adjournment, though, is a privileged motion, so you would have to take that into account right now. Can we do it? I know, we still have the last article. That's why I'm in a conundrum right now. Do people want to adjourn? No. Okay, thank you. Wait, who wants to adjourn? Herb, who wants to adjourn? Anybody? Just one? Okay, well, whatever. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Okay, so at least we know and everybody feels good about me not. Okay. So is this a non-binding? Okay, hang on. Let's go to Article 17 to transact any other non-binding business to properly become before the meeting. I have some issues here. I'll start over here and go around the room for any non-binding business. When something's brought up, if you want to discuss it, that's fine too. Yes, we'll start right there. Wait.
It's not.
Sorry, it's right here.
I'm Marilyn Bratt, the board of Townsend Public Library. And this year, we lost 3 wonderful long-term trustees, 3 incredible women who've given more than 30 years in service to our library. I'd like you to please join me in recognizing Maggie Bills, Mars Holt, and Ann Albee for all of their Thank you.
person?
And I'll be Marshall and Maggie Bills.
Okay, keep going, going around. Not about any business, going back, come around. If you remember something later, it's okay. Any other not about any business, sit down. Not about being sick,
Simple question. There are two papers on the back table asking for a survey, or you fill out a form or something.
Broadband?
Broadband and 211. When we fill them out, where do we put them?
That's a good question. I thought about that. We don't have a box up here, but.
David. What? Oh, the box in the back, where you go? Kurt's on top of it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I'll keep it short.
That's okay, no.
So I just want to thank the select board. I know you have a really tough, thankless job. And I really, appreciate Irv for stepping up, even though you're already retired. And I just wanted to bring up that, that this is going to happen more and more, where we have openings and fewer people that are willing to step up. And I mean, I can't talk because I can never do it. It's too many numbers for me. But it would be really wonderful if some of the young people in the community would be willing to maybe sacrifice some of their time and step up to help out with the running of the town. And I think everyone here would appreciate it, and it's kind of needed to be done. That's it.
Agreed. And you don't have to be a select board member. You can be, you can be a town grand juror, or whatever it is, so you can be a town agent. There's other things you can do. Yes, sir, other than online, you can do. Oh, wait, you got the microphone in the back, Charlie. Hang on, okay?
I just want to support Laura's idea and also the idea of having town meeting at a different time. I think there's a lot of young families in Townsend that are not able to attend these meetings because it is during work hours, and those are exactly the people who are asking to step up right now, but those people aren't in this room because they can't be here right now. So I really think that's a great idea, and I'd love to help support make that happen in some way.
Yeah. Agreed, but also, as you noticed, and we noticed, the fact that there's no more school portion, look at how many people are here. The school portion really brought the younger people in, even though they were at work, and they brought kids in to run the microphone too. Yes. Now they're gone. So, but yes, that's something to be considered. Charlie.
Since it was already brought up when Emily spoke about the dam and in particular the pilot program, I would like to ask the select board to look into that. The pilot allotment that the town's received has not increased in X number of years. And when I explored it once before, I was told that Vermont always gets voted down because the members of the commission that decide the amount of money also are from the other states. And we get outvoted. I don't know if that's true or not, but the thing that always intrigued me about how to proceed with these sorts of things is we're not the only town affected by a Corps of Engineers project in New England. And our neighbors in Springfield must have similar issues. Surrey over in New Hampshire, the West River is not the only river in New England that silts out. And I think if perhaps there was some outreach to our brothers and sisters that are going through the same problem, that might have a greater impact than just Townsend trying to do it alone. I went to one of the meetings up at the dam that Emily was at, and all the officials were there from Massachusetts, and it's federal property, and they're going to tell you what they think you want to hear, and then hope you go away. But I think if we were a little bit more proactive, and perhaps even using the media to promote, if you show, I think Ken pointed out, if you take one of the brochures that was published in in the 1960s and 70s, you can't do any of those things that brochure advertised, and yet that's what was promoted as a benefit to the project. And the payment in lieu of taxes also affects the state park issue as well. So we do have influence with the state legislature there. We should be getting more money to help offset the loss of property tax revenue.
We're not getting more money. Thank you. I have two things written down on my paper. I don't want to muck up this thing, but fire department feasibility update study. Anybody? Yep. Wait, Glenn, down over here with the microphone. Sorry, that was. And then I also have a little bit of discussion. The select board wants to talk about the mailing, the town report mailing. So we'll do this first, and that, and others as well. Okay. About the fire department.
So, let me, on behalf of the town fire department and the feasibility study for a new station built in Pat Meadow. We've been meeting for at least a year now. Also, members of the public have joined the committee. And we believe we have a conceptual design for it. And we're still working out final details with the engineering firm. Once that's complete and we have a cost estimation of the project, then we'll approach the select board with the findings.
Thank you. Maybe we can save money on buying fire trucks after that, because you won't hit the roof. Okay. Thank you. Do you guys want to speak about the mailing?
So
there we go. Over the years, we have mailed out a town report to every household. It is expensive. It is laborious. So we were thinking about making the town report available at town hall, maybe another place or two where you could pick one up rather than spending the money on postage and labeling and moving them all around. And we were just curious if there was a strong feeling by the voters one way or the other.
Okay, so let's just take a straw poll to begin with. Okay, what the select board is saying to save money, not to mail the town report, but leave them laying around outside and you pick them up. What's everybody's feeling? In favor of continuing mailing? Hands continuing mailing? And this is just a straw poll, so they get an idea for next year. And then, thank you. And then what about stopping mailing and just picking it up? Okay, thank you.
You gotta kind of figure that not everybody has access to be in town when it's here. You know, I mean, certain people almost be request if you send out something that townspeople request whether or not I'm able to pick them up or whether I really want to mail it to me, to have that, you know, full count and maybe reduce your mailing.
So what he said is that some people are not around to pick it up. So maybe the option is to, if you want to request the mailing, then you can request the mailing, and then if not, then you pick it up. Oh boy, did I just open a can of worms? Okay. There's too many variables. Yes, sir. Quickly, yeah.
Well, what would be the savings on postage?
Good question.
You know, I mean, if it's only.
Well, actually, that's going to be what? Roughly. It's in the town report. I don't know where it is, so it takes long. Anybody have an estimate? I don't know where it is, but it's in here. Okay, 4 pages real quick. Yes, right there. Right there.
It would certainly help for one household not to get 4 refunds.
Okay, but if there's 4 people living there, that's what's happening, but you're right, I agree. Yes, Dave? No? It's roughly around $700 or $800, just in postage.
There are other options to mailing. In the past, we've done mailing, I believe, to the grand list, just the mailing, which is or was it the voter check? I don't remember which the mailing was done to. We also have the option of mailing it to local postal customers, which means that all of the 600 postal customers get whatever is sent, and there's no need for labeling that way. You also make sure that there are no duplicates per household. And it's also, I think, a penny cheaper per mail.
Great. Loud. So we want a microphone?
I like microphone.
Okay. Here you go. This is good. This is good. Just keep spouting ideas because they're listening and then they'll come up with stuff. So that was a good one. That was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah.
Can I talk now?
Please.
Okay. In terms of households getting 4 copies, this works from the voter checklist. We who perform the duty of getting it ready to mail have to go through these labels by hand. So if you got 4 copies, it's because we didn't catch it. And believe me, it's not easy to catch. When you got a whole list of all the people on the voter checklist, it's not easy to catch it. We try to send out only 1 copy per household. Now I got to remember what I was also going to talk to, which is senior moment here.
Wait, on this topic or previous topic?
Same topic, same topic. It was basically had to do with the town report. Oh yeah, in terms of mailing them to people in general, part of the issue is how many come back to us. This is particularly true with people who are registered to vote and people who are part-time residents. These cannot be forwarded. So I can't remember, how many did we get back this year? Do you remember? Yeah, at least a full box of them came back as undeliverable. So sometimes this is a tiny little error in the checklist, and sometimes it's just the fact that we don't have everything we need to do to send them out, and sending them out just to have them returned is an additional expense. So the idea is to cut all of this out, let people know they're there, and yeah, perhaps if somebody wanted to mail it to them, they could notify the town clerk. But believe me, going through the voter checklist and trying to get rid of duplicates is no fun.
Is this all about the town, or is it that idea? Okay. Sit with your hands up. No?
One other option you haven't mentioned is digitizing it as you did and send it out to those people who can receive it that way. Not only saves on the postage, it saves on the paper. You can save it and keep it.
So you shouldn't have microphone. What you said was you could digitize it and send it that way, digitally. And I see in the back all the young people clapping and all the front people here going, digital what? So anyway, understood, Cynthia, yes. Right there, yes.
I would like the quality of the information presented in the town report. We brought up just levels that have been done earlier, where there was no proofreading, there was nobody watching it. It's no comments. It was not. If you just review back a couple of years ago and see all the things that just weren't there for everybody to understand what was in the report.
You were looking for volunteers.
I was gonna say, we used to have auditors that put that all together, but.
We had, my first years on the board, there was a committee that put the report together and gave it to the select board, we proofed it, and then we took bids and they sent it off and took care of the whole thing. And that stopped last year. I did it by myself. This year, Kathy and Carla did it because we no longer have a committee to do it. So if anyone wants to reform that committee, we'd be happy to accept that.
Yeah, the problem with that is thankless job. You'll spend hours and hours putting that book together, and I see about 100 people out here that'll tear it apart no matter how hard you work on it. So it's a thankless job. That's all. It's tough. It's tough. I got 2 right here. You can battle it out. Rick goes first.
Who gets the first?
Ladies first.
Long ago, when I was an auditor, one of the other auditors suggested that we send out a postcard to everybody we could think of. And if you want the town report mailed to you, you mail the postcard back. If you want it emailed, send your email back. It would cut down on a lot of stuff. And I have done the town report a number of times, and there is a way for you to get a message to me very easily. And I would be willing to be on the town report committee.
Committee you want. Thank you. Right behind you.
Cindy, you up for it with me?
Oh, challenge accepted? She's not moving.
My turn. The town report is indeed online. It was online a full week before the printed version was available. Town reports dating back at least, I think, 10 years are available online. The only thing is, the online site is not an official Townsend website. Therefore, I can't tell you where to go look for it. But if you do a search for Townsend, Vermont, likely is the site is going to come up, and all those town reports are there under a category called Town Reports. Okay?
Thank you.
Mark? Is there also a way from the website to sign up for your mailing list?
If they want, they just have to directly email.
Okay. So on that website, there is a way to email Rick to be added to his distribution list where you can get communications about what is coming up and going on.
Yeah, but also this town report has to be in the voters' hands so many days before town meeting.
It has to be available.
Okay, I lost track. We're still on the town report mailing? Yes? Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, is there a reason why there isn't an official town website, or just that nobody has volunteered to do it?
Right?
No, that's a complicated.
That's a complicated answer, but it's a reality thing. Yes, and that's why it's unofficial Townsend.
Do other towns have town websites?
No.
Yes.
Yes, they do.
Hundreds.
Some do, some don't, though, because there's a probably complicated.
Okay. You can request that the Townsend Select Board develop a website. However, back in 2014, they decided that there was no longer going to be a town website because the state made you liable if you didn't get things posted online within 5 days. That's just one of the issues. Basically what it is, especially in a town like this, where most of the people in charge of government have a few years on them, it was going to be costly to maintain. You were going to have to be really, really careful to make sure information got out within the allotted legal time. And because otherwise, you're just opening the town up to a lawsuit. So based on circumstances, the town decided to drop their website to keep themselves from getting in a position where they got reported to the Secretary of State and taken to court or something like this. So, you know, it's a complicated issue, and it was basically because of liability. And again, this town would probably have to hire somebody in order to take care of one. Other towns do have them. Other towns also have what those of us who are doing it call bootleg sites. Vernon, for example, has a bootleg site. Wardsboro has a bootleg site. Townsend has a bootleg site. And there are other towns within the state who do the same thing. But it really is more than anything a liability issue.
Speaking to the liability issue, the open meeting laws apply whether you have a website or not. You are required to post agendas and minutes of any select board or town committee. So the liability is there whether it's posted online or not. It is more visible and easier to check whether it was online posting versus posted at 3 spots in town, being the town clerk's office and 2 other locations. So it's all how you want to do it.
Motion to adjourn. No, not yet. No, I'll let you do it in a second. I got just two quick things I want to say. You good? Anybody else? No? No? Okay. So just real quick, lunch downstairs we're paying for it. It's being catered by Riverbend, but it's your taxpayer dollars. So although we're probably going to adjourn right now before lunch, please hang out and eat your food. What?
There's a donation.
Oh yes, and there's a donation bucket down there to try to recollect the money for the food that you paid for. Okay? And then the last thing I just want to say is that there is an election going on downstairs. So please vote. Don't care who you vote for, but everybody should vote. So please stop by downstairs and vote. Any other business to come before the meeting? Oh, you took away his thunder, man. Motion to adjourn? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. See you next year. Thank you very much. Great job, everybody.
So this year, there is no school district portion to our meeting due to the consolidation of school districts. And so, the Dummerston Town Meeting is hereby called to order. Please rise if you are able for the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very often. I'd like to begin again this year with an invocation that originated in Danville, Vermont. We are gathered together today in civil assembly as a community in a tradition that is older than our state itself. We come together to make decisions about our community. As we deliberate, let us advocate for our positions, but not at the expense of others. Let us remember that our neighbors with whom we disagree are good people with hopes and dreams as true and high as ours. And let us always remember that in the end, caring for each other in this community is of far greater importance than any difference we may have. Can I ask for folks in the back to be a little quieter so everyone can hear the meeting? Thank you. We have lost some members of our community in the last year. I will read their names and then we'll have a brief moment of silence. Neil Quinn, Tom Johnson, Jonathan Flackus, Callan Latham Tyler, David Koski, Stephen Brown, Claude Goen, John Carter, Nelson Gilson, Dick Tuttle, Art Snarski, Bob Karg Sr., Lynn Billington, Paul Nelson, Janice Duke, Priscilla Smith, Shorty Ferret, Leslie Pierce, Bunny Hazelton, and Martha Chamberlain. Thank you. Let's acknowledge and thank the scores of people who work to make our town as special as it is. On page 1 and 2 of your town report, if you have one, all of our elected and appointed officials are listed. If you are one of those folks, or if you serve on our road crew, volunteer fire department, or rescue squad, please stand. Thank you. I'll remind you of the Adopt a Book program in the school library today. Please adopt a book and consider volunteering to keep this important program going. Childcare is available today in the first grade classroom, which is out that door and the second door on the right. This meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television. You can watch it later this week on Comcast Channel 1085, Southern Vermont Cable Channel 10, and online at brattleboro.tv.org. For anyone speaking at the meeting, please stand and state your name every time and speak directly into the microphone so that the viewers in the room and at home can hear you. Thank you. Please put your cell phones on vibrate. In order to speak at town meeting, you must be a registered Dummerston voter. It's our tradition to make an exception for those who represent Dummerston at the State House. Accordingly, I will give the privilege of speaking to our legislators and will interrupt our proceedings when they arrive so that they may present their reports and answer your questions. You also must be a registered Dummerston voter to vote on any issue today. If you have difficulty standing, you have the option of holding up a card when a division of the House is called. Please raise your hand now if you would like a card and haven't yet received one. If you need one later on, let our mic numbers know and they'll come and get one for you. If there's no objection, we'll break for lunch around noon. It's provided by the good folks at the Grange, headed by Larry Lynch Jr. and Sally May. Because we anticipate a shorter meeting, the menu is soup and sandwiches. The cost is $5 for all. I was nervous when I didn't see pie in there. I thought we might have a riot on our hands, but it sounds like we're getting another kind of dessert that sounds equally wonderful. So you have to stick around to see what that is. Lori Frechette, our town clerk, has prepared a helpful summary of the rules of town meeting. Copies are on the table in the back of the room, and I encourage you to familiarize yourself with it. Please remember to state your name every time you stand to speak, otherwise I'll interrupt you and ask you to do so. Lori's in the back of the room helping with people who are registering to vote today. Eliza Greenhoe is a new assistant town clerk and is taking minutes today. We need to make sure that she knows the name of each person that makes a motion and the name of the person who seconds it. So I know many names, but not all, so make sure we know your name if you do one of those things. A few highlights. Robert's Rules of Order govern our meeting. To speak all together now, raise your hand, wait for the microphone, and then state your name. Even if you have a commanding voice, please wait for the microphone so that people watching from home can hear you. We have 4 able assistants today, mic runners. Thank you, Ellen Rago, for gathering this great crew. Starting out, oh, Kyle, are you starting out instead of Sadie, or is Sadie still here? There you are, ready to go. Okay, starting out are Sadie Mills and Michael Thibault, right there, and we're going to have backups from Kyle Megiolaro and Zadie Olmstead, and then there are other 8th graders doing the babysitting. So, good citizens already. Thank you. All motions and remarks should be addressed to the moderator. That's me. If you have a question for someone, you still address it to me. We're not supposed to have conversations going back and forth between people. I ask the members of our Board of Civil Authority to be ready to count if a division of the House is requested. My job is to help you, the voters, accomplish your will. If you're not sure how to do something, ask me. I go to a training for moderators every year. This year, again, we were reminded that questions are supposed to come to the moderator, and this includes, under Robert's rules, there are no conversations between members of the body. You are the body. We have found only one error in this year's town report. In the meeting minutes from last year, on page 64, we approved a tax exemption for the West Somerset Volunteer Fire Department for 5 years, not just 1 year, which is why you don't see it on the warning again this year. And now we begin. You will find the warning on page 66 of your town report if you have one. There were a few on the table in the back. I don't know if there are any left, but feel free to check it out if you don't have one. Page 64 shows the minutes from last year, so I'll borrow Zeke's funny line and ask you to open your hymnals to page 66. Article 1 refers to the election of town officers by Australian ballot and so requires no action by this body. Article 2, to act on the auditor's report of the town accounts. Is there a motion? It's not on. Peter, can we get your help? This mic doesn't seem on.
Madam Moderator, I move that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts.
Is there a second? So Terry Chapman and Ms. White. It has been moved and seconded that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts. Any debate? Seeing none, I'll assume you're ready for the question. It has been moved and seconded that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have accepted the auditor's report. Article 3, to see if the voters will vote to authorize their select board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Zeke and Lewis. It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and the Select Board is so authorized. Article 4, to see if the voters will vote to raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs.
Is there a second? Maria Lewis. Lewis, you're doing great. It has been moved and seconded that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. This is the raising part, not the spending part. Maria, is there anything you want to say about this? Or are you going to? All right.
Unless somebody has
I think
questions.
most of you know that we raise a pretty level sum every year and then spend what we need to. So, any discussion on this question? Seeing none. Paul Normandeau.
Is the mic on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody going to go over the capital fund items at this time? The reason I'm asking is I noticed that last year in the capital fund that we had a bond payment for the gravel pit. And this year I noticed that it's in the highway fund, highway department fund. And it seems to me that if we're paying for our fire trucks and things that last for an extended period of time through the capital fund, that the bond payments should also be reflected in the capital fund, because we're paying for that over, I believe, a 20-year period, but maybe it's longer. But it's an extended period of time, and it's definitely a capital item for the town. So that's, and I didn't know, perhaps the select board could answer the logic that went into that. Thank you.
So the select board is interrogated as to why the bond payment for the gravel pit has been moved out of the capital plan and into the budget.
That was a discussion with our town treasurer, Charlotte, and it was recommended that we put it in the budget as opposed to the capital plan. Charlotte,
do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I thought that because of additional items that the select board had chosen to add to the capital fund that tend to change from year to year, and this is going to be steady for the next 25 years, that the amount of money that we would have to raise to put into the capital fund to cover the bond payment, in addition to other items that were put into the capital fund new this year, like fire department things, that we just decided we'd move it into the highway fund.
So you are asking for information, Paul. I think your question has been answered. Is there any further debate on the motion to raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes for the capital fund? Okay, the motion is that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay or no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have funded our capital fund. Article 5, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
Is there a second? Yes, it's going to be easy for you. Yeah. It has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there someone who would like to speak to this on the select board? This is traditionally a time when we look at the capital fund page in the town report and explain how we do this. Hearing nothing from the select board, is there any question from the body? Jody Normando. I shouldn't say your name because I'm wanting you to say your name. The woman in stripes.
Jody Normando. Why don't we, I move that we look at the capital plan and get it explained by the select board.
So you have made a motion to look at the capital plan and have the select board explain it. I cannot accept that motion while this other motion is on the floor. So I think we need to finish what's on the floor, and then if you would like to make a motion that the body request the select board to explain things now or soon, that would be okay.
May I request that the select board explain it?
Would you like to explain something now? Very good. Louis.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. After 16 years with the 2004 loader, we're planning on purchasing another loader for $150,000. There's also in the capital fund, we're going to be asking later on for a flail mower for $22,750. We've got the fire truck payment in there. The fire truck we purchased in, I believe it was 2018, and that's going to be $69,827. And then this year we're going to be asking again to put $4,000 in for fire department for their gear. And that's why this year, if you look at the bottom taxes raised, it's $210,000. Normally it's $170,000. We've been trying to keep it at $170,000. But with all those taken out, that would have dropped it in 2 years to almost about $100,000 or less. Actually, it was less than $100,000. So that's why we jumped it this year to $210,000. We're going to hopefully do that next year also. And then further out, we'll go to $170,000, back down to the $170,000. But so with all those taken out, you can see we're going to be down to $179,089 in the capital fund moving forward. And if Lee wants to talk about the loader, I wouldn't mind having him explain more about the loader himself, if he's here and not gathering sap. Thank you.
Lee is here, although unless the body has a question about the loader, I don't think we need to impose on him. Rick.
Thank you. Richard Mills, Hague Road. Can you explain the decision to paying a loader outright versus funding it over a term, like the fire truck's spread out over 5 years versus the loader is being straight? Obviously, there's interest, and it all ties into the overall budget, but How do you guys come about that decision to pay outright?
The select board is interrogated.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to answer that question. This is Lewis White again. The $150,000 for the loader, if you look at most all the town equipment, instead of having interest, this is why we have the capital fund, is so we don't have the interest. We did discuss with the fire department, and I'll get into that later. We don't want to do this with the fire department anymore either, because the interest does add up quickly. So their next truck, we're going to try to put in the capital fund further out. So it's going to be paid for up front to get rid of the interest. So you do see the truck in there, yes. That's the way we had been doing the trucks in the past. This select board had discussed not doing that in the future, trying to pay for it to not have the interest.
The motion on the floor is to authorize the purchase of a payloader. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Cliff.
This is page 28. I'm Cliff Adler. Nobody's, I don't think, Louis, you mentioned that. People are kind of flipping through. We're on page 28.
The capital plan is on page 28 if you have your town report. Thank you, Cliff. So it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have purchased a payloader. Article 6, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Louis.
No problem.
It has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. And I just remembered I promised Charlotte that I would let her say something else about moving last year's gravel pit bond payment into the budget. You had something to add to that.
I just wanted to add, since my brain works slower than my mouth sometimes, when we were talking about putting the bond payment into the highway expenditure fund, it seemed like a good idea, because basically we're paying for our gravel and out of that bond, we have a zero for the gravel now, but we put the bond payment in there. So it sort of offsets that a little bit better, if that makes any sense.
So we used to have a large number in the budget for gravel.
And
we
now
don't
we
anymore
have,
because we own a pit, and
Right.
so the bond payment seemed equivalent.
Right.
Okay.
Close.
Thank you for
Seemed
that.
like a good idea.
So the motion on the table is about purchasing 2 sets of gear for the fire department. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we have supplied our fire department. Article 7, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Yes, there is, Madam Moderator. I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Lewis. Thank you, Lewis.
Nice work.
It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. As a citizen, I'd love somebody to tell me what that is.
Well, several years ago, Lee made the recommendation that we, rather than put out the mowing along the right-of-ways out for bid each year, that the town could do that mowing if we had the equipment. And we purchased a lighter weight flail mower back then, and it's worked pretty well. It gives us more versatility in when and where to mow than the old system worked. But we found that a heavier duty flail mower would do a better job of mowing the rocks and stumps and occasional mailboxes that are in the way.
Okay, thank you for that, Zeke. Any discussion on the motion on the floor? Yes, Jody.
Jody Normando. Is this just a mower? This isn't one of those over the railing things?
No, it's
or
not an articulated over the rail mower.
Okay, so it's
But
just the
grass.
grass.
The grass, mailboxes, anything that's in the right of way. This will do it.
Oh.
Cars, if you're parking illegally on the side of the road, you might take care.
Perhaps we wouldn't want to vote for this in that case, Madam Moderator.
Thank you for your input. Lewis, did you have something to add?
Lewis White. Jody, this is just a heavier duty. The other one was starting to fall apart. It was a 2013. We figured this is just, it's the same design, same type of mower. It's just heavy duty. So it should be more for commercial use rather than residential.
Any further discussion? Eric?
Eric Kruger. So I didn't know what a Tiger flail mower was, so I Googled it because we actually have internet here. And what I'm probably seeing is the pricing for the homeowner ones. They're like $2,000, $3,000.
Yeah, we don't want the town road crew to be pushing this by hand.
Right.
We're going to hook it up to a tractor.
The most expensive one I'm seeing on my quick Google search is like $8,000. So I'm curious where we came up with 22. I mean, some of the tractors with flail mowers are advertised for that price.
The select board is interrogated.
Lee has been researching this, and apparently there are other models in the Tiger line that you're not finding on your Google search. So this is a model. Lee's still negotiating with them to make sure it's the right mower, but this will be heavier steel commercial grade mower with a more robust gearbox and hammers and bearings.
Any further discussion? Yes, Connie.
Thanks. Connie Baxter. I'm just curious as to what is the fate of the old mower. That's the one that's falling apart. Are we going to keep using it and keep it going, or are we going to sell it, or what?
The select board is interrogated, but perhaps they'd like to delegate the answer to Lee.
Thank you.
Lee, could you raise your hand high so that there's Zadie?
Lee Chamberlain. Yes, we are going to still use it. It's not in great shape, but and we're not going to get very much for trade. So we'll use it until it's pretty much junk.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Lee. Any further discussion? Yes, Paul.
Excuse me, Paul Normando, does that mean we'll be able to cut the limbs off the trees a little higher up and a little further back than what we've been doing lately? I'm very concerned about that, frankly. I'm very proud of Dummerston. It has great roads, great aesthetics along our back roads, but I get concerned when I see cutting the limbs up, and it kind of shreds them, and it leaves an awful mess when we drive down the road. Now I know this stuff will grow back, but it's going to grow back like in a fuzz, and it won't have the nice appearing. And we did this on Middle Road, we did this on Schoolhouse Road. So as a citizen, I'm very concerned about the aesthetics of what we do. And I would hope that we would be more careful with how we treat the sides of the roads. Thank you.
Louis, you'd like to answer that?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. Paul, this is a flail mower. It doesn't go up to do the sides of the road. That was a different piece of equipment that did that. So this is a flail mower just to get the grass. And it does get the smaller trees, but not the tops of the trees.
We rented that piece of it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger Flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 8. Oh, and folks standing in the back, there are seats down front if you'd like. Article 8, to see if the voters will approve total general fund expenditures of $486,492, of which $319,410 shall be raised by taxes and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Is there a motion?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. I move that we approve total general fund expenditures of $486,492, of which $319,410 shall be raised by taxes, and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st through 2020 to June 30th, 2021. And I can't second this.
I'll second. I'm going to second.
Geraldine seconds the motion. Thank you, Geraldine. And Louis, you'll be presenting this budget to us?
Yes.
Would you like to come up here?
Sure. I just want to say something before I start with the budget. It's just the process that we went through this year. During the budget process, the Select Board took a different approach than in the past. We started the meetings in October and met with various town committees. We tried to get all the town committees to come in to present their budget to us. We met with social services twice, and we ended up level funding with them. We met with farmland protection. We decided to do the $500,000. 500,000. What the heck? I mean, we might as well. We can buy a few farms for that. And then we met with the fire department twice to work on their funding, and they came in with their budget, and we discussed what they wanted, and then we asked them back, and we had 3 of their folks come back. We explained to them, they asked for $30,000 for repairs to the fire department, and we explained to them that we'd like to see what you're going to do, the actual money. They wanted over a three-year period. They asked for the gear, which you saw in the capital fund. We talked to them about a new fire truck in the future. And it was really good to talk to all these committees because we opened up a good line of communication with people, like with the fire department. In the past, I don't think there was the communication the way, it was, here's what we want, and, and we're going to just level fund you. This year, with talking to them twice, I feel that we had real good communications and that, everybody's getting somewhat what they want, not necessarily everything they want. So if you have your town report, it is let's move to page 23. Okay, if you go to the last page, I say last page, yeah, all right. If you go to page 26 and you look down at the number from last year to this year, it's an increase of $2,714. So when you have everything's not level funded because we got SEVIDs that I know they have an article in here, so that will raise it another $5,000 or more. But everything is, there's nothing I don't see that really stands out that people are going to really question. So if you do have questions, please ask Cindy and I'll try to answer them.
So Lewis was referring us to the general fund expenses, the total, which has gone up to $486,492 this year. Are there questions for Lewis? Jody.
Jody Normandeau. Madam Moderator, I'm going to question the BCTV assessment, and I'm not questioning having them. I think they're wonderful. But however, I've watched some of the select board meetings, and one was 4 minutes long and one was 9 minutes long. And I'm thinking that you don't really need BCTV in there, or if you can do your business in 4 or 9 minutes, maybe you ought to consolidate your minutes. I just think it's it's not a huge expense, but I think it's an expense for 4 or 9 minutes. Thank you.
Any other? Yeah, okay.
Jody, this year we had the gravel pit that we were dealing with. There was a lot of the stuff this year was pretty quick meetings, but BCTV does do a lot, and I know you said you weren't questioning what they do, but next year there may be longer meetings with more town business. This year, there were a lot of short meetings, and I don't know. I don't know if it was the guy running the meetings that didn't get to second anything, but.
Any other questions for the select board? Yes, standing in the back behind you, Kyle. Could you wait for the microphone and start by saying your name?
Yeah, Marcy Herman Sater. I just wanted to say that there are other programs that are relevant to Dummerston. Wendy O'Connell does an interview program, and people from Dummerston have been interviewed on that. So I don't know, I can't speak any further, but I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Wow. Oh yes, in the back.
Hi, I'm Richard Cogliano. I live on Beaver Pond Road, and I'm the Assistant Fire Chief for the West Dummerston Fire Department. I'd like to just make a comment and say, first of all, thank you for voting for 2 sets of gear under the capital fund. We really appreciate it. That's something we're going to be looking to do every year as our gear ages and we need to replace it. The other thing is, part of what the fire department asked for was an incremental increase to cover the cost of inflation. We have been level funded at $49.5 for the last 7 years. I don't know about all of you, but our electric bill has gone up, our cable and internet has gone up, and our mutual aid assessment just the money we pay to be dispatched has gone up $7,685 in that time period. That's money that as volunteers we have to fundraise. So we would like to see that number, the 49.5, increased. We'd like to see that increase to $57,918, an increase of $8,418, which is the actual cost that we pay out for heating, cable and internet, power, and dispatching. That's just the added increase for those 4 items.
Thank you, Rick. Oh, sure.
Lewis White, when the fire department came to us, this is surprising to me to hear this, because when the fire department came to us and they asked for $75,000, which included $26,000 in capital expenditures. They wanted $4,000 for gear, $30,000 for improvements on the West Emerson Fire Station. When we took the numbers and you did the math backwards, they actually asked for $49,000. We threw the $500,000 in because they didn't ask when they came to this meeting for any cost of living increase. We never heard this until right now. So it's sort of surprising and sort of disappointing that we thought we had a good line of communication going, and then I'm hearing that they're throwing a number to me that they didn't give us when they did their budget. So.
You'd like to speak a second time. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this question first? Seeing none, go ahead, Rich.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to that. We did ask for $75,000. We asked for $10,000 for this year and $10,000 in future years each to cover the renovations to the West Station. We asked for $6,000 for gear. That's $16,000. And we asked for an increase due to inflation up to $57,000. When we did the math on, like I said, just those 4 items, it was actually $84,000. So we did propose a higher number, and I have the emails to prove that if anyone wants to see them.
Paul, you have your hand up. Can you raise it high so the mic runners can see? Thanks.
Paul Namando. I would like to point out that on page 19, if you look at the summary of municipal taxes that are going to have to be raised this year, if you take the difference between last year and this year, not counting the other items that are in the articles, other than the ledge crushing fund, the taxes that you'll be paying will be 12% higher next year than they were this year. So I would like everybody to bear that in mind. Thank you.
Would you like to speak to that, Lewis? Or someone else?
Yeah, I will speak to that more when we get to the highway fund, Paul. Thank you for that, though, pointing that out.
Harold, down front, please.
Harold Noel. I'd like the treasurer to tell us what that increase would be of the 12% on 100,000 per solar tax rate, so people would realize the additional cost.
Harold, I think we're going to cover that in the next motion. If the next motion is the highway fund, yes, that's where the increase seems to be. So I'm going to hold off until then before we ask for discussion on that. Harold, you're asking for an explanation of the difference between the 2 figures of last year and this year just for the general fund. So that's a difference of 2,000 and something. Do you want to speak to that again, Lewis?
Yes. Harold, right now we're on the general fund. We will be on the highway. So that if we just took the general fund, it's only the $2,400 or $2,700. But so when we get to the general fund, and I think Charlotte's working on that. So when we get to the highway, I bet she'll have an answer for you.
Thank you, Louis. Yes, Charles.
Chuck Fish, is Rich Cogliano's remark an amendment to the motion, or is it just a comment?
I did not hear Mr. Cogliano make a motion. Rick has raised his hand again.
Sorry, parliamentary procedure. I would like to amend the motion to include the increase of $8,418 for the fire department funding.
$8,418, is that right? The motion has been made to amend the town general fund budget, adding $8,418 for the fire department. Is there a second to that motion? I see your hand. I don't know your name, sir. Paul Adler. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Rich Cogliano and Paul Adler to add $8,418 to the general fund budget for the fire department. Rich, you've spoken a couple of times, but if you would like to explain this again, I won't count that.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As I said earlier, we looked at 4 categories for things that have had inflationary increases. Dispatching, the cost of being in Southwest New Hampshire District Fire Mutual Aid, which is our dispatch center, is the most significant at an increase over the last 8 years of $7,685. We also have an increase in Southern Vermont Cable, which, let's face it, I don't know if they're going to be around in another year, of $226 in the last 7 years. Green Mountain Power has gone up $767 in the last 7 years. On the good side, since we've switched over to propane at both our stations and we've renovated the center, our heating costs have gone down $259 in 7 years. So the total in just those 4 categories, dispatching, power, cable and internet, and heating, the total increase is $8,418. Now that's not an increase in the cost of gear. That's not an increase in the cost of equipment. That's not the increase in phones. That's just the increase that or insurance actually. All of that we still have to fund. So we're not looking to be 100% funded. Our total budget, as I said, has been level funded since 2012. We pay $90,500 to operate our station, to operate our department. That means we have to raise 46% of our budget by fundraising. The same volunteers, several of us in the room that stood up earlier, that are going on calls, going to car accidents, going to fires and medical emergencies are the same ones that are flipping pancakes and writing fund drive letters. We get nothing. So we are asking to help us flip a few less pancakes, play a few less rounds of golf for our golf tournament, which is happening September 12th, so that we can stay viable and stay operational. That's all we're looking for, is just an incremental increase to cover some of our increasing costs over the last 7 years since we've been level funded.
The motion on the floor is to amend the main motion, the general fund budget, by adding $8,418 for the fire department. Louis, you had a comment you wanted to make?
Yeah, Louis White, thank you, Madam Moderator. I understand they're saying 46%. The town paid, we have a payment this year of $30,145.80 for the fire station that was built a couple years back. Another $71,952.30 for a fire engine that we purchased. So, and then on top of that, you've got the $49,500 that we gave them. And without the $49,500, we're at $102,098.10. And then you can add the $49,500 on top of that. I was really hoping we were going to work with the fire department a little closer than this, and to get to this point where everybody was happy to. But we're already at a 12% increase this year, and to add this onto it, and then we're going to have another article for SEVEDS coming up, which is going to add even more to it if it's approved. So I'd really like to see people turn this motion down.
Geraldine, you wanted to add something?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Geraldine Wilson. So I'd just like to affirm the process that Louis, our Select Board Chair, followed this year of having each of the committees come and meet with the Select Board. It was really awesome, and the Fire Department as well. And I have to say that I am in great appreciation for our Fire Department and what they do. I would like to help support them so that it's not the same people out fighting the fires that are also flipping the pancakes. So I would encourage us all to really get involved in a lot of ways to support our Fire Department. And I'll say in terms of the process, I've been on the Select Board 5 years now. And this was the first year where the Fire Department really came and presented a budget, and I think it really reflects a shift in what Dummerston is, the town is organizing itself around in terms of a relationship between the town and the Fire Department. And I look forward to supporting that in whatever ways I can. I would say that the mistake, if you'll call it that, was that when the Fire Department came to present their numbers to us, they didn't give us any paper with things written down. It was all verbal. So then we were left as a Select Board to go back and write down what we heard. And so if there's a discrepancy that you're hearing in what Rich is saying they presented and what we're saying we heard, there very well could be. It's up to you, the voters of the town, what you do in terms of the amended motion that's on the floor. The typical protocol of your Select Board is to level fund things and then allow the town to say, yes, we're willing to pay more. We take it very seriously that we're spending our money, and so we don't take raises lightly. But I just want to end by saying that I really look forward to supporting the relationship between the town government and our respected Fire Department.
Harold, do you have a question on the motion on the floor, which is the amendment?
The amendment.
This is on, we're considering the amendment right now to add money to the general fund budget for the Fire Department.
I'm asking for a paper ballot on the amendment.
Okay. To have a paper ballot, we need 7 people who want that. This does not mean that discussion is over. We're not calling the question. But could I have you raise your hand if you support a paper ballot on this amendment to add $8,418 to the general fund for the Fire Department? I see more than 7 hands, so we will do a paper ballot. But more discussion on the amendment on the floor before we go there. I saw your hand, sir.
Thank you. Eric Lineback. I want to just make a comment as chairman of the Dummerston Energy Committee and note that the Fire Department has reached out to us several months ago about apparently their doors and their windows are quite old and the building is not very efficient. So I think it's germane to this discussion to point out that we should need to look at ways to reduce their operating costs. I'm not sure how much, new windows and doors and insulation might do, and of course there would be a cost to that as well, capital cost. And I just want to encourage you and your fellow firefighters to. We did send a lighting report. We went over there and did a review and costed stuff out, sent that report. Haven't heard anything back from you yet. We want to encourage you to interact with us and help us help you. So, thank you.
We're discussing an important matter, but I'm going to interrupt it for a moment for something potentially even more important, and that is that the kitchen needs to know how many people are going to be having lunch here today by 11 o'clock, which is very shortly. So kitchen staff, can you come out and look at this number of hands? Michael, can you knock on the door and ask them to please come out? Thank you. Kitchen, can you come out and look at our raised hands? Now, raise your hands if you're staying for lunch. What do you think, Larry? Tell us when we can put our hands down. So you have enough sandwiches, but not too many. Sounds good. Thank you. So we are still talking about the motion on the floor, which is to amend the general fund budget by a total of $8,418, adding that for the fire department. Molly, would you like to speak to that amendment?
Hi, I'm Molly Stoner. My question is about the history of this sort of binary funding. I'm curious, I don't see fire department funding as optional, so I feel a little bit of trepidation about part of it being raised privately and by the workers who are busy doing the work. So I just don't know the history, and I'm curious if anyone can speak to that. And then this probably isn't Robert's rules, but I'm interested in exploring that question of, is this the best way to move forward at another time?
Is there anyone who could speak to Molly's question about a binary relationship and us funding the fire department? Different towns do it differently. If you'd like to specifically answer the question, Rich, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry I'm taking up so much time. So to answer your question about why two different funding sources, every town is different. Our town, we choose to have an independent volunteer fire department. We are not a town department. Brattleboro is a town department. Putney is a town department with an association. So every town is a little bit different. Ours really was a bunch of neighbors that got started in 1950 that got together and said, hey, we need a fire department here in town. So they fundraised, they did all that work themselves. They built the trucks back then, back when you could get away with things like that. Now we have laws that say you can't do that. So part of it is, in the 80s or so, we started saying, look, there's a lot more costs to this than what volunteers can do and fundraise. So we asked the town for funding. Starting then, the town started buying our trucks on a 7 or 8 year cycle. So that's where this binary process came in, is that to run a fire department is expensive. And to 100% independently fundraise it is very, very difficult. So we asked the town for help decades ago, and here we are today. So, does that answer? Thank you.
Question, Madam Moderator, and I guess it's also a concern. At some point in the future, the fire department, bless their hearts, and I have no complaint about the fire department and what they do, except that you can't build a budget in somebody's head and just leave it there. You got to put it on a piece of paper. Otherwise, we run the risk of running into the same kinds of problems that we're talking about now. How much is the addition that you want to hear or that you want to have to the budget? Oh, by the way, it was never written down, and so there's some confusion about how much the amount really is. It's just not a very good way to run a railroad. And so I would hope in the future that the fire department and the select board would have good communications, and apparently this year was a good step in the right direction. I applaud that. But you just can't go on unless you put some stuff on paper, so that there's no question about what the amount is, what it's for, what the timing is, and what have you. Thank you.
Geraldine, did you want to respond to that? Okay. Anything else? Yes, Eric.
Eric Kruger. So this body, Madam Moderator, has a a long history of people proposing large changes to the general budget and long discussions of them. And so I'm just proposing, it's not an official proposal, I'm mentioning the possibility that perhaps we would consider some less than $8,418 in this cycle, with the caveat that perhaps there could be greater coordination between the fire department and the select board to achieve the funding level that they are seeking in subsequent budgets. Because I agree it is a pretty big number to spring on the day of the meeting.
So Eric, I'm hearing you say maybe we want to consider an amount smaller than $8,418, is that right? But you have not given an amount. There's a complicated thing that we can do, and I forget the name of it, but it's where we start at an amount that's low and keep raising it until we don't have a majority saying yes to that amount anymore. I wonder if that's something that you want to propose.
I'll respond to that. Because we've already had a paper ballot called for this amendment, I don't see that as feasible. I will leave it up to somebody else to amend their amendment or to amend the amendment. All I'm suggesting is we can talk about this for another 30 minutes. We have a short meeting this year. But if that number was less than 8,400 on the day of the town meeting, I think it might be palpable to more people. So I'm trying to support the fire department in their intent and get them some money without seeing it shot down because we were given a big number.
Mm-hmm. Eric, we can amend the amendment. And having a paper ballot on the original amendment does not preclude us from doing that. So I'm going to rule, but I invite dissent, that we will start by doing a voice vote at $2,000 and moving up until we no longer have a majority. And yes, Paul has a point of order. Sadie, could you bring the mic?
Madam Moderator, I don't think that's an appropriate way to do this. And I don't think the moderator should be directing the body as to which way to approach the solution to this problem. I think it belongs with the body to make that decision.
Yes, it is the moderator's prerogative to rule, but it is the body's prerogative to overrule the moderator. I'm going to take a 45-second break to look at my cheat sheets here and make sure that what I'm proposing we do is the right way to do this. Bev, I see you have a comment in the back. Do you want to go ahead?
You know, Dennis and I have been loyal supporters of the fire department for many, many years. And it's a very important thing. And since the fire department is a self-supporter and the town is supporting them, I think it would really be wise to encourage the fire department to work more closely with the select board in preparing financial information. And it would be really lovely. I can tell you from volunteering with fundraisers that it's a very, it brings the community together. It makes you feel like you belong to something. And I'd really encourage community participation in fire department fundraisers.
Suzanne in the back.
To me, actually, the number seems fairly small in the overall budget and in what was asked for by the fire department, whichever version you're looking at. And I appreciate the processes, the changes in the process and the things that Geraldine outlined and where the glitches might have been. And I'd like to suggest, I don't know if this is appropriate with this amendment, that we table the amendment and really just be more careful next year and just vote the straight amount that we got from the process that was the new improved process this year, and not consider this any longer, this added for 8,000 plus.
Thank you, Suzanne. Louis, if you have a point of information, otherwise you've already spoken to this a couple of times. No? Okay.
I'm going to call the question, but
Anybody can call the question. Okay.
I'll call the question then.
And I'm going to back up a sec. So I've found this, it's filling in the blanks, but the reality is that I have not had a specific motion to do this. I'm looking at you, Eric. And other comments have been made up here that I think are useful. So I'm going to ask the body, would you like to vote on the amendment that's on the floor, which carries a figure of $8,418? And if we do vote on that, we'll do it by paper ballot. So my question to you is, do you want to vote yes? Let's just end this discussion and go ahead and vote on the amendment by paper ballot? Or do you want to not call the question and consider looking at this process of filling in the blanks, where we look at where the body might like to approve a smaller number to then vote on by paper ballot? Is this a point of order, Jody? Okay, Jody?
Jody Normadeau. Isn't calling the question a non-debatable question, and we just have to vote on that or not?
Yes, and I'm essentially asking us to do that. If you vote to end discussion, then that's calling the question. And if you vote not to end discussion, instead to do filling in the blanks, we can do that. So, just kind of two things. The question has been called. Harold, you're right. Okay, let's go that route. Good point. Who seconded? Eric Kruger seconded. Louis called the question. Eric seconded. Okay, we'll go that route because you're right. That's not a debatable motion. Okay, so if you would like to end this discussion and go ahead to the paper ballot, voting on the figure of $8,418, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed to calling the question, those who want to continue discussion, signify by saying no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The question is called. So, for a paper ballot, those whose last names...
Point of order?
Yes.
I don't believe Harold called the paper ballot for this motion. He called it for the other vote. For the original. For the original.
Not for the amendment.
He did not ask for a paper ballot for this amendment.
Harold, you called for a paper ballot on the general fund approval? Not...
I called the paper ballot at the time the $8,000 was asked to be increased, and it's to be voted on that article of increasing it, the budget.
Yes.
By 8,000.
That's what I understood you to say. Thank you, Harold. So we're going to do a paper ballot on the amendment on the floor. What you're voting on is, shall we add $8,418 to the general fund budget for the fire department? If you want to do that, you're going to write yes. If you want the budget to stay at it as it is with no increase for the fire department, vote no. Those whose last names begin with A through K come to this table. Those with last names starting with L to Z to this table. Who's got the books?
It's A through L.
L, okay. A through L at the first table, A through L, and M through Z at the second table, M through Z. Vote yes if you want the increase for the fire department. Please take your seats. We have the results of your vote. Please take your seats. We have the results of your vote. There were 147 votes. 77 voted yes to add the money. 70 voted no. So the amendment passes, and $8,418 has been added to the general fund budget for the fire department. That brings us back to the main motion on the floor, which is Article 8. Charlotte, can you give me new numbers? Now that the motion has been amended, I'm thinking we have a budget of, somebody got their calculator out? Can you add $486,492 to $8,418? I think that's $494,910. Okay. And how much of that needs to be raised by taxes? We need to add $319,410 plus 8,418, and that looks like $327,828. Is that correct? Yes. All right. Thanks to the Dummerston School for those lifelong citizens who learn their math here. So, Article 8 has been amended. The question on the floor now is, will we approve total general fund expenditures of $494,910, of which $327,828 shall be raised by taxes, and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Is there further discussion on the main motion regarding the entire general fund budget? Are you ready for the question? Looks like you are. All in favor of the motion on the floor, which I will repeat, is to approve total general fund expenditures of $494,910, of which $327,828 shall be raised by taxes and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed your budget. Thank you. It is 11:39, and I see 4 legislators here. So we're going to take a break from articles and invite our legislators to come speak. I'll be positively rude and say that people will probably stop listening at noon when it's lunchtime. So however you want to divide up your time, be our guests.
Hello, Dummerston. It's good to be home. Thank you for giving us a few moments of your time to talk with you. I'll try to keep it as quick as I can because it sounds like lunch is right around the corner. You know, this week that we have off, it's really nice because not only do I get a chance to catch up on all the home improvement projects, but it gives me a chance to actually sit down and talk with folks without feeling any sort of rush or anything like that. So, you know, all your legislators are home for the next week, and, you know, feel free to reach out to us if you want to talk, and, you know, we're here for you. And I wanted to start off by just mentioning that the Wyndham delegation is down by one member. The former representative from Rockingham, Matthew Trieber, recently resigned, as many of you probably know. And, you know, over the last year and a half, Matt became a really good friend of mine. And he had this way of criticizing just about every single piece of legislation. But it was good in a way because he really knew how to analyze things. And, no law is perfect, but he helped bring them as close to perfect as possible. So he's definitely missed. And I also wanted to share just a quick story about last year, my first year as a freshman legislator. And, I had a few assumptions about how things happened in the State House, just like all the other freshmen did. And one of the assumptions that I had was that in the General Assembly, you have Democrats sitting on one side and you'll have Republicans sitting on the other. That was just how I figured they did it, because that's how they did it in Congress. And so tradition dictates that new legislators get their seats assigned to them, whereas returning legislators pick their own seats or go back to their old seats. So on the first day I had my seat assigned to me, I went and I sat down and I looked around me and I realized I didn't recognize anybody, and that's because I was sitting right in the middle of the Republican caucus. So I thought to myself, I was like, did I make a mistake here, or did somebody else make a mistake? What's going on? And ultimately I found out that it was not a mistake, and that in our State House, legislators get mixed up regardless of party affiliation. And even though I was a bit nervous at first, I'm actually very glad that it's set up that way. The reason being that over the last year and a half, I've had some of the liveliest debates and conversations with my friends from across the aisle. I challenge them and they challenge me, and all of us together are able to think about the different perspectives that we bring to the table. And what is additionally important is that all these conversations are always carried out with mutual respect and honesty. We occasionally make fun of each other, but overall we're actually very respectful, and it's a trait in our State House that makes me especially proud to be a legislator here. And I also think it's reflective of the broader picture, in that right here in communities like Dummerston, we may have a diverse array of opinions on how things should be done, but we generally engage in our conversations with respect and honesty. And I'm fully confident that tradition will continue into the future. Now, moving on from that, I just want to give you folks a brief rundown of some of the pieces of legislation that we've been working on. So as you may know, the Global Warming Solutions Act passed with a strong showing of tripartisan support. Some of my thoughts related to this are that while there's a sense of immediacy in how urgently we have to act regarding climate change, it's also important to maintain some sense of hope that we'll have a clean future for the next generation of Vermonters. And one of the indicators of hope that I witnessed on the floor was the general tripartisan agreement among all the majority of legislators that climate change is real and that it will first affect our farmers as well as folks living in poverty in this state. And so this is a bill that will allow Vermonters to hold the government accountable through the judiciary for its climate emission goals, while also creating a plan that includes strategies and programs that will aid in addressing climate change and building resilience. And just several days ago, the Cannabis Tax and Regulate bill also passed in the House. And the reality that we all know is that marijuana has been legal for years, but there is zero regulation. The lack of regulation creates a variety of challenges, both as it relates to legality, safety, and consumption. The lack of regulation also ensures that all the money that people are spending on cannabis is going into the black market. And I will be happy to support legislation that prevents money from going to folks who may also be trafficking other drugs in our state. Now, the role I played in this legislation was directly related to highway safety. What I told people is that I don't like any drugs whatsoever, so I know I'm not very fun at parties, but I do care a lot about highway safety. So as a former trooper and drug recognition expert, I weighed in on the logistics and usefulness of the training and helped create provisions that would allow for more training for police to identify drug-impaired drivers. Overall, I believe this is a bill that will keep recreational users safe from potentially tainted black market products. It will bolster our tourism economy, and the licensing options that are available will provide farmers with an additional moneymaker if they choose to go that route. And the other topic that I wanted to talk about is something that's a bit more local related. It's, as we've all heard, we've heard about the car break-ins that have been happening, especially in Brattleboro, and I know we've had a number of car break-ins here in Dummerston. So currently there is a strange loophole in Vermont law where a person can enter another person's vehicle without their consent, and it's not a crime. So right now, if anyone left their car unlocked, I can go into the parking lot, take a nap in your back seat, rummage around through your documents, or just hang out, and it's not a crime. And so I want to say that I fully support restorative justice. I support closing that constant pipeline to prison, but I do believe that people have an expectation of privacy for their vehicles, and they also have an expectation that they'll be safe if that privacy is violated. So I have started working on legislation to make it unlawful to to intentionally enter another person's vehicle without their consent. There's no jail time attached to this because it is a big problem, because we don't want to increase our prison population, but I do believe that police should have a way to intervene when people are rummaging around through your vehicle. So, like I said, I'm going to keep it quick, and I'm going to pass the mic off to my district mate, Mike Merwicki, and I do just want to say that it's been a true honor and privilege to serve all of you in Montpelier, and if you have any questions, I'll be around for the rest of the week. So, thank you.
It's almost afternoon, so I'll say good afternoon. And I know that we are standing between you and the best lunch around, so we'll try and be brief. Thanks for the opportunity, Cindy. Thanks for offering us a break here, and to everyone here. It is great to be back home here. When I'm up in the north, I refer to home as the Southeast Kingdom. And it gets people's attention. And somebody from the Northeast Kingdom said, "How could you do that?" I said, well, Governor Aiken of Putney is the person who coined the term, so being from Putney, I think we can appropriate a little bit there. We're at the point in the session, mid-session, we're almost at what we call crossover, and that's when bills have to get from one side, either the House to the Senate or vice versa. So it's a busy time. We've been working on a lot of things. I especially want to affirm what Nader said about the Global Warming Solutions Act. I think what we do, we have to balance the needs of today and the future. And as a new grandfather, my daughter gave birth a year ago, it is so much more essential for us to make sure they have a future. When we go camping, we're told, leave it cleaner than you found it, and we certainly want to do that with how we treat the earth. You know, there's an old saying, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, and the second best time is right now. And it might have been good if 20 years ago we did some of these actions, but we didn't. So now is the best time to do it. And we're looking forward to using the structure of the Global Warming Solutions Act. It brings things together with a coherent plan, and then it keeps us on top of things because there's structures in there where citizens can have cause to action. There's a lot of bills that get drafted. We're not going to go over all of them, but we do have a full report on our website, wyndham4.net, and on the legislative website if you want to get more details and dive into the weeds there. One of the things I want to mention before closing, though, or there's just two quick things. We've gotten a lot of questions about how secure are Vermont elections. Jeanette chairs Senate government operations. I sit on House government operations. This is a really important question, and we can feel good about the work our Secretary of State, Jim Kondos, has done in this area. He has assured us that they're taking every precaution they can so there's not a cyber leak, but the bottom line is we have paper here in Vermont. And yeah, a lot of states wish they did now. And I hope as we go across, we realize across the nation that this is a good thing to do. Lastly, I want to hold up a concern many of us are looking at. There were some headlines early this year about the Brattleboro retreat, that they're having some challenges, some money challenges. And the reality is their situation is not much different than most other rural hospitals in Vermont and across the country. The reality is the cost of providing these services isn't matched by what they're getting from the government and insurance companies. And we're going to have to reckon with this. The good news about that is our delegation, in terms of the retreat, really came together and did some good work working together. And that's one of the things I want to highlight. We're busy working, and we're working on your behalf. The retreat is an essential piece of our mental health system, but it's also the biggest employer in the county, over 800 jobs. Now, there's a whole other conversation people might want to have about what's happening there in terms of quality, what's happening for the workers. But the reality is this is a piece that we need to make sure continues. And as a delegation, we're set. We're going to work and keep doing that. I'm going to hand it off now to Senator Bratt. And thank you again. I appreciate the opportunity to serve you and to serve with these good people. So thank you.
Hello. So those of you who don't know me, I am Senator Rebecca Ballant. I am one of your 2 senators for Windham County. I live in Brattleboro, and I am the majority leader in the Senate. And before I get started on my remarks about my work, I wanted to just let you know of an important phone number. I know many of us in Vermont think of ourselves as global citizens. I know many of us travel. And the Vermont Department of Health last night put out a number that you can call if you've been traveling outside of the country and you wonder if you may have been exposed to coronavirus. The number is 802-863-7240. And I mention it because the health department lab now has the test for the virus. Currently, nobody in Vermont has been diagnosed with coronavirus, but as of last night, there was a case in Hanover, and so it's just a matter of time. So if you have been traveling, you might want to call that number and just find out if you should be taking other precautions. I was trying to talk about it with my kids last night, and they said, well, if we don't have any cases in Vermont, why are we worried about this? It takes many weeks to know if you've been exposed, and we have many folks who are at risk. I have a very big elderly population here in Windham County, and I'm very concerned about that. So if you could do that, that would be a great help to your fellow citizens. The other thing I wanted to say is I usually go to other town meetings today because Senator White and I split it up, and I do a bunch of meetings and she does a bunch of meetings, but I realized I hadn't been to Dummerston Town Meeting ever since I've been elected, and I was married in Dummerston, and I have a special place in my heart for the Grange, so I'm very happy to be here with you to tell you a little bit about my work. I sit on economic development and finance in the Senate, and in Economic Development Committee for the last few years, we've really been focused on housing. And in the last biennium, we passed the largest infrastructure investment in housing that the state of Vermont had seen in over a decade, and we were able to leverage over $100 million of investments, creating 800 new housing units, which is great, and there's still a lot more to do. We went back to the treasurer this year to say, would it be possible for us to leverage another bond? She said that she was concerned about our debt ratio and that was not going to be possible for us. So we're looking at other avenues. And the one thing that I wanted to tell you about is we're looking particularly at the issue of tax increment financing. And I won't bore you with the details, but I will tell you this. In the past, larger towns and cities in Vermont have been able to participate in our TIF program, which allows them to get supports from the state to leverage money to do infrastructure upgrades in their towns and cities. And what I mean by that is water and sewer that will allow you to build more housing units or more businesses. And these haven't been available for smaller towns. So we're looking at creating what we're calling a mini TIF program so that Dummerston and maybe Putney and Townsend and Jamaica might be able to make these investments that is not possible just on the resident tax base. So stay tuned for that. The other work that I'm very proud of that has happened in the last few weeks is the work that we've done in the Finance Committee on pharmaceutical pricing. And I'm very proud to be a co-sponsor on a bill that caps the amount of money that you will pay out of pocket for insulin. We heard some of the most distressing testimony I've ever heard in my life as a legislator, where Vermonters were coming to our committee saying that they were paying $1,600 a month to be able to afford their insulin. And I don't know how many of you know about the history of insulin, but the patent for insulin was sold for $1 to the University of Toronto. $1, because the doctor who invented it said no one should ever make money off of this. It is a life-saving drug. And now it's hundreds of dollars. The price has tripled in the past decade. And what we heard is that so many Vermonters are putting off buying their insulin, they're making it stretch or trying to make it stress, and they're getting very, very sick. So the bill passed unanimously in the Senate. It caps the price at $100 for folks who need insulin, regardless of how many medications they need. Now, I can tell you the Committee on Finance and the rest of the Senate wishes that it could be even cheaper than that, because even $100 is a lot for many Vermonters. But it is unconscionable the amount of money that pharmaceutical companies are making for the price of insulin right now. So I'm hoping that my colleagues in the House will also have as much luck as we had in the Senate with getting it passed. The other thing that I wanted to tell you about is a bill that I co-sponsored regarding student loans and student loan debt and the servicers that service these loans. So the average borrower debt right now for a student in Vermont going to college is about $31,000. That's a $200 payment a month for 13 years. That means they're not investing in a home. They're not investing in a car or other important, or having a family. And so what the Department of Financial Regulation in Vermont said, there's not a whole lot right now that we can do as a state on the debt itself. We're going to continue to look at that issue, but we can go after the servicers that are making upwards of billions of dollars nationally on additional interest that our borrowers are paying by having them steered into loans with unfavorable terms. So again, unanimous bipartisan support in the Senate. We sent it over to the House. It will offer some relief to borrowers here in Vermont. And we're going to continue to look at affordability issues here in Vermont. The last thing I want to say is there are only 30 people in the state of Vermont that get to represent their constituents in the Senate, and I am one of them, and I love my job, and I'm grateful that I'm able to serve you in that way, and I very much appreciating having this time with you today. And Jeanette, I haven't left you much time before the mac and cheese, but Senator White, thank you.
So I guess I'll try to make this really fast so that you can get to lunch. And as Becca said, it is a true honor to be able to represent Dummerston and the rest of Windham County as we serve Vermont. It really is an honor. So I sit on the Judiciary Committee in the morning and Government Operations in the afternoon. In the Senate, we're on 2 committees. I'm just going to give you a little snapshot of some of the things we're working on. In Judiciary, 10 years ago, we were told that if we kept on the same trajectory for our prison population, we would have 2,700 people in prison by this year. That's a lot of people for a small state like ours. We invested in what was called justice reinvestment, and we have managed to change that curve a little bit. We now have 1,700. So we've not gone up like it was predicted. And this year we're investing in what we call justice reinvestment. I keep getting that wrong. Justice reinvestment 2. And our focus is on a couple things. And with all respect to Nodder about the new crime being created, we are looking at what really needs to be a crime, what should be unlawful and what shouldn't, and when people go afoul of the law or the rules and the behavior, what are alternative ways of dealing with them other than sending them to prison? Because we know it costs $55,000 a year to keep someone in prison. For a man, it costs $75,000 a year to keep a woman in prison. We could send them to four-year colleges for far less than that and get better results in most cases. So those are, we're also dealing with a lot of other issues, but that's a big one for us right now. In government operations, and I know that sounds like a really boring topic, but it deals with, as Mike said, elections, municipal issues, law enforcement, the military, the structure of government itself. And I will say just one more thing about elections. First of all, we're not we're not doing anything to change elections this year. Our town clerks will be very happy about that. But one of the reasons that we have such a great and secure election system with a lot of integrity is because of our town clerks, because we don't have a centralized system. We have each town clerk manages the elections in their towns, and that is a huge advantage for us in Vermont. So thank you to the town clerks. So two other things that we're dealing with is we are what's called a Dillon state, which means that towns can only do what we in the state, in our wisdom, decide you can do. You can't do anything unless we give you permission to do it. Most states are not Dillon states, so they are allowed, their towns are allowed to do anything that isn't expressly prohibited by the state. We're trying to make some inroads into changing that, and what we have is we have a municipal limited, it's a pilot for limited self-governance for a number of towns in Vermont. And I was on the select board in Putney for 9 years, and I know that select boards, although we give them a lot of grief for what they don't do and some of the things that they do, they have about this much authority. We don't allow them to have much authority. So what this pilot would do is allow a certain number of towns in Vermont to apply and have a much more self-governance for their town to make decisions without having to come to the state and say, may we please put a stop sign here? So I hope that that passes. It passed the Senate last year, and we're hoping it passes again. The other thing we're dealing with is our emergency management systems. They are in a crisis state, and we're looking at funding for them and credentialing and how we actually support them as part of they started out as part of the transportation system because they were thought just to be transporting people from one place to another, but they really are part of our healthcare system, and we need to acknowledge that and deal with them in a different way. I'll say one last thing. This is the year when the census starts, and it is absolutely important that everybody fill out those forms. When you get them, and I just heard this morning that it's going to come to you in the mail and it's going to be addressed to occupant. And what do we all do when we get something addressed to occupants? We throw it out. But it's absolutely important that you not do it. There is not a citizenship question on there, but if we get an undercount, it will affect billions of dollars coming in from the federal government, because when they give us money for all kinds of things, transportation, for our highways, for our Medicaid, for many, many, many things, it's based on our population. So it's absolutely important that everybody answer those surveys and convince your neighbors to answer them. And if you have friends in other parts of the state, convince them to answer it, because otherwise we stand to lose billions of dollars. So with that, I'll just say, look at our legislative website, and each committee has a page, and you can go on there, and not only do you can you see what the agenda is, but when somebody comes in and testifies, you can look at all the pieces of information and all the testimony that's given and all the new drafts for every bill. So it's a very useful and user-friendly site. So please visit it, and like Nader said, we'll be around this week. So thank you.
Lunch is almost ready, but not quite. Does anyone have a question for one of our legislators? Jody, I see you in the back. Do we have our microphone runners handy? Yes, we do. Thank you, Zadie.
Thank you, Zadie. I want to ask all the legislators to please keep their eye on this new UVM weighting study. Yes. I'm sure you know about it. It's very important to our areas of the town. We are not getting the money from the state that we need, because we've been, for 20 years, since, I've forgotten what the act was now, but we've been underpaid for our children in poverty and our probably not the language children, but mainly the children in poverty. What's concerning to me is our Principals Association, our Superintendents Association, and those other people are trying to get you to drag your feet and not take it up. It needs to be taken up now. You will hear from all of us. I think, Burlington usually rules the day. They probably don't want to change, but it's been a very good study. I think you need to approve that study and take care of it now. Thank you.
Yes, we agree.
First of all, I just want to bet as to who would have the first question today. Yeah. So Jody, thanks for highlighting that, and yes, it's something we want to take up, and I want to caution people: this is not simple, this is not easy, and there isn't a town in Vermont that isn't saying the same thing, including Burlington, who's been taking on 3 generations of refugees from different parts of the world. So this is a complex piece of changing our funding formula that we're going to do the work on, but it's not simple or easy.
Any other questions? I see right behind you, Sadie. Oh, okay, go ahead, Calvin. You can go first. Start with your name, please.
Hi. Those of you who know
Calvin,
me
sorry,
know
could you
that,
please start with your name? Thank you. Your name?
Oh, Calvin Farwell from Dummerston. And those of you who know me know that the topic of this question is, of course, climate change, which is the biggest issue facing all of us in the next couple of years. Specifically, I'm interested in what is happening to the so-called Transportation Climate Initiative, or TCI for short. Now, for those of you who don't know, this is a union of 12, 13, or 14, I'm not sure which, states, all in the Northeast and the Atlantic coast. It's in the formative phase right now. However, it is the people in Vermont who are working on this is the Agency of Natural Resources. That's part of the administration. The fact that this involves so many states, representing about 1/3 of the population of the United States, means that this is a big deal. And any thought that Vermont's so small that it doesn't have a voice that's not important anymore. If you're a group of 1/3 of the population of the country, then the proposals for cutting down on petroleum fuels in the transportation sector, that voice will be heard. Now, I'm wondering I don't know which of you is closest to this, but what I've heard is that the governor, even though his own Agency of Natural Resources has been working like crazy on this, the governor is leaning against this. So I'm wondering what the legislators can do to turn the governor around.
Thank you, Calvin, for the question. I want to just turn the last sentence that you said around, because we are going to take the governor on TCI, but what we've heard from the governor's office is that he needs to hear from constituents that this is important to them. It's one thing if I go in a meeting with the governor and say the Senate is behind the TCI initiative, which we are, the caucus is behind it, and we will be forcing, in a way, his hand, because if we are part of a regional compact, but he does not sign on, we may be paying into the fund and not be getting anything back, and that's untenable. So We have a path in the Senate. I think Mike Murwicki can probably talk to what's happening in the House. But what we've heard repeatedly from this governor is he does not feel like there is urgency among constituents on this issue. So I strongly encourage you to call the governor's office if the TCI initiative is something that's important to you. But we will do our part, absolutely.
Eric Kruger. This is maybe more of a minor point than the global climate issue that was already brought up, but I know it has an impact at the state level. I've been made aware that there's a real emphasis on bringing 5G service to our state and nationwide, and there is some question as to whether 5G and its multiple locations within the state is actually healthy. And I would go so far as to say I can't get 1 bar of LTE at my house. I'm not sure how 5G is going to help me. I know it's being pushed by the industry, and I know we're trying to get access to everyone in the state, but to me, it's a misplaced priority. We need to be able to get cell coverage to everyone first before we start putting very high power frequency transmitters throughout our communities. And I wonder if you can speak to that.
Sure. Thanks, Eric. I agree with you. And the reality is most Vermonters don't have any bars. And that's because the companies that do this have put Vermont at the bottom of the list. We just don't have the population where they're going to make a lot of money. So we all want high-speed broadband, though, and the way to do it, I know there's a survey going on. There are efforts to do coordinated efforts and create municipal telecom utilities. If you look at the example of up in Norwich, Vermont, they have created a municipal utility that now serves 20 towns to the last mile. That's the only way you're going to do it. The companies out there are only going to stay in concentrated areas where they can make the most money. So the concerns about 5G are serious, and we're looking into them, but the reality is we're not going to see 5G, if ever, for a long, long time.
Our legislators are willing to stick around for a while to answer questions from individuals. So I'm going to suggest, since lunch is ready now and we have a lot to do this afternoon, that you approach them if you have more questions. Our town meeting is reconvened. I'd like to start by thanking the kitchen for another good lunch. Thank you. I also want to thank Peter, our tech guy in the corner in the hat over there. He's got this amazing display on his screen, all the microphones, and he's doing a great job. We have had problems in the past, but not since Peter's been here, last year and this year. Thank you, Peter. And finally, our mic runners are doing an amazing job, and their only pay is a donut, so a hand for them. Okay, we are on Article 9, page 67 of your town report if you have one. To see if the voters will approve total highway fund expenditures of $563,232, of which $435,632 shall be raised by taxes and $127,600 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. Is there a motion?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I move that we approve total highway fund expenditures of $563,232, of which $435,632 shall be raised by taxes and $127,600 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021.
Second.
Zeke seconds. It has been moved and seconded that we, approve total highway fund expenditures of $563,232, of which $435,632 shall be raised by taxes and $127,600 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. I'll invite Louis up to review the budget.
All right. The biggest number you guys are going to notice in there is the gravel pit bond payment. A page, if you could all turn to page 20, if you have a book. If you're all there, I'll give you a second to find it. So, again, the biggest number everyone will see there is going to be gravel pit bond payment of $65,600. The select board, we decided to move this under highway. Last year's, when we had it approved at town meeting, was for the first payment to come out of the capital fund. So last year's payment came out of the capital fund, and then we decided after that to move it to the highway fund. And then if you go back up a couple, three numbers, or 3 rows, crush and gravel. That should just say crush and gravel. It should not say ledge product on there. So if you could cross out the ledge product, that's just crushing of gravel. Last year it was $50,000. This year it's $17,500. Because that we're doing it per year. And right now, we're getting 3,500 yards of material for that. With the roads that we have in town, we have a little over 50 miles. We should be getting 5,000 yards. But until we do the blasting in 5 years, we've asked Lee and the road crew to, see if they can make the 3,500 yards spread out a little further. So if you take that number, if you take the 17,500 and and the other number that you're going to have to put in here, and it's going to be, I think that maybe the next article, it's going to be $18,000 for blasting, and what we're going to do is ask for that also. But I just want to let you know that 17,500 is just for this year. That 18,000 will get us out 5 years, so we'll get back up to what we need for materials, the 5,000 yards. So let me just. So if you take the difference of those, you come up with $33,100. And when you go down to the bottom line on the highway fund, we're up $38,240. And so a lot of people are asking, we heard the 12% increase. If you take what we went up here, what you also have to take up is the 40,000 we did in the capital fund that you've approved. And so you add those two numbers, and then we're going to have to take up another 18,000 in the next article. And there's where you come up with your 12%. And then when we did the fire department, that's increased it even more. So we might be up to over 13, 14% now. If there's any questions, there's all the other numbers that you did. The wages, they didn't go up much. I really wish they'd gone up more. Personal expenses, that's the uniforms and CDL licenses. That went up $700. You go to contract services, that went up $1,000. That's the $1,000 is for trees. There's more and more trees that we had to contract to have taken down instead of having our road crew do it.
There's a highway structures engineering one that you guys will see that had 0 in it. We used to take that out of the structures fund. We decided to put that in the highway. And that's to, for a grant for the Leonard Road project we're going to do. So that $800 is our portion. The grant will be for $8,000, so that's our 10%. Winter wages, they went up 2019. Sand went up $500. That is because we have the carpenter pit, and with the carpenter pit, that's our normal increase. So there's nothing we could do there right now. And then the street lights went up $200. And those are your increases right there. So if anybody wants to ask me more about the bond payment and the crushing of the gravel, or ask the moderator, who will then let me speak, I hope, go ahead.
Any questions, any comments? Joyce, wait for the microphone. Here they come.
Hi, Joyce Marcel. Comment. The 12% thing, that was me kind of screaming when I first heard it. And it's a bunch of numbers here, there, and I'm just not that good with numbers. So you say we add this to that, and it seems to me that we come to you expecting to be level funded, and 12% is so not level funded that I thought maybe we should have started our discussion with that and then worked our way down, because now it's a nickel dime here, and I'm hopelessly confused, but I still don't want to pay 12% more next year in taxes unless everybody in town is earning more money except me, in which case I'll shut up.
Well, Joyce, I'm with you. I don't like to see any increase. I like to see decreases. I think everybody knows that about me. But last year, the town, we did vote to go into this pit with the town of Putney, and this bond payment of $65,600 is a real number that we have to pay. And I know I'm not going to see, well, I might see the benefits of it, because 25 years out, this is really going to show. So it's thinking of the future of the town of Dummerston, really, a lot of it. We will see it when we hit the sand. So it won't be 25 years before we actually see, reap some of the benefits of this.
Yes, Paul.
Thank you. Paul Normando, Dummerston. Can you help me out on page 20 on the Highway Fund under actual FY19? If you take the difference between the budget, this is on the expenditure side, if you take the difference between the budget FY19 and the actual FY19, it looks like a little over $50,000 surplus there. Now, if you flip the page, wait a minute, I need to find the revenue side. Oh, if you go to page 17, and you look at the highway fund under the revenue side, the budget in FY19 was 528, and the actual revenues were 540. And that looks like a $12,000 increase. So if you take those two items, what happened to the surplus? Did it get transferred to this year, last year, next year? It seemed like that would be a big help if those are real surpluses in our tax situation that Joyce was talking about.
I guess what I'm oh, sorry.
No, do you want to answer, or shall we ask Charlotte to answer as treasurer?
Okay.
By state statute, all surpluses from the highway fund need to go to the following year and are not held for 2 years like we've been doing it. If you look on page 12, the fund balance for this year was $62,000. That's what we had left over for the highway fund, but that will be used in this year's budget.
It'll be used in this year's budget.
Used in this year's budget.
So that will lower the anticipated 12% increase, is that right? Or
Well, we are not to use that to offset the following year like we've been doing and like we do the surplus for the general fund. So it allows the road crew to have some more flexibility, like we didn't use. Lee was able to combine several retreatments, several paving jobs into one bigger job using this surplus. So it's already been voted for last year. It was approved. And the surplus will be used in this year's budget.
but why doesn't it reduce if it's used in this? You're saying this year, the current year that we're in.
This current year's budget, instead of being held over to offset next year's budget.
Yeah, my recollection was they used to not apply to the immediate following year. They used to apply to the subsequent year, which would have been this year, the next year.
But state statute says that it has to, only the highway fund, that money has to be applied to the following year.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? The motion on the floor is to approve total highway fund expenditures of $563,232, of which $435,632 shall be raised by taxes and $127,600 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the article passes. Article 10, to see if the voters will establish a highway blasting and ledge crushing reserve fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 24, Section 2804A. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we establish a highway blasting and ledge crushing reserve fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 24, Section 2804A.
Lewis seconds. Terry made the motion. It has been moved and seconded that we establish a highway blasting and ledge crushing reserve fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 24, Section 2804A. Who would like to explain this? Terry?
Now that Putney and Dummerston own this gravel pit together, and it was voted last year, we own it. We're going to have to be blasting in 5 years. This is just to allow us to establish the fund. The next article will be about the money, but we don't have a fund yet. We need your permission to get one.
Any questions, comments on this article? Yes, Ed.
Thank you. Ed Anthes. Could you clarify for me, is this just blasting in the pit or is it blasting on roadways?
Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. That is just in the pit.
Any other questions or comments? Are you ready for the question? It has been moved and seconded that we establish a highway blasting and ledge crushing reserve fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 24, Section 2804A. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And now Article 11, which will fund the reserve you just created. Article 11, to see if the voters will raise the sum of $18,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Blasting and Ledge Crushing Reserve Fund for future blasting and crushing. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we raise the sum of $18,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Blasting and Ledge Crushing Reserve Fund for future blasting and crushing.
Second that.
Lewis seconds. We've got a real rhythm going here. Okay. It has been moved and seconded that we raise the sum of $18,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Blasting and Ledge Crushing Reserve Fund for future blasting and crushing. Are there any questions? Paul. Sorry, guys. Over here, Paul.
Thanks. Paul Normando. I'm just curious, what is the goal of the fund? Are you planning on doing $18,000 a year for the next 5 years, which would make a $90,000 fund? And if so, how do you expect to, how much is it going to cost per year going forward for the blasting that will be taken out of the fund?
Terry, do you want to answer that? Lewis?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, sure.
Lee Chamberlain. Yes, the goal is to have, like Lewis said, 5,000 yards of gravel for the 50 miles of road. So this is the bank run would be 3,500. This $18,000 would actually crush 1,500 yards. So yes, we're looking to add to that every year. And in the 5th year, Putney and us will blast the ledge. The reason we have the fund, so we do it on the 5th year, we get a better price for blasting rather than doing it yearly.
Sorry, Paul. Anybody else have a question or a concern? Paul, you'd like a second time? Does anyone else want to speak first to this question? Okay, go ahead, Paul.
I just wanted to follow up on Lee's answer, and perhaps he could expand on it. It's just that how many yards will we get for $90,000, and how many years will that last?
Lee Chamberlain. That's $1,500 a year, so times the 5. So that'd be 3,000 with Putney and us going in per year. So that'd be 15,000 yards of ledge that we will blast in 5 years, or we're hoping to.
And Dummerston gets half that.
And Dummerston gets half of it, right? And then that will last for the 5 years, and then we have to do it all over again. We'll save up for another 5 years, blast another. When we bought the pit, this was all in the spreadsheet, and it to show the rate of return on the gravel pit. So we knew that we'd be paying a little more now, but right, when we get out of Carpenter Pit, move to there, our savings will be a little bit bigger. In 25 years, then we'll outright own it. It's for the next generation.
Don't we all? Any other questions on the motion on the floor? Okay, the question before you is, it's been moved and seconded that we raise the sum of $18,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Blasting and Ledge Crushing Reserve Fund for future blasting and crushing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And there's just got to be a lot of little kids out there who are going to love the name of this fund, blasting and crushing. That'd be great. All right, Article 12, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditures in the current fiscal year, 2019-2020. $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building, $750 to strip and wax the town office flooring, and $1,500 for the attic cleanup, and to pay for said expenditures from the capital fund's unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings. And I believe that heat pump was in the town office. Is that right? Okay. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, thank you. I move that we authorize the following capital expenditures in the current fiscal year 2019-2020. $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building, $750 to strip and wax the town office flooring, and $1,500 for the attic cleanup, and to pay for said expenditures from the capital fund's unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings.
Geraldine moved and Lewis seconded. It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditures in the current fiscal year and to pay for said expenditures from the capital fund's unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings. Any questions on this? Yes.
Hello, Maeve Jenks. I had thought of this last year, but was just too nervous to say anything, so bear with me. I was wondering if we might be willing to get a new sign. I feel like it was talked about, maybe.
I'm sorry.
A new sign for our town office. We're doing all these upgrades to make it look nice. And while I love the idea of our sunburnt wooden sign, it's beautiful, it's really hard to read. And I thought maybe while we are putting this in our budget to make the updates to our town office that's needed, maybe we could also get an updated sign to show the pride that we have in the building that we're putting money into. That's all. I don't know an amount. What a sign costs.
Maeve isn't sure what the amount is, and I'm guessing that after the heat pump went in, you had a specific sum of money, and is that specific sum that was left over used in its entirety? There's extra money left over. Okay. So, Maeve, I wonder if you'd like to make a motion. We'll call it an advisory motion that we would encourage the select board to purchase a new town office sign.
I will make an advisory motion that we encourage the select board to use the leftover money to improve our town office sign. Good.
Is there a second to Maeve's motion? I saw a hand over there. What's your name, sir? Maeve? Yes.
Michael Silverman.
Thank you,
I'll
Michael.
second the motion.
Michael Silberman wants to find his way to work, I think. Is that right? He made the second. Michael is our zoning administrator, if I remember correctly, so I'm teasing him. No? Lister, sorry, thank you. Sorry about that. So there is an amendment that has been moved for Article 12. It's an advisory motion to add to this article that we encourage the select board to purchase a new town office sign. Is there any question or comment about the amendment that's on the floor regarding a new sign? Looks like you're ready to vote on the amendment. So the motion on the floor is to advise the select board, encouraging them to buy a new sign for the town office. If you vote yes, you want the sign. If you don't want a new sign, vote no. All in favor of advising a new sign signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Good job, Maeve. The select board is encouraged to use some of this leftover money to buy a new town office sign. So now we're back to the main motion, which now I would read as, I move that it has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditures in the current fiscal year, 2019-2020. $960 additional cost of paint in the exterior of the town office building, $750 to strip and wax the town office flooring, and $1,500 for the attic cleanup, and encouraging the select board to buy a new town office sign and to pay for said expenditures from the capital fund's unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings. Any further discussion? Paul, your hand is up. Can you raise your hand so the mic runner knows where to go? Thank you.
Hi, Paul Normando again. Much as I felt that the gravel pit payment should be in the capital fund, I feel that these are not capital items and should be in the operating fund. I just hate to see the capital fund nickeled and dimed to death for items that should be part of general operations.
The select board is interrogated.
This would be using funds that were voted on last year, but not spent because we got a better deal on the heat pump. That's where the money is. You got to go where the money is sometimes.
So Zeke is saying that this is leftover money from a capital purchase. Paul prefers to see it come out of operating. He doesn't see these as capital expenses. I have not heard a motion. Louis, do you want to say more?
Yeah, I'd just like to add, excuse me, Madam Moderator, Louis White. I just wanted to expand on that a little bit, Paul. We want to do this for this year, so if we went and did it, it would be on the next year's, because the painting, we had $5,000 budgeted for the road crew to do it. They weren't able to do it, so we put it out to bid, found that it was going to be $900 more, so $5,900, and that's why we did it there. And trying to get this, we've got bat problems up in the upstairs, so we want to get it done as soon as possible and not have to wait until after June to do that. That's another reason why we did this, and the money was there on the savings.
Any other questions, comments? Yes.
My name is Paul Adler. I somewhat agree with Paul. Why can't the money be transferred so that it comes under the appropriate line?
So, Paul, you're suggesting that the money be transferred from the capital fund to the operating fund in order for the expenses to come out of the operating fund. You know, I'm not going to accept that as a motion because the money was originally voted for capital funds, and I think you could argue that these are all improvements to our capital property. But I welcome anyone to challenge me if you feel like we ought to go with that. Susan Dagler in the back.
Susan Dagler. I agree entirely with what Paul said. I think these are maintenance items, not capital improvements. Capital improvements are bigger things like a roof or new siding. And I think that things like this should be paid for from regular operating budget, and that when there is money left in the capital fund from something that came in under what was approved, I think it should stay in the capital fund for future capital expenses. We're buying a new payloader this year. If instead of $150,000, we spend $145,000, are we going to be nickel and diming that extra $5,000 next year? That's my feeling on it. Thank you.
Down front, Chuck Fish.
We have here today Ruth Hoffman, who worked for the IRS for many years.
You mean the woman with the arm across her face?
The,
Is that who you-
the woman with the arm across her face, but a big smile on her face. And she's an expert on what can be called a capital expenditure. So we might see if she has any light to shed. I would have agreed with Paul and Susan, but I think Ruth has another slant on it, which may just complicate things enormously.
Ruth, it sounds like you're being interrogated. Do you choose to respond?
Okay, I'm Ruth Hoffman. I'm also one of your town auditors.
Can you put it's on? It just needs to be near your mouth, Ruth.
Okay,
Yes.
better? Okay, I would split the difference here. We already have the complete building outside painting as a capital item. And I think that is a capital item because it extends the useful life of our building. The attic and the floor are not in our capital plan. And I would agree with Paul that we shouldn't take capital money for operating expenses, and we can't transfer capital money to operating expenses. They're separate categories. And I just wanted to point out, if people look in their booklet, in the first 12 pages, you can see all our special funds and what came in last year and what went out. And it gives you a better picture of our capital fund. So as auditors, we worked hard to make sure those reports are available. And you can see what the total capital fund actually is, what we spent last year, what we took in, and what's still in the capital fund. So that's my personal opinion.
So Ruth, tell me if I have this right. You see the additional cost of painting the exterior as a capital purchase, but you do not see the flooring and the attic cleanup as a capital purchase. What about the sign out front?
I don't know what the sign costs. There's also a general rule that, depending on the expense, certain expenses are always a current operating expense if they're less than maybe $1,000. I'm not sure on that number. So I don't know about the sign.
Thank you. Charlotte, do we have a number over which something is considered a capital expense? Okay. So, Paul, do you feel like you made a motion? Or do you want to make a motion? Do you want to make a motion that, for example, we only take the $960 out of the capital fund?
We're going to pay for it one way or the other, but my reaction is that this should not be standard practice in terms of taking operating items and sticking them in the capital fund just because it's convenient and that's where the money is.
Paul, I'm sorry. I was actually looking at Paul Adler, who raised the issue to begin with. Yeah.
I apologize.
Sure.
Hi, Paul Adler. No, I don't necessarily, think that we need to make a motion on it, but I think that we need to delineate clean lines of where things are in the budget. Because if we start jumbling things now, it's just going to compound.
Okay. So, we have no amendments on the floor. The main motion is still on the floor, which calls for the additional painting, the stripping and waxing the floor, and the attic cleanup and a new sign to come out of the capital fund on expended monies. Are you ready for, Ruth has a comment to make?
Okay, Ruth Hoffman again. Since I think we need to fix what we're doing, I would make a motion to amend the motion to only expend the painting money from the capital fund. However, you want to fix that to be the legalese.
Well, would you like the rest of it to come out of the operating fund, or do you want to make a motion that we only approve the 960 and the rest we don't address?
So, point of order. To spend current money, we need a motion at the meeting? I mean, if we just spent money on the floor or what the select board does, we don't ordinarily line by line approve how much is maintenance.
That's
I would
right.
think that they have the authority, the judgment to whether they should expend our operating funds.
They do, but this article is about using capital fund money, which is why I'm asking, do you want to change the entire motion to simply say $960 out of the capital fund?
Yes.
Okay. So Ruth has made a motion to amend the main motion so that the new motion would read, we authorize the following capital expenditure, single, in the current fiscal year, 2019-2020, $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building, and to pay for said expenditure from the capital funds on expended monies from the heat pump cost savings, meaning we remove the flooring and the attic cleanup from the motion, from the original article. I'm sorry? Oh, yes. And remove the sign. Thank you for the reminder. So that's the motion on the floor. Is there a second? Harold, you're seconding? Okay, so Ruth Hoffman moved. Harold Newell seconds. Conversation, yes. Chuck?
Chuck Fish. The other money then that's left behind in the capital fund, does that mean that would have to be spent on more obvious capital expenses?
Yes.
It's not legal to arbitrarily transfer it to the operating fund, is that correct?
That is correct, and that is why the select board put this article on the warning.
Yeah.
So you're right, the money, other than the money for the additional painting cost, would remain in the capital fund to be used as the body votes in future years.
Does it make sense to think that if they keep it in the capital fund, so it will reduce somewhat the cost of fire trucks, et cetera, and then they have to find money which would come out of the operating fund to do the other jobs, then in the long run, you come out even anyway. It's just you spent money out of different funds. You aren't spending any more money doing it that way, are you?
That is correct, but the point is that we have approved certain things for the capital fund, and you can't just move money around.
No, I'm not suggesting moving money around. You spend the money that's left over for capital expenditures in the future. And you find money elsewhere for waxing the floor. In the long run, you end up spending the same amount of money, I think.
Yes.
So, nothing to it.
Yes, Zeke?
We don't have any. Now, we checked the couch cushions before we came here, and we don't have
Get close to the mic.
we don't have those funds that we can just dip into from our general budget.
I don't see any other hands. There's a motion on the floor. Oh, Lester?
I'm a little bit confused.
Could you start with your name, Lester?
Lester Dunkley.
Thank you.
I'm a little bit confused about the savings of because you have a heat pump. Is that because you're not using the electricity or what's going on there? And if it's a savings, you're not spending it on an electric bill, that means you could probably use it to do the rest of it. Am I correct or not?
Nope, that's not exactly right. Lewis, you want to answer that?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. When the Energy Committee came to us last year, they proposed that we do $10,000 for a heat pump for the town office. And then when we looked further into it, we
we did something a little different. We bought a heat pump, but it was only $3,600. We got a $400 rebate on that, so it came to $3,200. So what we were asking for was to spend some of that $6,800 savings, but I understand what everybody's saying, and I sort of agree with them that we did a poor job of budgeting those items. We should have thought of that and put it into our budget. So the waxing should have to wait till next year or the following year, and the bat stuff will have to wait until the following year so the select board can put that, and the sign will have to wait and be put into the next budget, because we were trying to see where we had saved money this year, and that was one of the savings, so we thought we would use it. We were thinking that was, for the building, but where I guess you should have a certain number. So our mistake as far as I'm concerned, and I see some head shaking, so.
And the other little detail, we're voting to spend monies in this current year, and we're talking about a budget in the next year. And that gets me a little bit more confused on what the heck is going on. So I'm suggesting that we you postpone or whatever you got to do to this whole thing, and let's just leave this money in the capital fund where it's supposed to be. Thank you.
So Lester would like to amend the amendment. No, that's not really it. Lester, if you want to not spend any of this money this year, then you would want to encourage people to vote down the main motion. We're still considering whether to amend the main motion. Does anyone have a comment on amending it to drop everything from the motion other than the exterior painting, $960? Any other questions on that? Okay. So the question before you is, do you want to amend Article 12 to only authorize using leftover capital funds to cover the $960 cost of painting the exterior of the town office building and using this year's capital fund money to do so? So vote yes if you want to authorize that, and if you want to drop everything else out of the motion.